In the beginning, there existed beings far beyond mortal comprehension, the outer gods. Since time immemorial, these divine entities had created countless universes. Known as the Absolutes, they were omnipotent, eternal beings who endlessly indulge in the act of creation, reveling in their pursuit of eternity. With each cycle of creation, new materials, laws, and souls came into existence. But over time, the Absolutes grew weary of their eternal routine. Boredom crept in until they discovered a new form of amusement: war. The Absolutes began orchestrating conflicts among their creations, watching as civilizations clashed and perished in endless battlefields. For these godlike beings, destruction became a form of entertainment. The suffering, the chaos, the death, it was all a spectacle meant to amuse them. But then, something unexpected happened. One of the Absolutes was slain, not by a rival, but by its own creations. This shocking event sent ripples across the realms. Other Absolutes from distant dimensions turned their gaze toward the world that had lost its master. The death of one of their own, brought about by lower beings, was unprecedented. Yet rather than mourn, the Absolutes fixated on a more pressing matter: the unclaimed power left behind. That immense power now lay dormant, awaiting the first worthy being to seize it. And so a new chapter began. The story shifts to a bustling high school classroom where Suho shares exciting news with his friends. He's just been accepted into Korea Art University. His friends stare at him in disbelief, their eyes wide. One of them groans, half-jokingly suggesting he should have retaken the exam instead. Suho simply laughs it off. At least now I'm finally free from this hell. But the moment is cut short when a voice calls out from behind, laced with mockery. Suho turns to see Lee Yunchul swaggering toward him with a smirk. Suho deliberately misnames him. "What is it this time?" he says dryly. Lee snaps, irritated. "I'm Lee Yunchul, not Kim Seong-chul. And thanks to you, my plan to take over the school is ruined." Suho smirks, unfazed. "Then I guess you should be thanking me. Now you can graduate without causing more trouble." Around them, the classroom atmosphere tightens. Students glance between the two. They've grown used to Lee starting fights. Graduation is just around the corner. Why was Lee stirring trouble now? More importantly, why was he bullying Suho, who tried to live a positive life after his parents went missing? But Lee didn't seem to care. Without warning, he lunged. Suho didn't flinch. Calm and quick, he struck back. A clean knee to the face that sent Lee stumbling. "Just make it to graduation quietly," Suho muttered under his breath. And then something strange happened. A glowing, unnatural energy began to flicker around his hand. Lee roared and threw a punch, not at Suho, but at the lockers behind him. The classroom fell silent. Everyone stared in shock. That wasn't just anger. Lee had obliterated the lockers with a single strike. Suho, now on the floor, looked up in disbelief. Lee stood above him, hands still glowing with that strange, otherworldly power. The world Suho thought he knew had just changed forever. 2 years had passed. Now a second-year college student, Suho still couldn't shake the memory of that strange day, the moment when his world first began to shift. While walking across campus, an announcement echoed over the loudspeakers. All classes in the main building are being moved to the side building. A gate has appeared, and hunters are inside performing a raid. For your safety, please stay away from the area. Nearby, a curious man asked one of the staff how long the hunters had been inside. The worker responded, "It's been over 8 hours. It's just a D-rank gate, so they should be wrapping it up soon." Suho continued on, but his heartbeat quickened. Another gate again. It had been 3 years since the world was shattered by the appearance of the mysterious gates, rifts that connected Earth to terrifying dungeons. For a brief time after a gate appeared, monsters would pour out, threatening the lives of countless people. In response, humanity began to change. Some individuals awakened to supernatural abilities in a phenomenon now known as awakening. The world had become chaotic, unstable, its future uncertain. But thanks to one man, Woo Jinchul, society found a fragile balance. He established the Hunter Association, an organization that gathered and managed the awakened. With an official structure in place, the chaos became manageable. Now humanity was split in two. the awakened, blessed with power beyond human limits, and the non-awakened, ordinary people who could only watch from the sidelines. In this new system, fate was cruel. Someone could suddenly receive immense strength, while others, no matter how hard they worked, remained powerless. Even the weakest awakened, an E rank, held more influence than a hard-working non-awakened. If hunters failed to stop the gates, the world would fall into ruin. Put simply, the non-awakened couldn't survive without the awakened. But the awakened, they didn't need the rest. That's why Suho felt a deep gratitude toward the hunters. Because of them, people like him, ordinary, non-awakened, could live in peace. And yet, somewhere inside, he felt uneasy. Was he simply growing used to losing things, used to living without parents, used to depending on others for survival? There was a time when Suho believed he could achieve anything, but when everything he had was taken away, all that remained was helplessness. His mother had once told him he resembled his father. How would his father have faced this kind of world? Lost in thought, Suho absent-mindedly sketched in his notebook. Passing by his art instructor Lim, stopped and smiled at the page. Suho looked up, replying casually, "My hand just seemed to be moving on its own." The professor leaned closer, amused. "Is that an ant? It's a pretty creative take." Suho glanced back at the drawing, puzzled. Why did I even draw this? He wondered. Meanwhile, at the gate, security personnel had gathered near the portal to greet the returning hunters. The atmosphere was calm, too calm, suggesting the subjugation had gone smoothly. A staff member stepped forward and thanked Hunter Kim Jong-soo for his service. Kim gave a brief nod as he reported, "The dungeon has been cleared." He went on to explain what they had encountered inside. A new type of beast. It had the form of a humanoid and spewed blue flames from both its eyes and mouth. It had attacked viciously with claws and fangs, though it wasn't particularly strong. Kim had been scratched during the fight, but since there were no after effects, he assumed it was only a minor threat. A staff member responded with surprise. "That kind of beast hasn't been recorded since the gates began appearing. Good thing it wasn't anything too dangerous." Then he added politely, "Mr. Kim, please write a brief report on the subjugation before leaving." But just as he turned to prepare the documentation, his body froze mid-motion. A concerned staffer called out. Without warning, Kim turned and struck down the staffer beside him with a single blow. Panic erupted. The nearby hunters backed away in shock. Horror dawned on their faces as they realized it was the curse. The blue flames from the dungeon had taken hold of him, and with a twisted expression, he began slaughtering everyone in his path. The crowd near the gate scattered, screaming in terror. Some tried to run, others didn't make it. The cursed hunter chased them down, tearing through the security staff and fellow hunters alike. In a distant classroom, the sudden noise jolted students from their lesson. They rushed to the windows, trying to understand the commotion outside. Suho looked up, heart pounding. Something wasn't right. He muttered under his breath, "People are attacking each other." At first, everyone assumed it was a dungeon break, but then they saw it. Civilians engulfed in eerie blue flames, their eyes glowing unnaturally. Then someone turned to their art instructor. "You're an awakened, right? Do something." But Instructor Lim shook his head grimly. "I'm just an E rank. I can't do anything." Just then, Suho spotted him, a hunter, blazing with blue flames, standing ominously outside. In the next instant, the cursed hunter leapt toward the classroom. Suho's instincts screamed at him. "Run!" he shouted. The hunter crashed through the glass. Shards rained down. Screams filled the room as chaos exploded. Suho bolted toward the door, yelling at his classmates to escape. Ahead of him, a girl had collapsed, her legs trembling, unable to move. "Please help me," she cried. Suho stopped, just for a moment. Then he ran. "I'll call the hunters," he thought, sprinting down the corridor. But even as he ran, guilt clawed at him. What am I doing? Calling a hunter now, it's practically the same as leaving her to die. But I'm not awakened. What else can I do? Eyes shut tight, Suho pushed through the panic. And then a memory surfaced. A dream, or maybe a vision. A strange one, like a game. He had fought monsters that grew stronger with every encounter. Each time he had to grow stronger too. again and again, until eventually he reached the final level. There, he faced a powerful boss, an enemy of overwhelming strength. But oddly, it wasn't fear he felt. It was respect, because the final boss looked just like his father. Somehow the dream had projected his ideal of his father into that final enemy, a man strong, reliable, and unyielding. If Dad were here, what would he do? Snapping back to reality, Suho spotted a fire extinguisher. Without thinking, he grabbed it and charged straight at the cursed hunter who was about to strike the helpless girl. With all his strength, Suho slammed the extinguisher into the hunter's face. This is what Dad would have done, he thought. But then, reality struck him. What now? He knew non-awakened attacks couldn't harm demonic beasts. As panic threatened to overtake him, something strange happened. The monster froze. The classroom fell unnaturally silent. Even the terrified girl had stopped moving. Suho glanced around. Time itself had stopped. A glowing screen appeared before him. Secret quest, condition met. Courage of the powerless. You have earned the right to become a player. Suho's breath caught. This is just like that dream. In the middle of this desperate moment, one final chance. If he could become stronger, just like in the vision. Was there any reason not to accept? With resolve in his eyes, Suho chose to accept. A sudden burst of brilliant light engulfed the classroom. A notification appeared before Suho's eyes. Congratulations on becoming a player. A status window materialized. As Suho stared at it, realization dawned. Just as I thought. Before he could process it fully, another system message popped up. Quest notice. Defeat the mist. From the thick mist, figures began to stir, monsters rising from their slumber. Among them was a D-rank awakened mistburn. Seeing it, Suho told the girl next to him to run. As she fled the scene, Suho scanned the enemies more closely. 2 non-awakened civilians and 1 hunter, all transformed into savage beasts. The 2 non-awakened mistburns charged toward him with murderous intent. But Suho didn't run. If I've really awakened, he thought, then I have to fight. Suho grabbed a fire extinguisher and slammed it into the creature's face. He dropped the extinguisher and clenched his fist. With every ounce of focus and emotion, he drove a powerful punch into the monster's skull. The beast rocketed upward, smashing into the ceiling. Suho stood in stunned silence, barely able to believe what he'd just done. I took it down, in one hit. A system notification confirmed it. In that moment, another enemy charged at him. Suho met it head-on with a fierce kick, knocking it out cold. A new notification rang in. Tutorial quest completed. As he turned to face the final enemy, Suho smiled. So this is what it feels like to awaken. He struck the beast with a confident punch, but it didn't budge. Suho's eyes widened. The monster endured the blow. Then in a blur, the creature's claw slashed across Suho's chest. Blood spurted from the deep wound as Suho quickly widened the distance between them. Gasping for air, he glanced down at his bleeding chest. If I get hurt by this thing, will I turn into one of them? Just then, the system issued another message. Status removed due to the effect of the longevity skill. His injuries began to heal on their own. Suho stared in disbelief. He barely had time to process it when the monster attacked again, pinning him to the ground. Struggling beneath its weight, Suho desperately searched for a way out. Then he remembered. The system rewards. Quickly, he accepted the rewards from the earlier quest and allocated the stat points, focusing them into strength. A surge of new power coursed through him. With a roar, he broke free from the monster's grasp and lunged forward, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. The creature fought back, but Suho dodged and countered with precision. He continued pouring all his earned points into strength. So I really can get stronger, he thought. All this time, I believed a person's rank was fixed. With a single devastating punch, he sent the monster crashing into the wall. Before it could recover, he closed in and launched a relentless assault. Each strike thundered with force and fury. The monster no longer resisted. It could only endure the onslaught. Suho didn't stop. Breathing heavily, bruised and bloodied, he stood over the defeated creature's broken body. He had survived. A system message flashed before Suho's eyes. Exhausted, Suho dropped to his knees, panting heavily. But despite the pain, A look of triumph crossed his face. This was real. He was truly an awakened player now. For the first time, he felt the strength to save others and bring order to this chaos. But just as he tried to catch his breath, a new threat emerged. From the smoke and debris outside, a towering figure approached, dragging an enormous sword behind him. With an unnatural leap, the figure soared through the air. Peering through a shattered window, Suho tried to make sense of the source of the disturbance. But before he could react, another mistburn lunged at him. This one was no ordinary beast. It was a C-rank awakened mistburn wielding a sword. The creature slashed through the building, its massive blades shattering everything in its path. Meanwhile, across the city in South Korea, an emergency broadcast blared through the streets. Dungeon break at Korea National University of Arts. Evacuate immediately. At the campus perimeter, emergency forces had already gathered. More backup arrived, but the platoon leader was fuming with frustration. Why are we just sitting here while people are dying? When is the Hunter Association sending someone? A soldier responded calmly. They're still trying to locate a B-rank or higher-ranked hunter. The leader's face twisted in confusion. Wasn't this gate classified as D-rank? Why would we need a B-rank hunter? The soldier's tone grew grim. The situation changed. The association believes some of the hunters have been infected, including C-rank hunter Kim Jong-soo. Back inside the shattered building, Suho stared at the new monster. This one was different. It wasn't just strong, it was intelligent, and it had a weapon. He assessed the threat, a C-rank awakened mistburn. Definitely not like the others. But Suho had leveled up just moments ago. Maybe he had a chance. Without warning, the monster attacked. Suho dodged instinctively, the room shaking from the force of the strike. His heart pounded. He kicked a nearby fire extinguisher toward the beast, hoping to blind it. The monster effortlessly sliced it in half, releasing a cloud of smoke. Using the cover, Suho bolted from the room. Maybe backup will arrive soon. Maybe I just have to survive until then. As the monster began to follow Suho, it spotted a group of terrified female students huddled together, trembling on the rooftop. With a feral leap, the monster jumped from the window, its blade raised. One brutal swing, blood painted the rooftop. Suho froze, his fists clenched, his rage ignited. No more running. There's no time to wait for the hunters. He charged. His foot connected with the monster's back, but it barely reacted. With a single swing, the creature split the floor in two. The shockwave nearly knocked Suho off his feet. He realized one thing. One clean hit from this thing, and I'll die. But he couldn't back down. He lunged in again, fists moving in a blur. Punch after punch. The mistburn retaliated, each swing savage and deadly. Suho dodged, weaved, countered. He slammed his knee into the monster's burning face, but the creature struck back, its blade slicing across Suho's chest. Blood exploded from the wound. Suho was thrown into the wall. His body ached, broken and bruised. His vision blurred. A system alert echoed in his mind. Suho coughed blood and rose to his feet, barely holding on. 1 HP, he murmured. Is the system refusing to let me fall? The air cracked. Suho braced for the final clash, ignoring the pain tearing through his body. Again the air cracked. The mistburn leapt toward him, blades screaming through the air. Suho's vision dimmed, and then he collapsed. The air cracked, and a dimensional rift tore open. From within the rip, a majestic figure emerged. The Ant King, Baru, had returned. Just as the mistburn charged toward Suho, Baru landed between them, shielding him. His hand hovered over Suho, a soft light flowing from his palm. Suho's wounds began to heal rapidly. Baru's voice was low and regretful. He muttered that it was his fault for arriving too late. Then Baru turned to face the monster. His aura erupted in waves of power, pressing down on everything around him. With one ruthless strike, Baru reduced the mistburn to shredded fragments. The creature was annihilated, but it wasn't over. Another mistburn crawled along the ceiling, stealthily aiming for a fleeing civilian. Baru didn't hesitate. He leapt with lethal grace, tearing through the creature without pause. Within seconds, all the invading monsters had been destroyed. Nothing left but limbs and blood-stained debris. Outside, the smoke began to clear, but just then, every glass window in the university shattered at once. A radiant, blinding light bathed the battlefield. Silence followed. Onlookers stood frozen, unsure if what they were seeing was real. Beru returned to Suho, his gaze softening. He whispered, "It's been a while, young monarch." Then stories shift to flashback of a younger Suho sat quietly in a room, sketching ants with incredible detail. His collection was impressive for a child. Then a shadow fell over him. Beru stood there holding a drawing of himself, one Suho had made. He teased the boy with polite praise, clearly touched by the moment. Tears welled up in Beru's eyes. Now back to the present. Suho awoke with a start, confused. He was lying in a hospital bed. Reality rushed back in. Later that day, Suho spoke with his uncle. His uncle demanded to know what had happened, asking if Suho was injured in the sudden disaster. He insisted that from now on, Suho should hire awakened bodyguards. The world was far too dangerous now to take risks. Suho reassured him he was fine, but he was more concerned with the time. He'd been unconscious for 2 whole days. The news played nonstop on TV. Reports flooded in about the Korea National University of Arts incident, which had left the country in shock. The disaster had caused numerous casualties and stirred national outrage. The most disturbing revelation: the appearance of Miss Burns, monsters that could infect hunters and turn them into demons. And despite the incident occurring in the heart of Seoul, the Hunter Association's response had been significantly delayed. Even after the belated arrival of backup, one question haunted everyone. Who or what killed all the mist burns inside the university? He turned off the television quietly. So it wasn't a dream. He really had awakened. Even more, he was now someone who could grow stronger with each level up. But there was one thing he still didn't understand. He had been seriously injured during the fight with the C-rank awakened Mistburn. So how had he survived? A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Because I took care of those pests," Beru replied confidently. Suho blinked in confusion. A moment later, Beru appeared before him. "It's been a while since I last greeted you, young monarch." Tears welled up in Beru's eyes as he looked at Suho. He was overwhelmed, seeing how much the boy had grown. Memories began to resurface, fragmented pieces falling into place. Suho remembered now. Beru was one of the black, ant-like creatures who had stayed by his side when he was a child. Why did I forget him until now? Beru explained that he had crossed dimensions to meet Suho again. Suho asked why these black creatures had surrounded him in childhood. He had so many unanswered questions. More than anything, he was puzzled. "They were so much bigger in my memories," he said. Beru chuckled, explaining that his current small size was a side effect of consuming a massive amount of mana while crossing dimensions. In his true form, he was far more imposing. Suho checked the system window, which listed Beru as a private-grade companion. But Beru scoffed at that, cursing the system. "Martial grade," he corrected firmly. Suho thanked him for the rescue. Beru scratched his cheek bashfully. He didn't look it, but he was a skilled healer too. Then Beru revealed the real reason for his appearance: to break the seal that had been holding Suho's powers back. But to his surprise, the seal had already been broken, by Suho himself. Beru nodded in approval, impressed by how far Suho had come. Curious and unsettled, Suho turned to Beru. He asked, his voice low with tension, if the mysterious seal placed on him had anything to do with the vivid dream he had experienced. Beru nodded solemnly. That vision hadn't been a dream at all. It was a memory. Everything Suho had seen and felt had truly happened. Beru explained further. His father, the legendary shadow monarch, Sung Jin-Woo, had sealed away both Suho's powers and his memories, a decision made to give his son a normal life. That revelation struck Suho like lightning. He stood in silence, trying to process it all. Then came the question that had haunted him since childhood. Was Beru somehow connected to his father, the man who had disappeared without a trace? Beru's stern expression softened as he answered. Jin-Woo hadn't abandoned his son. He had left Earth entirely to fight a war in outer space. Confused, Suho pressed for more. Beru explained that the Shadow Monarch had gone to battle against a terrifying force, the Outer Gods. beings from beyond the known universe who sought to conquer and corrupt all of existence. These monstrous entities had begun sending apostles and beasts through dimensional rifts or gates in an attempt to invade Earth. To help Suho understand, Baru conjured shadowy projections. Images danced through the air. That warrior, Baru said, is your father. He's protecting this world from them. Suho's heartbeat quickened. The gates, the monsters, everything that had plagued Earth. It was all part of a larger cosmic war. Then Suho asked whether his mother had been with his father when they vanished, but Baru shook his head. He hadn't seen her. Suho revealed something troubling. His mother had disappeared the exact same day as his father. For years, he had assumed they'd left together. Baru froze, panic flickering across his face. If Suho's mother hadn't gone with Jin-Woo, then it could only mean one thing. She might have been captured by the forces of the outer gods. That realization broke something inside Suho. His fists clenched. His jaw tightened. He swore he would no longer sit by and wait. If the outer gods were the reason his parents were gone, then he would tear down the heavens if he had to. He would bring them back. Baru nodded in agreement. If Suho wanted a chance, he would have to grow stronger, fast. Jin-Woo might not return for some time, but Suho didn't have to wait. He could start now. As if on cue, the system responded to his resolve. Quest unlocked. Trial of the Shadow. You are the son of the great Shadow Monarch. To inherit his true power, you must prove yourself. Enter the dungeon and demonstrate your worth. A mysterious black key appeared before him, and the system instructed Suho to insert it into his own shadow. Without hesitation, he obeyed. The moment the key touched the darkness beneath his feet, a swirling portal opened on the wall nearby, its energy humming with power. Baru placed a steady hand on Suho's shoulder and gave a final nod of encouragement. Claim the power that rightfully belongs to you, young monarch. For a moment, Suho hesitated. Shadow monarchs, outer gods, cosmic wars. It was almost too much to believe. And yet, if this was his only chance to see his parents again, then he couldn't stop here. I need to level up. No matter what, he thought as he stepped forward. Behind him, Baru's thoughts wandered to the final command he had received from his king. Jin-Woo had entrusted him with a mission. Go to Earth, release Suho's seal. The outer gods may already be reaching into our world. Return his power, his memories, and protect him. For the rest, act as you see fit. Watching Suho walk into the unknown, Baru whispered to himself, So you've left the rest in my hands, my king. Straightening his back, he declared aloud, I, Baru, shall remain at the young monarch's side. I will watch over his growth. Together the two stepped into the gate, and with a final flash of light, the portal vanished behind them, leaving behind only the silence of a world that had just witnessed the return of destiny. As Suho and Baru stepped through the gate, Baru began to explain their surroundings. This place was the land of the dead, a domain where no living being could set foot without the permission of its master. This was the Shadow Dungeon. Suho looked around, taking in the eerie landscape. Though called a dungeon, it felt more like a ruined city than a typical labyrinth. Strangely, the place felt familiar. Suddenly, a quest notification appeared before Suho. Survive for 4 hours? The denizens of the Shadow Dungeon will never accept a weak master. Survive and prove your worth. Curious, Suho asked Baru if he simply needed to survive here for 4 hours. Baru warned him to stay alert. The time of suffering was about to begin. As they talked, neither noticed the monsters silently closing in from above. Just as the warning came too late, a creature lunged, attempting to ambush Suho from behind. Reacting quickly, Suho delivered a clean kick to the monster's gut, enough to knock it off balance but not to finish it. His curiosity piqued. Baru explained that if a scout appeared this early, there were likely more nearby. Without hesitation, Suho dove in to kill the creature before it could signal reinforcements. Baru tried to warn him against rushing, but Suho was confident. The goblin scout didn't even have a colored name tag, marking it as weaker than himself. Suho struck fast, disarming the goblin and then crushing its skull with its own axe. Cold and efficient. After the kill, he turned to Baru and explained that the absence of a colored name meant it was a low-level threat, Once colored name tags started to appear, that's when the real danger would begin. As they spoke, a sound caught their attention. They looked around and saw another goblin scout signaling nearby comrades. Seeing this, Suho's resolve hardened. Now there was a whole swarm coming. One goblin even bore a colored name tag, clearly the strongest among them. Suho asked Beru for backup, but Beru shook his head. His mana was running low, and stepping in now would prevent Suho from gaining valuable combat experience. Frustrated, Suho muttered that Beru wasn't being very helpful. Goblins began to surround him. As the goblins charged, Suho activated a new skill, Ruler's Authority. The axe from the fallen goblin flew into his hand, and he began cleaving through the swarm with uncanny precision. His movements seemed guided by a hidden force, making his strikes almost supernatural. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards Suho. He caught it mid-flight. Archers were among the enemies. Without hesitation, Suho fashioned a makeshift bow and fired back, landing a perfect headshot on the goblin archer. Beru watched in awe, impressed by Suho's adaptability. In his mind, Beru reflected on the young monarch's childhood. Even then, Suho had been able to wield the ruler's authority, an inheritance from the original Shadow Monarch. But that power was designed for destruction, so it had been suppressed in this peaceful world. Now, with the apostles of the outer gods invading Earth, the young monarch's power was beginning to awaken and illuminate this dark reality. Suho continued fighting and climbing through the dungeon levels. Suddenly, a goblin sneaked up and stabbed him in the back. The creature smirked, but before it could celebrate, Suho landed a brutal punch. More goblins swarmed him, and a towering figure approached, the goblin centurion. Suho grabbed a dagger as the goblin charged. Determined, he threw the dagger like lightning, skewering goblins left and right, and finally piercing the boss's chest. The battle was chaotic, but Suho felt more alive than ever before. Though bleeding and weakened, he refused to back down. Grabbing a weapon, he lunged into the fray. Eventually, silence fell. The battlefield was littered with goblin corpses. Suho had survived the trial. 4 grueling hours in the Shadow Dungeon. Beru applauded, proud but not surprised by what the young monarch had accomplished. Then came the reward. Suho checked his system notifications and saw he had earned a runestone called Shadow Extraction. Beru was surprised. He hadn't expected the young monarch to acquire such a skill so soon. Feeling his new power coursing through his body, Suho admitted he felt like a total cheat with all the skills and levels granted by the system since his awakening. Beru explained that the system Suho had received was based on the same one the original Shadow Monarch had used in the past. It was designed as a support system to ensure Suho's safety and growth as the young monarch. Hearing this, Suho accepted the reward without hesitation. The system handed him a runestone called Shadow Extraction and notified him that he could absorb the skill by breaking the stone. Suho absorbed the runestone, and a new window appeared. Skill acquired, Shadow Extraction. No mana required. Creates shadow soldiers by using dead bodies. Success depends on the enemy's strength and the time since death. For the first time, Suho understood the true potential of his reward. He could create shadow soldiers. Beru elaborated, explaining that this power was the very foundation of the legacy built by the Shadow Monarch, Lord Sung Jin-Woo. With it, Suho could convert corpses into shadow soldiers, beings much like Beru himself. However, Suho was skeptical. It sounded like a form of necromancy, and to command soldiers, he first had to hunt and kill them. So didn't that mean he could only control those weaker than himself? Suho also knew that summon-type skills weren't looked upon favorably in the hunter industry. Still, his curiosity won out. He tried the Shadow Extraction skill on a nearby goblin corpse. The system notified him that he needed to assign a command to activate the skill. Suho confirmed that the command should be direct, then calmly said, "Arise." Dark energy flowed through the corpse, and moments later 3 shadow goblins rose before him. Level 1, common grade shadow goblins. Suho observed them and remarked, "So this is the shadow skill." But he wasn't impressed. Beru explained that soldiers freshly extracted from their shadows tended to be weaker than they had been in life. Suho noticed the goblins were smaller than usual. The system also stated that they would disappear after one day. Baru asked if Suho had a skill like shadow storage to keep them longer. Suho shook his head, seeing Baru's disappointment, saying it seemed shadow abilities were influenced by intelligence stats and levels, which meant this would become an incredible skill as he grew stronger. Cheered up, Suho suggested they leave the dungeon, especially since he'd been starving for 2 days. Baru reminded him they could exit any time by using the shadow dungeon key. They left the dungeon. Later, Suho found himself back in the hospital, sitting before a warm tray of food, his cheeks flushed with joy. He couldn't believe hospital food could taste this good. As Suho savored the meal, Baru stepped forward and explained their next task with solemn precision. They had been assigned 3 missions. First, they had to protect Earth from otherworldly beasts. Suho quickly realized what that meant. They needed to enter dungeons and hunt those monsters. Baru confirmed this and explained that as Suho hunted these beasts, his level would increase. As Suho grew stronger, Earth would become safer, just like the Shadow Monarch, Jin-Woo, had once done. The second mission was to find the missing Lady Hein by any means necessary. Suho asked if there was any way to locate his mother. Baru answered that, if they kept hunting the beasts, they might eventually find a clue. The only way forward was to delve deeper into the dungeons. The third mission was especially important, to help Baru regain his full strength. Baru, no longer just a soldier, wanted to demonstrate his true power against the monarch. Suho questioned how he could regain his strength. Baru explained that he could absorb some of his target's magical power and knowledge by consumption. Although this method was inefficient compared to before he became a shadow soldier, it was the only option now since he couldn't receive magic power from Suho directly. Therefore, Baru would need to consume things imbued with magical power. Suho nodded in understanding. So basically, that means we need to keep going into dungeons, he concluded. After finishing his meal, Suho stood up. Baru added that to enter dungeons officially, Suho would need a hunter qualification. This meant going to the Hunter Association to have his magical power measured. Suho nodded thoughtfully. As someone who had awakened and was steadily growing stronger, he couldn't help but wonder, what rank would he receive? What if he got something like an S rank? At the association, a staff member measured Suho's magical power and announced that it was 46, making him an E rank awakener. Suho stepped outside the building, the weight of the results pressing down on him. His steps were slow and his thoughts grew darker. Baru gently explained that hunter ranks were primarily determined by magical power. It was natural for Suho's rank to be lower than his actual abilities since Suho had focused on developing other stats. Suho asked Baru if, with his shadow abilities in this rank, an E rank like him could really protect the Earth. Baru reminded him calmly that Suho possessed the level-up system as the young monarch. Suho recalled how difficult it was for E and F rank hunters. They were rarely recruited for expeditions, and even entering dungeons was often a problem. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he shared an idea with Baru. Dungeon raids were organized with a strict division of labor. The assault team attacked the dungeon directly. The recovery team followed behind to collect carcasses of the beasts. The mining team extracted resources from the dungeon's rear. Among these groups, the recovery and mining teams, excluding the assault team, could be supported by E-rank hunters. In other words, even an E-rank hunter like him could enter a dungeon. That was how Suho found himself wiping sweat from his brow inside a dungeon. He turned to Lim Dokyun, his former instructor from the University of the Arts, and also an E-rank awakener. Suho thanked Lim for the opportunity, explaining that he had only recently awakened and was grateful to work in a dungeon like this. Lim wrestled with guilt. He apologized for what happened during the incident at the Korean University of Arts. He said he was scared and ran away during his awakening. He apologized again, feeling powerless. Sensing Lim's guilt, Suho reassured him gently. You're also an E-rank awakener. The Hunter Association advises E-rank hunters, like you and me, to flee with full power if we encounter dangerous beasts. Lim looked up in surprise. Wait, you're only E-rank? Suho nodded calmly. My magical power is 46. It's low even among E-ranks. Lim blinked, unable to believe it. He recalled seeing Suho fighting a beast on the rooftop while fleeing and wondered if he had misjudged him. Seeing that an E-rank hunter like Suho had survived by charging at a beast was even more impressive. At that moment, Baru appeared beside them, speaking proudly. The young monarch is exceptional. Lim turned and froze, his eyes locking onto Baru. Fear gripped him. He stumbled backward, eyes wide, shouting, "A monster!" Suho gave Baru an annoyed glance. "Why did you suddenly appear?" Baru remained calm as always. The monarch was as weak as a larva. "I need to stay close and protect him to ensure his safety." Lim stared in confusion. "Did you awaken as a summoner-type hunter?" Suho nodded in agreement. Lim chuckled nervously. "Well, you're lucky. Most E ranks don't get any skills." "I've got a running skill," Suho smirked. "That explains why you escaped so well back then." Lim's face darkened, but Suho quickly added with a grin, "I'm just joking." As Beru complimented Suho again, Suho looked around, thinking this was his first time inside a dungeon, besides the shadow dungeon. Looking ahead, he wondered if the assault team was hunting beasts up front. Deep within a dungeon, the assault team cut down the last of the beasts. One of the hunters let out a weary sigh and muttered that the dungeon felt unusually empty. Another nodded, noting that since earlier, only wolf-type beasts had been appearing. Wolf pelts didn't sell for much, making the effort feel hardly worth it. A third chimed in, pointing out that sometimes even low-tier beasts contain magic crystals, so they had to keep pressing forward regardless. The captain encouraged his team not to lose morale. They wouldn't know what truly lay at the end of the dungeon until they got there. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. "Captain, there's something inside this side path." The captain stepped forward, eyes narrowing as he saw what lay ahead. Ancient, massive ruins stood silently in the darkness. The assault team gathered around, staring in hushed awe. Not even a flicker on our detection skills. "What's going on?" The silence, the lack of beasts, and the mysterious structure only deepened their unease. Speculations began to swirl among the team. Some wondered if the ruins hid treasure instead of a dungeon boss. As they searched, their eyes were drawn to a single object, an old sword stuck in the ground, partially buried in rubble. The captain stepped closer to examine it. "We'll need to appraise it first to be sure," he said cautiously. "But judging by its aura, this weapon might be incredibly valuable. Still, treasures like these often come with traps." Despite the warning, one man stepped forward. Kim Youngjin, a confident C-rank tank, brushed off the captain's concerns. "Even if it's trapped," he said, "I can handle it." Without hesitation, he grasped the sword. The blade began to glow with a crimson aura. An overwhelming pressure spread through the air. Then the ground beneath them turned red, like it was bleeding. The earth shuddered. Eyes began to open across the floor itself. And yet Kim Young-jin pulled the sword free. The captain let out a relieved breath. "Looks like there were no traps after all." But his words trailed off as he looked into Kim Young-jin's eyes, now glowing red. Without warning, Kim Young-jin turned on the captain and swung the sword. The blade sliced clean through him. Everyone froze in shock. Then, with a voice not entirely his own, Kim Young-jin, now clearly possessed, declared, "Who dares claim the Fang Monarch's blade?" A voice echoed in his mind. "Kill the intruders who dare enter the Fang Lord's territory. Kill them all." As the bloodshed began, elsewhere near the mining zone, the support team looked on in confusion. Three goblin-like shadows were mining magic crystals with remarkable speed and precision. Lim Doyen stared, barely believing what he saw. He had heard of summoners before, but they usually could only manage one or two creatures at most. Yet Suho had summoned 3 goblins, and including the ghost that spoke earlier, that made 4. Unheard of. Suho stood nearby, reflecting on his own powers. Normally, shadow extraction required the presence of corpses, but he had discovered a workaround using goblin remains from the shadow dungeon. They were perfect for simple labor and worked without complaint. "Shadow extraction is really convenient," Suho murmured. "Baru, the ghostly knight," responded gruffly. "Please don't praise me while assigning me grunt work, young monarch." But his tone turned serious. "We came here to level up, not to run a mining operation." Suho nodded. By Hunter Association regulations, E-rank hunters weren't allowed to enter dungeons alone. He was planning to level up and then request a re-evaluation. He also remembered their secondary goal, restoring Beru's strength. Scattered across the cave floor were fragments of low-grade magic stones. "They might help restore your power," Suho said softly. Even these fragments contain traces of mana. Eat them quickly. Beru complied. But as he chewed on the crystal shards, his body tensed suddenly. He froze. He informed Suho, I just sensed the presence of a monarch just now. Suho's heart skips a beat. You mean my father? But Beru shakes his head. No, if it were your father, my power would have been fully restored on the spot. This presence, it's different. His eyes narrow as he scans the dungeon's energy, saying it's probably the beast monarch. Back near the entrance, a miner suddenly stiffened as a deep rumble echoed from a tunnel. He turned slowly toward the sound, the very tunnel the assault team had gone into. Then from the shadows, 3 blood-red eyes slowly opened. They glowed ominously, watching. A monstrous beast stepped forward from the tunnel, its form cloaked in thick shadows. Its eyes glowed with bloodlust, and jagged teeth gleamed beneath its snarl. Panic rippled through the group of miners. One miner swung his pickaxe in desperation, but the beast caught it in its jaws and bit down. The metal shattered like a twig, sending fragments clattering across the ground. The man stumbled backward, paralyzed by fear and hopelessness. Then a blur shot between them. Suho surged forward, wielding his own pickaxe. With a sharp swing, he struck the creature across the head, forcing it back just long enough to create distance. Evacuate, he shouted. I'll buy you some time. The miner didn't hesitate. He turned and ran toward the surface. Suho squared his stance, eyes locked onto the beast as its oppressive aura thickened the air. He recognized it, one of the steel-fanged lichens. The monster's power matched that of the D-rank creature he had fought back at the Korean Arts University. But unlike before, he wasn't alone. Behind him, Lim Doyen stood frozen in place. Suho could feel the hesitation radiating off him. Their eyes met. Suho's gaze silently offered Doyen a choice, retreat or stay. But Doyen didn't move. His voice was shaky but firm. He said he had tried helping others evacuate alone, but he had made a decision. He wouldn't run away by himself anymore. Suho gave a nod of approval. Then help me when I'm in danger, he said. With a fluid motion, Suho summoned 3 shadow goblins. From his inventory, he drew a weapon, a dark curved blade harvested from the shadow dungeon. It was far deadlier than a pickaxe. Doyen stood speechless. Not only was Suho summoning monsters, he was summoning weapons too. What kind of skill allowed this? Before he could process it further, Suho moved. With a sudden burst of speed, Suho launched forward. The lichen barely reacted before Suho's blade sliced through it with surgical precision. The beast collapsed. Doyen's jaw hung open. The goblin's shadows leapt up and down in excitement, celebrating the swift kill. Then Suho raised a hand and spoke a single command. Arise. The lichen's corpse began to tremble. Darkness surged beneath it. Another lichen lunged at them. But now 2 blades met its charge. Suho deflected its strike, and his newly born lichen shadow countered with a crushing blow, sending the monster staggering. Barry, watching from the edge of the tunnel, couldn't hide his pride. The young monarch is already adapting to combat with shadow powers, he thought. Suho remained focused. He had realized something crucial. Extraction and summoning didn't consume mana. As his magical strength increased and the number of allowable extractions grew, he could build an army. Determined, Suho struck down another lichen with swift precision. Arise, he commanded again. Another shadow rose. Doyen stood stunned, barely breathing. Only one of the original shadow goblins remained. Suho faced the final beast. He defeated it without hesitation. Arise, he said once more. The shadow obeyed. Doyen remained rooted in place, staring at the impossible. This wasn't the strength of a typical E rank, the ability to command dead monsters. It wasn't normal. Suho could see the disbelief in Doyen's eyes. He gave a small, amused smile. I'm just a really good E rank, he said casually. Doyen's thoughts halted. A terrifying possibility crossed his mind. Could Suho be a false ranker? Someone who intentionally registered under a lower rank? Then Suho's eyes flickered. A system notification appeared before him. A quest has arrived. An entity with murderous intent is approaching. Eliminate the threat to secure your safety. Suho narrowed his eyes, scanning the battlefield. He had already defeated every lichen he could see. Yet the system insisted one more enemy remained. A chill crept through the air. There was something else, something coming. Ahead of them, someone approached through the smoke-filled tunnel. Lim squinted and whispered that the man was definitely part of the raid party, but something about him felt off. Suho stepped forward to intercept him, but before he could act, Lim suddenly rushed to question the man, asking what was going on and why he was alone. That was when it all went wrong. Without warning, the man lunged. A blade tore through the air, aimed straight for Doyen's chest. In an instant, Suho moved, pure instinct driving him. He grabbed Doyen by the collar and yanked him back, just barely avoiding a fatal strike. As Doyen stumbled away, eyes wide with shock, Suho raised a hand. With a sharp gesture, his shadow wolves burst into action. They snarled and charged the attacker, but Suho's instincts told him something was wrong. Dragging the unconscious Lim to safety, Suho questioned the nature of their attacker. This wasn't an ordinary hunter. This man was possessed. He glanced up and saw the red glow above the hunter's head. A red name. Suho's chest tightened. He had seen it once before, back at the Korean Arts University. And he remembered clearly, red names meant death. But Suho turned to Beru, asking quietly, "This doesn't mean it's a monarch like my father." Beru answered immediately, "It carries great power, but no, it's not at the level of a monarch. However, that doesn't mean you can handle it right now." Suho didn't flinch. His gaze remained locked on the enemy. "The system said it's an auxiliary tool to help me grow steadily," he muttered to himself. "If it gave me this quest, that means I have a chance." More than anything, he needed to grow stronger. He needed to reach his father. The possessed hunter roared, slashing down Suho's shadow soldiers with brutal ease. Yet Suho didn't waver. He stared down the red-named enemy, determination burning in his eyes. He said he would defeat this enemy and grow stronger. Right here, right now. Beru watched from the shadows, a flicker of awe in his gaze. Despite all the overwhelming trials he's faced, he never runs. In Suho's still developing figure, Beru could see it, the echo of the shadow monarch himself. Beru stepped closer, offering advice. "That thing's true form is the sword. If you can sever its arm and separate it from the host, it won't be able to move anymore." Hearing that, Suho nodded and summoned his shadow wolves. The possessed hunter sensed the shadows and let out a deafening roar. 3 shadow wolves lunged at him head-on. One of them clamped its powerful jaws around the blade itself, halting the enemy's motion. Suho's eyes widened in surprise. The wolves were regenerating again after being cut down. Beru nodded in confirmation. Shadow soldiers are spiritual bodies. As long as you supply them with mana, they'll keep rising. He then asked Suho, "Do you like this power?" But before Suho could answer, their entire force of shadow soldiers was wiped out in a single violent sweep. Suho's voice wavered as he questioned, "What's so great about the power of shadow soldiers?" Beru's expression hardened. "They were defeated because your mana is still weak, young monarch." Then unexpectedly, the possessed hunter spoke, its voice thick with disbelief and rage. "How can an insignificant being like you wield the Shadow Monarch's power?" Suho's eyes narrowed. The monster could talk. Beru's voice rang out with fury, snapping at the possessed man for daring to call the young monarch of the same bloodline as Jin-Woo. The enemy's burning eyes narrowed in recognition. A hateful growl escaped his lips. The Shadow Monarch's bloodline. To think I would encounter it here. He roared, declaring Suho the sworn enemy of the Fang Monarch. Suho responded by hurling a dagger at him. The possessed warrior deflected it with ease. Without pause, Suho summoned more weapons from his inventory and launched them like a storm. But the enemy batted away each one effortlessly. Suho muttered to himself. It was exactly what he expected. A red-named monster could easily deflect attacks of this level. His eyes swept the battlefield, scanning for opportunities. Scattered weapons lay strewn across the ground. Suho raised a hand. One by one, the weapons trembled. With a fierce command, he launched the entire arsenal toward the enemy. Beru observed from the sidelines, his eyes filled with admiration. What Suho was displaying wasn't just raw instinct. It was a natural aptitude for ruler's authority, a power he had unknowingly used since birth. But even that wasn't enough. The possessed warrior let out a furious roar, and with one sweeping motion, shattered the entire volley of incoming weapons. The sheer force of it sent a tremor through the tunnel. Suho charged again, sword in hand, refusing to back down. But with terrifying ease, the enemy cleaved the blade in two. A flicker of panic flashed through Suho's mind. If even a goblin-forged weapon can't survive one strike, then what do I even have left to fight with? He barely dodged the next blow, his body moving on instinct, smooth and fast. One wrong move, and it would all be over. The enemy sneered, mocking him cruelly. Why do you keep running, coward? Just like the shadow monarch you idolize, always hiding behind his shadow soldiers. Suho gritted his teeth. The insult stung, but he forced his emotions down. It was bait, meant to draw him into a reckless attack. And deep inside, he knew the truth. Right now, he didn't have the confidence to face this enemy head-on. If only I had more power. His thoughts drifted to a moment in the hospital, not long ago. He had asked Baru why, even with the seal broken, his old strength hadn't returned. Baru had answered calmly. The seal had suppressed Suho's abilities since birth. What he was experiencing now wasn't a regression, but the slow reawakening of his true potential. The power he once wielded inside the tower had never been permanent. That overwhelming strength had been part of the trial itself. The tower was never just a battlefield, it was a test, a place to prove he could carry the burden of his own power. Once the test was over, pass or fail, the strength would fade, but the experience that remained. Suho had asked if that meant the tower wasn't a game. Baru had reassured him it was no illusion. The blood, the struggle, the fury, they were all real. The tower had simply shown him what he could become. A realization struck Suho. He remembered his own fighting style back then, close quarters, hand to hand, and Baru's words echoed again. Shadow soldiers are spiritual bodies. As long as there's mana, they can regenerate infinitely. His eyes flicked to Baru. If Baru could shift forms, what about others? Suho summoned his shadow wolf. The enemy laughed at the display, mocking Suho for resorting to another trick. It lunged, blade drawn, ready to end the fight. Suho dodged again, creating space between them. Just enough. As the cursed blade came crashing down toward him, Suho's hand moved. The shadow wolf began to merge into his arm, its essence fusing with his limb. The cursed blade slammed into Suho, but it didn't cut. The enemy's smirk twisted into confusion. The strike had been blocked. Suho raised his arm, revealing a dark, armored gauntlet formed from the wolf's shadow. He commented dryly that the steel-fang lichen was living up to its name. The clawed gauntlet held firm, stopping the sword in its tracks. Now free from the enemy's pressure, Suho grinned. This changed everything. With this gauntlet, close combat is more than enough, he muttered. At that moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Shadow extraction has leveled up to level 2. New ability unlocked. Form change. Suho's smile deepened. The real fight had just begun. And as the tunnel echoed with the clash of steel and shadow, he and the possessed enemy collided in a ferocious, close-range duel. Neither willing to back down. From the shadows, Baru observed silently. He couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, to weaponize a shadow soldier. Though the shadow monarch far surpassed all others in terms of mastery, manipulating shadows with absolute freedom, Suho, this young monarch, was still like a newly hatched ant larva, only just beginning to grasp the nature of his powers. And yet, despite having no teacher, Suho had instinctively begun unraveling the next step in mastering shadow authority. His combat sense, his innate feel for the ruler's authority, and even his improvisational use of shadows all pointed to one conclusion. Suho was a natural-born prodigy. Blow after blow, Suho pummeled the enemy, slamming him into the dungeon wall. Dust billowed, but before he could finish it, the enemy rose again, defiant. Without hesitation, Suho surged forward. Weapons scattered on the ground responded to his call, lifting into the air like a deadly storm before crashing toward the enemy. This was Suho's moment. His fists, now cloaked in pure shadow energy, drove into the enemy again and again. Each hit echoed with the force of his resolve. The possessed warrior had no time to recover, and finally, it ended. Suho exhaled, a trace of worry still lingering. The red-named opponent had been dangerous but not invincible. Baru remained quiet, watching with pride flickering in his glowing eyes. Suho, catching his breath, reflected on the battle. At the very least, he had learned a new fighting technique, an unexpected but valuable reward. Then a system notification appeared. You have learned the skill, Storm Slash. Suho's eyes lit up. It was exactly the kind of reward he had hoped for. He could already feel the energy pulsing inside him, the technique taking root. Shadow energy swirled at his fingertips. He needed a proper weapon to use it. His gaze landed on the cursed weapon, the Fang Blade. From within the sword, a whisper echoed in defiance. How could I be defeated by the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch? This is humiliating. It sensed Suho's approach and seethed. This isn't over. Humans are always greedy. Let him touch me. The moment he does, I'll devour him. Suho's hand closed around the hilt. Item acquired, Raken's Fang. Suho smirked. Looks a lot better than those goblin swords. Yet within the weapon's consciousness, the prideful spirit still rebelled. How could a sword that inherited the power of the Fang Monarch not be able to dominate a mere human? Another notification appeared. Blessing acquired. Great Shaman Kandiaru's Blessing. Suho steadied his breath, eager to test his new skill. Shadow energy surged as he activated Storm Slash, sending shock waves that destroyed everything around him in a massive arc of devastation. Suho admired the damage but frowned slightly. Drains all my mana with just one use. But I like the power. Baru, standing by, commented that Shadow Extraction and Shadow Authority would prove to be far greater, thousands of times more powerful. Later, Lim groaned and slowly regained consciousness, his vision swimming. Suho stood beside him, calm and composed. Lim, confused, asked what had happened. Suho replied simply, It's a long story. Let's talk on the way out. Outside the gate, Suho paused, turning back toward the portal. There might still be survivors inside, he said. As Suho stepped back through the gate, Do-Yun watched silently, thoughts racing. An E-rank summoner. On paper, it sounds unimpressive. So how is he growing this strong? But in the end, he shook his head. That didn't matter right now. What mattered was that Suho was saving people. Back inside, more steel fang lichens emerged from the shadows, glowing with malice. Suho met them head-on, smashing through with raw strength. Still, he noted that many wolf beasts remained. Baru urged him to finish them off, for the experience and growth. But as Suho attacked, he noticed something strange. The sword's damage output had dropped. He questioned the Fang Blade. The weapon answered coldly, stating it refused to cooperate with the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch. Baru mocked the blade, saying that granting power only when fighting weaker foes was a petty ability. The sword retorted sharply, asking what kind of hunter seeks prey stronger than themselves. Baru responded proudly, The young lord just defeated you, and you were relatively strong. The two bickered, their voices overlapping. Suho sighed. A talking bug and now a talking sword. This is getting ridiculous. But then, his attention snapped to something nearby. He moved swiftly through the dungeon, and soon he arrived at a chilling sight. The Sanctuary of the Fangs. Hunter corpses were strewn across the floor in silence. Suho's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched. Baru quietly confirmed. They were all dead. The sword, however, remained cold and emotionless. I merely eliminated those who dared to trespass, it said. It is my mission to guard the sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Suho gripped the Fang Blade tightly, then suddenly drove it into the ground with force. He whispered under his breath, Be quiet, just for a moment. At that instant, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Shadow Extraction is available on this target. Suho stared at the message, momentarily stunned. Baru, observing quietly, stepped forward and explained in a calm, instructive tone. Any corpse, regardless of species or origin, can be turned into a shadow soldier, young monarch. Suho looked down at the fallen body of the hunter. After a long pause, he slowly knelt and gently lifted the body in his arms, choosing to carry it himself. Baru tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Why not perform shadow extraction?" Suho's voice was low, filled with quiet conviction. Making them fight again after death would only be another form of punishment. A respectful silence settled between them. Suho carefully covered the fallen body, his expression solemn and composed. Then after a moment's thought, Suho raised his gaze. "Baru, you said this place is a sanctuary of a monarch. Is it possible my father has one too?" He hesitated before continuing. "He fought and defeated other monarchs, didn't he? Who were they? Are they connected to the outer gods?" Baru gave a slow nod and began his explanation. "The outer gods are the enemies your father faces now, the monarchs. They were his enemies in the past." He raised his claw and continued. "There are 9 monarchs in total." Suho remained silent, listening intently as Baru listed them one by one. "The great Sung Jin-Woo, your father, is the king of the dead, the monarch of shadows. Then there is the king of beasts, the monarch of fangs, the queen of insects, the monarch of plagues, the king of monstrous humanoids, the monarch of the iron body, the king of demons, the monarch of white flames, the king of giants, the monarch of the beginning, the king of snow folk, the monarch of frost, the king of demonic specters, the monarch of transfiguration, and lastly, the most fearsome of them all, the king of berserk dragons, the monarch of destruction." Baru paused, his tone now filled with reverence. Though each monarch possessed power beyond comprehension, 8 of them were defeated. All fell at the hands of your father, the shadow monarch. Sung Jin-Woo. Suho's eyes widened, disbelief washing over him. The sword's voice erupted with twisted rage, its hatred seething like a storm. "The monarch of shadows is the enemy who killed my master, the monarch of fangs." It snarled. "If only my strength remained uncorrupted, I would have torn you apart, blood of the shadow monarch, and cast your remains to the wolves." Despite the blade's fury, Suho remained composed. His tone was steady, even understanding. He replied, "My father must have fought the other monarchs to protect the earth, just like you fought to defend this sanctuary from intruders. Both of you acted to protect what mattered to you." He stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "But there's something that doesn't sit right with me. Your assumption that you have to fight me just because I carry his blood." Suho's voice sharpened. "If your mission is to protect this place, then isn't it foolish to turn against the son of the one who already defeated the monarch of fangs?" A heavy silence fell over the sanctuary. The sword's aura flickered, its defiance shaken. Suho stepped forward again, gripping the hilt firmly. "I want to find my parents. They were separated by invaders from outer gods, and I'll do whatever it takes to get them back." He paused, his tone softening. "This sanctuary might not survive the outer gods' invasion on its own, but if you help me, then I'll help you protect this place." The sword hesitated. Suho lifted it slightly, his voice firm with resolve. "Shadow and Fang," he said, "let's fight together." A moment of silence passed. The scene shifted to a quiet cafe, its atmosphere calm as people walked by. Inside, a reporter sat across from Lim Dogyeon, a solemn expression on his face. "Can you tell us what happened in the D-rank dungeon yesterday?" he asked. Lim Dogyeon, one of the few survivors of the incident, nodded slowly. He thought to himself, even if Suho is just an E-rank, he deserves recognition for what he did. This is my chance to repay the debt I owe him. And so, he told them everything. Later that evening, an article began circulating online. It told the gripping story of a full strike squad wiped out in a D-rank dungeon, only for an E-rank hunter to emerge as the unexpected savior. It detailed how one young hunter charged alone into the fray, fighting off deadly magical beasts to save the lives of countless others. The piece included interviews with witnesses who saw it all firsthand, ordinary people and fellow hunters alike, who all remembered one name, the E-rank hunter who didn't run, the one who stood his ground, Sung Suho. The scene shifted to the Black Tortoise Guild's management office. Inside the conference room, Lee Young-ho leaned back in his chair, tapping a pen against the table. "We should consider recruiting a few more porters," he suggested. One of the staff members nodded. Or maybe we bring in additional E-rank hunters to support the reinforcement pickup teams. At that, Jung-ho slid over a candidate profile on his tablet. Take a look at this one, he said. The staff member read the report aloud. An E-rank hunter evacuated an entire mining team during a D-rank dungeon break, fought off magic beasts, and carried wounded strike team members to safety. His eyebrows rose. An E-rank did all this. Jung-ho gave a sharp nod. Reach out to him. Immediately. If a big guild like ours brings him in, it'll make for a killer headline. A hero rises from the E-ranks. Moments later, a staffer dropped his phone in disbelief. Jung-ho glanced up. Did Hunter Sung Suho reply? The staffer hesitated before responding. Yes, but he declined the invitation. What? Jung-ho blinked in confusion. An E-rank turning down the Black Tortoise Guild. That doesn't make any sense. What kind of rookie refuses an offer from one of the top guilds? The staff member scratched his head. He said he's not planning to join any guild right now. Maybe he'll change his mind after some thought. Eventually, he'll realize how unreasonable it is to operate solo. Meanwhile, Suho stared at his phone, letting out a soft sigh. Unread messages piled up, guild invitations, scouting requests, and more. He turned to Baru. Since returning from the dungeon, I've been swamped with offers. Baru's tone was full of pride. It's only natural, young monarch. Many desire your talent. But Suho looked unimpressed. Most of them just want to hire me as a collector or a porter. Why are so many trying to recruit me for grunt work? More importantly, Suho understood the true reason he couldn't join a guild yet. Doing so would restrict his freedom and limit his potential growth through the leveling system. He stood and changed the subject. Shall we continue the discussion about Raken's Fang? He remembered the moment he had extended the offer. Shadow and Fang. Let's fight together. Silence had filled the sanctuary back then. Raken's Fang had hesitated, baffled at Suho's audacity. How could he say something so absurd so easily? But in that silence, a realization had dawned. If this shadow becomes an ally and not an enemy. Finally, the sword had agreed, on one condition, that Suho take it to another sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Now back in the present, Suho looked at the blade. Do you know how to find the next sanctuary? Raken's Fang pulsed with confidence. If it's a sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs, I can sense it, no matter how far. But something's off. I can feel it. The gate has vanished. A dungeon break. The sword responded. Suho's expression hardened. So the sanctuary turned into a field-type dungeon. Field-type dungeons were different. Unlike normal gates, they emerged after a dungeon break when monsters spilled into the surrounding area. Without a gate to seal them in, the land became a corrupted zone, overrun with creatures, untouched by humans. Suho quickly typed out a message to his uncle, notifying him of the new objective. If this corrupted sanctuary was truly a field dungeon, then that would be his next destination. Let's go, he said. It's time to find the sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. The story shifts to high in the mountains. Beneath the pale, watchful gaze of the moon, an ominous stillness cloaks the land. Cold air whispers through the trees as Suho stands before a towering gate carved into the cliffside. Etched across its rusted metal surface is the unmistakable emblem of the Hyena Guild, a crude warning slashed in paint. Private territory. Trespassers will not be spared. But Suho doesn't flinch. Fang's presence stirs beside him, its silent pull confirming what Suho already suspects. This is the place. A cursed sanctuary hidden within a den of rogues. Razor wire coils above, fencing off a territory ruled by predators in human form. Men who call themselves hunters, but act no better than thugs. The Hyena Guild. Their reputation for brutality precedes them, but Suho remains unfazed. His aura begins to rise, a subtle surge of pressure pulsing through the air. From behind him, Baru materializes, voice filled with quiet urgency. He urges Suho to turn back, to stop wasting time and focus on leveling up. But Suho's expression doesn't change. He says nothing. Instead, he lifts his hand toward a nearby surveillance camera. A flicker of energy snaps through the air. The camera explodes in a burst of sparks, metal and glass raining down. The Hyena Guild won't see what's coming, not until it's too late. With quiet resolve, Suho steps forward, Fang's earlier words echoing in his mind. The fog thickens as he advances. But this is no natural mist. It slithers through the trees unnaturally, heavy, twisting, alive. Fang explains, "This isn't ordinary weather. The mist is born from dimensional interference, chaotic magic that warps reality and bends space. It acts as a breach, linking realms, dragging beings like Fang from distant worlds to Earth. Entities from the void are forcing their way through. A full-scale invasion is coming, but Suho doesn't falter. If the creatures are powerful, they'll take longer to pierce the veil between worlds. That's time he can use, time to grow stronger." He moves deeper into the fog, and from the swirling shadows they emerge. The beasts, twisted, snarling creatures, razor-clawed Biga, and the hulking form of Black Razan, stalk from the gloom, red eyes gleaming like coals. They don't wait. With unrelenting bloodlust, they charge. But Suho is calm. The sword thrums in anticipation, sensing the coming storm. Yet Suho doesn't draw it. Fang's spirit stirs, urging him to unleash its power. But Suho stands firm. He's already chosen how he'll fight. The sword will rest, for now. The monsters snarl, then Suho drops into a stance, shoulders squared, fists clenched. His body crackles with power. He attacks. A blazing punch slams into the nearest beast's jaw, sending it skidding across the ground. Another follows, faster, sharper. Every strike lands with surgical precision. Then Ruler's authority activates. Invisible force lashes out from Suho's mind, flinging enemies back through sheer will alone. Raising one hand, Suho channels Fang's energy. With a fluid, deliberate motion, he unleashes a technique. Skill activated, Storm Slash. A whirlwind of energy spirals around him. Blades of force carve through the mist, slicing through everything in their path. The monsters howl, shredded by the storm. Still, the battle isn't over. Suho's hand flares again, this time with shadow magic. Darkness crawls up his arm, pooling into form. It morphs and hardens, shaping into a massive gauntlet, jagged and pulsing with power. Now armed with pure shadow, Suho dives back into the fray. Beru watches from above, tense. There's awe in his gaze. This is the power of a monarch's bloodline. The sword hums at Suho's back, glowing with blue flame, as if acknowledging its wielder's lineage. And still Suho moves, relentless. With every strike, the razor-clawed beasts fall. His gauntlet crushes bone. His shadow magic intensifies. He's not just winning, he's becoming something else. A shadow in the mist. Suho now commands 5 shadow soldiers. Thanks to his rising intelligence stat, he controls them with ease. Beru watches. The sight reminds him of the legendary monarch's legions. Yet this feels different. Before Beru can comment further, Suho cuts him off, sharp and cold. There's no time for comparisons. Above them, the sky darkens. Wind tears through the trees. Suho's presence swells. Together, Suho and Beru observe a gated area from the cover of trees. Dim lights flicker across the site. At its center, veiled in mist and steel, stands the gateway to the sanctuary. Guards patrol the perimeter. Near a fire, 2 men speak in hushed tones, clearly unsettled. This place isn't empty. Civilians wander the outer roads, restless on edge, despite the hour. Suddenly, a truck rumbles through the entrance. Its headlights cut through the fog. Suho stiffens. Something feels wrong. He watches as the truck halts. Guards leap out, dragging captives from the back. Chains clatter. A cage door slams shut. Then he sees her, a woman among the captives, eyes defiant yet terrified. Suho's chest tightens. Rage simmers beneath his calm exterior. He understands now. This is human trafficking. Beru warns him from the shadows, hesitant. But Suho has already made his choice. He vanishes in an instant, a blur of shadow and fury. Beru's eyes widen as the energy around him trembles from Suho's departure. His father, Jin-Woo, the shadow monarch, and his grandfather who faced injustice with unshakable will. That legacy surges within him. Without hesitation, Suho strikes. A thug holding the woman barely registers the impact before crumpling to the ground. Panic erupts. The gang stumbles back, eyes wide, mouths open, no time to react. Baru watches from the trees, his gaze intense. Suho landed with a thud, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The Hyena Guild thugs panicked at the sudden appearance, shouting demands, asking who he was and what he was doing there. But Suho didn't answer. His mind raced, calculating every risk. He knew full well, invading another guild's territory like this was illegal. For a brief moment, hesitation crept in. His jaw clenched, his resolve wavered. But then his eyes ignited, blue, shadowy, and cold. His aura erupted. Darkness surged from his body, shadows twisting violently as they took shape, forming monstrous silhouettes that growled with menace. The air thickened with pressure. Fury churned beneath his calm surface. Without a word, Suho stepped forward, each movement deliberate, unstoppable. The hyena thugs rushed in with a roar, weapons drawn, fists ablaze with magic and steel. But Suho moved like a storm, controlled, efficient, and deadly. But Suho slipped past effortlessly, countering with a swift strike that sent the thug crashing to the ground. Just a D rank, hardly worth unleashing his full power. Then in one smooth motion, Suho leapt into the air, his body twisting mid-flight. A perfectly timed double roundhouse kick connected with the side of a thug's head, sending him into unconsciousness before he even hit the ground. From the shadows, Baru watched, silently impressed. Suho's growth was undeniable. D-rank opponents didn't even pose a challenge anymore. Suho exhaled slowly and opened his status window. Level 16. But something gnawed at him. It had come too easily. Baru watched with pride, saying, "That was a very clean finish, young monarch," his voice low and reverent. The captives look on, stunned, grateful. One asks if he's from the Hunter Association. Suho shrugs it off. They can call him whatever they want. He tells them to find shelter, his voice calm but firm. The captives nod, tears in their eyes. Still cloaked in his dark aura, Suho scans the area. Something feels off. It draws him to a nearby garage, run down, half buried in the ground. Suho approaches, raises the door. It groans open. The inside is dark, still, and cold. Empty cages line the walls. Discarded chains, pills, and scraps of clothing litter the floor. This place wasn't just for humans. Baru floats in behind him, sensing something strange. An energy, faint but foreign. As they ventured deeper, Suho suddenly froze. His sharp eyes locked onto a small creature trembling in the darkness. It looked like a puppy. But something didn't sit right. His mind raced, stitching together the twisted operations of the guild they were investigating. Anger simmered beneath his calm exterior as he stepped closer, eyes fixed on the chained pup. Fang's voice rang out softly in his mind, cutting through the silence. That wasn't just a dog. It was a young wolf, a descendant of the monarch of Fangs, the last of its bloodline, a survivor marked by tragedy. Fang went on to explain, after the monarch of Fangs was defeated by the Shadow Monarch, he hid this lone heir, shielding it with the last remnants of his power. He hadn't left a successor to rule, only one to survive, a final, desperate attempt to preserve his legacy. Suho crouched beside the trembling creature. Even in its frail state, he could feel the faint trace of energy pulsing within it. Weak, but undeniably real. Baru speaks again, his voice low. "What will you do, young monarch?" Before Suho can answer, a sharp spike of energy rips through his senses. He turns, eyes darting across the darkness. Something's here, watching. Baru flutters, tense. Suho scans the shadows. Then he sees it, massive, menacing, and stepping into the light. Eyes glow with fury. Not at Suho, but at the hyena guild members who cannot even handle trades. And he was done watching humans fail. The sword's voice echoes, sharp and unwavering, cutting through the tension like a blade through smoke. The truth is laid bare. Brokey is no ordinary beast. He is the ancient guardian once entrusted with the protection of the Fang's monarch's descendant. But that purpose has long been twisted. Suho holds the young wolf pup close, sensing the bloodline it carries, an heir to a fading legacy. Then Brokey roars, a sound more beast than man. Without warning, he lunges, claws cleaving through the darkness with ruthless precision. Suho reacts just in time. He sidesteps the deadly strike, heart pounding. Broy's speed and power are monstrous. A low growl rumbles from Brokey's throat. It isn't just an attack, it's a challenge. A warning to stay out of matters bound by ancient law. With a thunderous leap, Brokey launches again. His massive form arcs through the air, claws glowing red with fury. He crashes down like a meteor. The ground splits beneath him. Stone and earth erupt in violent waves. A shock wave blasts outward, shaking the battlefield. Baru cries out, wings spreading wide as he speeds toward the impact site, desperate to reach Suho. Amid the shattered rubble, Suho lies bruised and bleeding. Blood trickles from his brow, but he grins through the pain. The hit was brutal, too brutal. But he pushes through, forcing himself upright. Baru's voice echoes, urgent, shaken. But Suho tells him to be quiet. A system message flashes in his vision. Baru watches closely, a cold realization settling in his eyes. Brokey's energy, it's laced with something darker. It's the corruption of the outer gods. Suho's mind races as the puzzle clicks into place. Brokey towers over Fang's sword, eyes burning with a fierce glow, as he clutches the pup tightly. Fang's voice rings out, thunderous and livid, as Fang demands to know if Brokey even understands what he's doing, to a monarch's heir. Brokey doesn't flinch. A perversion of his former role, he speaks of survival, that only the strong deserve to live, that the weak are born to be consumed. His claws tighten around the pup. His eyes gleam with fanatic purpose. His mouth curls into a cruel snarl. Saliva glistens between his fangs as the truth finally spills out. Broy has been feeding on the pup's blood, draining the power of the monarch's lineage to fuel his rise. Fang seethes, his voice erupting with rage. He swears to end this himself. The air crackles as Brokey mocks Fang's bloodline. He taunts Fangs with jeers, calling Raken weak, claiming that the death of Raken proved strength is all that matters. He roars with triumph, declaring himself the rightful heir, the next monarch of Fangs. But before the boast can echo, a sudden flash tears across the battlefield. A blade of raw, brutal energy slices through the air. Suho moves. Brokey's eyes widen in disbelief. He wasn't ready. The counter hits with precision, halting his rampage mid-stride. Baru swoops in, grabbing the pup and retreating with beating wings. Suho follows through, slashing the corrupted beast's side. Sparks explode. The impact sends tremors across the field. Fang is close, vibrating with uncontainable rage. Suho stands firm. His aura burns bright blue, determined, steady. The bond between shadows and Fangs, an alliance forged not in trust, but in war and necessity, is about to be tested. A whisper from the past, a trail that might lead to his father's fate. Brokey snarls, his red aura crackling violently. His voice drips venom. He locks onto Suho, fury blinding. "I'll kill him," his twisted voice hisses, more animal than man. A sudden flash of light erupts behind them. Urgent quest, hunt the hyena. Objective, eliminate Brokey and secure the monarch's heir. Baru holds the pup, frustration boiling in his eyes. He wants to fight, but this is Suho's battle now. Broy's red aura floods the air. Malice turns tangible. The tension grows thicker with every breath. Suho steps forward, aura blazing. This isn't just a fight, it's retribution. The dark secrets of the Hyena Guild finally came to light, and with them, chaos exploded all around. Desperate captives screamed out, calling for Brokey's aid, their voices shaking with fear and panic. But Brokey barely acknowledged them. His cold eyes were locked on Suho. Suho stood firm, blade in hand, his aura flaring with sheer resolve. Brokey lunged without hesitation. His jaws snapped shut like a guillotine, tearing through nearby enemies with terrifying ease. Blood splashed, bodies fell, and Suho's eyes widened, momentarily frozen by the raw brutality unfolding before him. To Brokey, humans were nothing but prey. But Suho didn't waver. He charged forward, blade aimed at Brokey's chest. Yet before the strike could land, Brokey caught the sword barehanded, his grip unshakable, as if steel itself bent to his will. Between them, the air grew heavy. all colliding in a deadly silence. The strong decide who lives or dies, Brokey snarled. With a sudden swipe, the space around them crackled. Suho was thrown back like a rag doll, crashing into rubble with the force of a meteor. Dust clouds rose, but he didn't stay down. Suho surged forward again, slicing through the debris like a bullet fired from a cannon. Brokey stomped the ground, fortifying himself as his aura exploded. Unleashed like a beast unchained, he roared, the earth trembling beneath him. But just as he was ready to strike, his eyes caught something. From above, Suho dove in, a storm of lethal intent in his wake. Steel met flesh. Suho's blade cut deep, breaking through Brokey's defenses and spraying arcs of blood across the battlefield. But Brokey only grinned. "That all you've got?" he mocked. His laughter stopped. A sharp pain ripped through his spine, an unexpected backstab that staggered him. Suho stood tall, eyes blazing, blades spinning with deadly precision. This battlefield belonged to him now. Fang's sword asked Brokey, "Why have you changed?" he growled, strength fading from his limbs. Fangs asked if he remembered the oaths once sworn, to honor once held. A white, sinister symbol flashed across his eyes, dark lightning coiling like chains, clouding his thoughts. Desperation twisted Brokey's face. He grabbed the spinning blade, trying to rip it free. "No!" he roared, slamming it into the ground, fighting against the corruption creeping into his soul. Loyalty, that was never real. "Only power matters," Brokey hissed. "Fang's weakness disgusts me." He roared, fists swinging mid-charge. The strike collided with Suho's gut, a brutal impact that made his bones creak under pressure. Suho fell to a knee, gasping. Pain surged, threatening to drown him. But then, his father's image flashed in his mind. His inspiration. Jin-Woo wouldn't give up, and neither would Suho. His aura reignited, flaring into a raging storm. He clenched his fist, now crackling with raw, untamed energy. Then with a roar, Suho leapt forward, striking Brokey's core with everything he had left. The blow shattered through Brokey's defenses. Shockwaves rippled down his spine. Watching from above, Baru remained still, tension radiating from his shadowed form. And then Fang, shattered, crumpled on the ground. His blade was broken, split in two. A faint blue glow pulsed weakly from the crystal at his core. His body couldn't move. His mind, however, was racing. "Is this how it ends?" he thought. Crushed, powerless, unable to protect the future I was entrusted with. Everything, their lineage, their legacy, now rested on Suho's shoulders. But Fang's spirit refused to break. With every shred of willpower, he called to what remained of his strength. Even shattered, he reached deep, gathering the final remnants of his energy. And something responded. The young wolf pup by his side, the one Suho had saved, felt the call. Their wills aligned, bridged by shared purpose. And then it happened. Fang poured the last of his power into the pup. "I'll give him everything I have left," Fang decided. The future is his now. A fiery energy wrapped around the young beast. The pup roared, transformed, burning with newfound strength. Fang's legacy now flowed through him. On the battlefield, Suho continued to fight, each swing slower, heavier. His body was giving out. One final attack from Brokey sent him flying, crashing into the dirt. He struggled to move. His vision blurred. His health bar flashed. Breathing heavily, Suho stared at the sky. Every muscle ached, but he refused to fall. Suho's fists clenched, burning with determination, but shadowed by doubt. Brokey loomed above him, sneering down like a predator toying with its prey. Still clinging to life, little worm, his expression mocked Suho's resilience. Suho, still reeling, stared up at the towering beast. "Can I really defeat him?" Brokey answered his hesitation with action. With a guttural roar, he charged. Suho braced himself, but Brokey's brutal onslaught was overwhelming. A surge of energy cut through the chaos, rippling through the air like lightning. From the dust stepped the pup, no longer the same. Fused with Fang's essence, the young beast had undergone a transformation. Brokey's eyes widened in disbelief. That aura, he knew it. It was Fang's. The old wounds from the pup's earlier strike pulsed with blackened blood, The pup growled, every muscle coiled with purpose. Beside it, Suho rose slowly, battered but unbroken. His fighting spirit reignited, fueled by the pup's awakening. This battle wasn't over. It had only just begun. A system notification flashed before Suho's eyes. Fang's descendant pays tribute to your fighting spirit. Would you like to recruit the descendant as a companion? Suho met the young wolf's eyes, now blazing with power and resolve. Fang's will had not died. It had been reborn, and it now stood by Suho's side. The truth hit Brokey. Fang had sacrificed himself, passing on every ounce of his power to the pup. Suho looked at the creature not with pity, but with newfound respect. This was no ordinary companion. It was a symbol of resistance, of everything they still had to fight for. Without hesitation, Suho made his choice. He accepted the pact. A surge of energy tore through them both, a rush of shared memories and burning purpose. Their bond crystallized instantly. Visions flashed in Suho's mind. The young wolf pup stared as the cloaked figure faded into the shadows, his final words echoing like a curse. Remember this. Strength is the only way forward. With that, he vanished, leaving behind more than just silence. He left the weight of an ancient legacy, now passed on to the next generation. Brokey, the beast once feared, now trembled. He stared at the figure who had just marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. His voice cracked with disbelief. What are you? Why aren't you ending me? The figure didn't answer at first. The figure smirked, her voice colder than the void. This monster looks useful. You'll do nicely. She raised a glowing crystal. It pulsed with ominous energy as she pressed it into Brokey's forehead. He roared in agony, the mark searing into his flesh. Fang's descendant howled, its cry echoing through the skies, filled with grief and fury. The mysterious figure spoke again, issuing a command. Capture humans alive. Deliver them to us. Her voice dripped with menace. The seed I've planted will make you stronger. If you survive it. Brokey's form warped violently. Crimson energy spiraled around him. His fangs gleamed under the red haze and his eyes burned with madness. In the distance, shadowy figures watched in silence, glowing halos crowning their dark silhouettes. They weren't mere observers. They were architects of chaos, manipulating everything from behind the curtain. And Fang's descendant, it saw the truth. This wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about stopping the destruction before it swallowed everything. But to face what was coming, Suho needed strength. Strength he didn't yet have. Suddenly, another system prompt ignited across Suho's vision. New quest. Recruit the monarch's descendants or face the coming tide alone. The bond between Suho and the young wolf deepened. Their shared energy pulsed in sync, their souls briefly becoming one. From above, Beru watched in silence. For the first time, something had changed. Something not even the Shadow Monarch's transformation had foretold. Brokey's growl shattered the stillness as his mutated body lunged forward, madness and fire. And then collision, the shockwave splintering the ground as Suho met the beast head-on. Suho's form shimmered, his silhouette briefly lost in a vortex of swirling dust and raw power. The bond skill had activated. A surge of mana coursed through his veins like wildfire, and from its core, a new ability was born. Beast Possession. Across the battlefield, Brokey's eyes narrowed, sensing something primal intertwining with Suho's aura, something even he hadn't anticipated. This wasn't just borrowed strength, it was transformation. Suho's senses sharpened, his eyes caught even the subtlest movements in the air. Then Brokey charged, a blur of fury, claws, and rage. But this time Suho didn't flinch. He moved like liquid shadow. Every attack was dodged with grace and precision. It wasn't just speed, this was instinct. In one fluid motion, Suho struck. A powerful kick landed squarely against Brokey's chest. Shock waves burst outward from the impact. Brokey stumbled back, his body trembling, blood dripping from his fanged jaw. Rage swelled inside the beast. A roar tore through the air like thunder, vibrating through the trees. His aura exploded outward, dark mana crackling violently, his desperation turning to savage wrath. Brokey lunged once more, claws slashing, eyes wild with fury. But Suho was ready, every dodge effortless. From above, Baru watched in silence, his usually calm demeanor replaced by stunned awe. Brokey snarled in disbelief. The power dynamic had shifted. The two collided again, fists meeting in a crackling explosion of force. Shockwaves ripped through the battlefield, tearing apart the ground beneath their feet. And then something else shifted. Another system notification flashed in Suho's vision. Unarmed combat skill activated. Physical attack power increased by 33%. Above, Baru hovered silently. His presence added weight to the growing pressure that now bore down on Brokey. The beast could feel it, the invisible hand of the Shadow Monarch's legacy pressing against his spirit. Suho rose skyward, shrouded in brilliant light. His aura burned bright, infused with mana. Then, Suho surged downward, slamming Brokey into the earth with a thunderous crash. The ground shattered beneath the force of the blow. A cloud of dust and broken stone engulfed the battlefield. The energy rippled outward, shaking trees in the distance. The clash had ended, for now. Suho rose from the shattered battlefield, the last wisps of beastly power fading from his aura. With the bond skill deactivated, he could finally return to himself again. His steps were heavy, breath ragged, body trembling under the brutal toll of the clash he had just survived. Nearby, Brokey's eyes flickered with desperation. The monster's once indomitable presence now looked broken, defeated. The hunger for strength still burned inside him, but now it was mixed with something deeper. Regret. The wolf pup sat motionless beside Brokey's fallen form, ears drooping. Brokey's eyelid cracked open. A faint glimmer of light danced across his iris as long-buried memories surfaced. The battlefield faded in his mind, replaced by visions of the past, the one he had once sworn to protect, a solemn figure now lost to time. Above him, Suho stood tall. His expression was unreadable, a storm of sorrow, anger, and exhaustion flickering behind his eyes. The system's chime echoed through the silence. Brokey has been defeated. The fight was over. Suho had won, yet victory tasted bitter. Baru floated beside him, his wings casting long shadows across the ruined earth. His voice, calm yet commanding, broke the stillness. "You've done well, young monarch." Suho gave a slight nod, but his thoughts had already shifted elsewhere. He could still feel it, a strange, lingering energy, one he hadn't recognized before. His eyes narrowed. Whatever it wasn't just a memory or leftover aura. Something far more dangerous was out there. Suho could feel it in his bones. Fleeting images clawed at his mind. Mysterious figures lurking in the shadows. Otherworldly beings tampering with Brokey, infecting his gaze with something unnatural. A dark thought crept in. Could these puppeteers be connected to the Ataram, or were they something even worse? After hearing the name Ataram, Baru's expression darkened. He explained that the Ataram were one of the outer gods, ancient, transcendent beings who rarely interfered with mortal affairs directly. Instead, they acted through proxies, sending apostles to carry out their will. Yet the fact that hunters aligned with Itaram were now appearing so openly meant only one thing. Earth had already been drawn into their cosmic game. Suho listened, unsettled. His mind swirled with questions about these elusive gods. Noticing Suho's curiosity, Baru offered a potential solution. If he were allowed to consume Brokey's corpse, he could peer into the creature's memories, and in doing so, regain some of his lost power. To Baru, it was a win-win. He'd uncover critical information and restore his strength. Suho, still processing the idea, shot him a questioning look, surprised by the sudden revelation of such an ability. But before he could respond, his gaze shifted toward the young wolf, the heir of Raken, who stood silently nearby, uncertainty in his eyes. Sensing the young wolf's sorrow, Suho approached him gently. He knelt, offering the pup a choice. He could stay with him or go somewhere else, wherever he felt safe. The wolf hesitated, but Suho's warm smile softened his fear. The pup leapt forward. In that moment, a silent bond was formed. With the matter settled, Suho drew out the key to his personal shadow domain and opened a portal. He asked Baru to handle Brokey's remains while he took the young wolf to a place of safety. Baru didn't hide his amusement. As Suho stepped through the portal with the wolf by his side, watching Suho's decision in disbelief, Baru raised an eyebrow. This wasn't something he'd expected. And then, as if answering their unspoken questions, a system notification chimed into existence. The wolf was requesting a name. Caught off guard, Suho froze. He had never named anyone before. Without hesitation, he chose the name Gray, inspired by the wolf's elegant fur. Baru, however, was less impressed. To him, the name lacked flair. But Gray didn't seem to care, and another system prompt confirmed their alliance. Their trust level had increased, and Gray was granted his own territory within the Shadow Dungeon. Still, a practical question remained. What would Gray eat? Baru, unbothered, reassured Suho. A wolf of such noble blood would adapt easily, and besides, there were still plenty of monsters lurking inside the dungeon. That eased Suho's mind. He watched as Gray eagerly darted into the shadows and struck down a goblin with ease, the creature collapsing in one blow. Perched on a branch beside Baru, Suho observed quietly. He was genuinely impressed. Gray had adapted quickly, embracing his power without hesitation. Just then, the system buzzed again, granting Suho a new title, Wolf Slaughterer, a reward for defeating Brokey. Suho blinked, confused. Brokey had always seemed more like a hyena than a wolf, but Baru waved off the detail. System notice: seek the monarch's descendants and recruit them as companions. The system, Baru explained, had always operated in riddles. Its true purpose? To strengthen the user. But he warned there could be deeper intentions at play. He spoke of Suho's father, how the previous system had been crafted by an architect who wanted to turn him into a vessel, a puppet for the will of the old Shadow Monarch. The plan had been to break him, reshape him, but he resisted. Suho's father hadn't just survived the system, he had overthrown it, claimed its power, and redefined what it meant to be the Shadow Monarch. He ascended without being bound by the system's leveling rules. Baru added that Suho's system was different. This time, it wasn't built with malice. Still, its endgame remained unclear. Could it be grooming Suho for something greater? A new monarch, another rebellion against fate. But Baru warned, there could only be one true Shadow Monarch. Still, the system might be steering Suho toward a unique destiny, one that would unfold with time. Suho opened his status window. His growth had been impressive, especially after the battles against the Mistborns. Yet one detail continued to nag at him. His class remained blank. Despite his progress, the system still hadn't acknowledged him, and deep down, Suho knew, without Gray, he might not have survived the last fight. Determined to keep following the path laid out by the system, but only as long as it aligned with his own vision. Suho jumped from the tree and turned to Baru, ready for answers. Baru, having finished absorbing Brokey's essence, reported what he had discovered. There was no direct link to an apostle or mind control, but something darker was involved. A human guild had been behind the scenes, a group called the Grim Reaper. They'd been aiding the Hyena Guild, supplying them with captives and possibly far more. The revelation struck Suho like a thunderbolt. Another guild, this time human, was entangled in the plot. The lines between monster and man had started to blur. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the scene shifted to a man seated in an office high above the city skyline. Well-dressed and poised, he answered a phone call with a casual air. On the other end was Tigu, a senior official within the Hunter Authority. Tigu wasted no time. His voice was firm as he questioned the man's possible ties to the Hyena Guild. Suspicion had been mounting, and Tigu was determined to get answers. But the executive remained calm, dismissing the allegations with a cold smile. Without hard evidence, he had no reason to answer to anyone, least of all Tigu. Undeterred, Tigu issued a warning. The Hunter Authority wouldn't stop digging until they uncovered the truth. If the man had any sense, he'd clean up his operation before it was too late. As the call ended, a flicker of anger crossed the executive's face. His calm shattered. With one brutal motion, he slammed his fist down, cracking the polished surface of the desk beneath him. This was no ordinary businessman. He was the vice commander of the Grim Reaper Guild, an organization now tied to multiple disturbing operations behind the scenes. From his drawer, he retrieved a shimmering pearl. The item pulsed with arcane light, It was stardust, a rare and dangerous awakening stimulant. Hunters who consumed it gained a temporary surge in power, at a heavy cost. As he rolled the orb between his fingers, a grin crept across his face. With Stardust under their control, the Grim Reaper Guild could accelerate their rise and tighten their grip on the world. Back in the depths of the Shadow Dungeon, the young wolf, Gray, was moving like a blur. His fangs and claws tore through goblins with effortless precision. But before he could react further, another system message appeared. A daily quest. Finally, Suho's heart raced with anticipation. The task was simple: eliminate more goblins and continue clearing the dungeon. But the implications ran deeper. Why now? Why introduce daily quests? The answer dawned on him. Daily quests meant daily progress and steady growth. Baru nodded, watching the realization settle in. He suggested that perhaps the system now intended for Suho to claim full dominion over the Shadow Dungeon. Suho agreed, but a new question arose. The dungeon was massive. How was he supposed to gather 100 goblins at once? That's when he remembered. From an earlier raid, he had looted a peculiar item, a horn flute said to attract nearby goblins. Without wasting time, Suho pulled the item from his inventory. He lifted it to his lips and blew. The sound echoed through the dungeon like a pulse. Moments later, the shadows stirred. Goblins, dozens of them, came rushing in from every direction, drawn by the magical signal. Suho's eyes narrowed, his excitement rising. Perfect. Biru observed Suho's unfolding strategy with a quiet nod of approval. With a confident smirk, Suho dove into the chaos, fists crashing down like hammers as goblins fell before him in waves. But as the minutes passed, something shifted. The thrill was fading. These creatures, once terrifying, were now nothing more than stepping stones. They offered no real resistance, no true test of his growing power. Still, the quest had to be completed. He raised the horn once more and blew into it. The sound echoed, louder this time, deeper. A second wave of goblins surged into the dungeon, even more numerous than before. But Suho wasn't finished. With a swift motion, he raised the fallen goblins as shadow soldiers. The battlefield transformed. What had begun as a solo fight now became a full-scale war. At his side, Gray charged with unrelenting fury, leading the Shadow Army as they tore through the goblin horde. For 3 relentless hours, the clash raged on, until the entire dungeon was littered with the remains of Suho's enemies. By the end, Gray collapsed to the ground, completely drained. His breath came in shallow bursts as he lay sprawled on the stone floor. But Suho remained standing. Another system message blinked into view. Quest complete. Yet something was off. The counter didn't stop at 100 kills. It kept climbing. Suho narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Could there be hidden rewards for going beyond the requirement? His grin returned, wider than before. What if I push it even further? Gray, barely able to keep his eyes open, could only whimper in disbelief. But Suho pressed on, pushing past the limit, hunting down every last goblin until the system finally confirmed the quest completion for good. The reward screen appeared, and it didn't disappoint. Suho had unlocked bonus rewards, a full status recovery, 3 extra stat points, and 2 rare items. The Blessed Random Box and the Cursed Random Box. Just the full heal alone felt like a level up, washing away all signs of fatigue. The stat points were a welcome bonus, but now came the real decision. Go with the safe choice or gamble for something greater. Suho paused. In the end, he chose risk. He opened the cursed box. Light pulsed from within, and when it faded, he was holding a pair of obsidian gauntlets. Vulcan's gauntlets. They radiated brutal strength, amplifying his physical damage by 30%. His jaw tightened as he slid them on, whispering to himself, I may not be able to turn shadow soldiers into weapons forever, but with these, who needs to? But just as the excitement surged, a new system notification interrupted him. Gray's loyalty status had changed, from admiration to fear. Suho's enthusiasm faltered. He turned to Baru. What's going on? He asked, concern creeping into his voice. Baru sighed, his tone heavy. Gray wasn't like the shadow soldiers. He was alive, a creature with real limits. Only now did Suho realize the cost of his ambition. He gave a solemn nod. "You're right," he said quietly. "Let's take a break." As they exited the dungeon, Suho's thoughts turned toward a more human threat, the Grim Reaper Guild. There were still too many questions and too few answers. But before he could act, his phone buzzed. The caller ID read, "Senior Lim." The older man's voice was urgent. Something was wrong. Moments later, Suho met him at Seoul Station Field. Lim looked frustrated and flustered. "My team was supposed to handle corpse recovery today," he said, "but they've all gone missing, probably still hungover from last night's celebration." Understanding the situation, Suho agreed to help. He suited up in protective gear, preparing for the gritty task of hauling monster bodies when the hunting squad finally arrived. Their leader, a stern-faced man, stepped forward. From the looks of it, he was a healer. Oddly enough, he also seemed to be the highest-ranking hunter in the group. One glance at the situation, and his expression twisted with displeasure. "This dungeon wasn't easy to secure," he muttered under his breath. "If anything goes wrong here because you're understaffed, I'm taking this straight to the association." Suho kept calm but studied the man carefully. Something about him seemed off. Not just his attitude, but his presence, his role. Then it clicked. Lim's urgent call and the Reaper Guild's lingering influence in this area. These weren't random events. It was all connected, and Suho was now right at the center of it. Moments later, inside the dungeon, the hunter party, the tension in the air thickened as the mages raised their staffs and launched fireballs down the pitch-black corridors. Flames crackled, momentarily lighting up the suffocating darkness. With the path illuminated, the party leader, an experienced hunter known for his sharp instincts, wasted no time. He barked out formation orders, rallying the strike team. Then from the shadows, the enemy revealed themselves. Lizard-like monsters emerged in packs. Scales shimmered in the flickering firelight as they crept forward. The leader turned towards Suho and Senior Lim, his tone commanding. He ordered them to stay close to the strike team and collect the monster corpses immediately after the takedown. There could be no delays. Lim hesitated. The idea of standing in the middle of a live combat zone clearly unsettled him. But before he could voice a real protest, the leader's focus had already shifted back to the advancing monsters. Suho, meanwhile, remained calm, his thoughts elsewhere. "Lizard beasts," he mused silently, unimpressed. He had expected something greater, especially after obtaining Vulcan's horn. These creatures felt like little more than warm-up opponents. Still, there was something to gain. Suho rarely joined teams, so watching the hunters coordinate in real time could be a valuable lesson in group combat, something his solo style lacked. As the clash began, Suho crouched low, placing a hand against the damp stone floor. In a quiet, commanding voice, he invoked his skill. "Arise." From the surrounding shadows, 7 goblins appeared, his summoned shadow soldiers. Their sudden emergence brought a brief flicker of pride to Suho's expression. His growing power was becoming tangible. Without delay, the goblins rushed into action. As lizard monsters fell, Suho's summons moved swiftly and efficiently, retrieving bodies with machine-like precision. By the time the last monster was slain, the collection task was already complete. The party leader turned, expecting to find a pile of corpses waiting to be dealt with. Instead, his jaw dropped. Everything had already been handled. "What are those?" he muttered, eyes wide. Suho stood in the middle of the aftermath, calm and composed. He responded with casual confidence. Those were his summons. Senior Lim, watching nervously, braced for backlash. But the unexpected happened. The leader's expression shifted from shock to enthusiasm. He approached Suho, eyes gleaming, and grasped his hand. He offered Suho a position on the strike team as an exclusive collector, and he was willing to pay generously. Suho blinked, mildly caught off guard by the offer. Politely, he declined. But the leader wasn't ready to take no for an answer. He insisted Suho name his price. Before Suho could respond, a panicked hunter ran over, his face pale and voice trembling. He had found something disturbing. The team followed him cautiously to a clearing ahead. There, a human corpse lay sprawled on the ground, shrouded in faint, ghostly blue flames. Despite the burning aura, the body was long dead. The captain knelt beside it, his expression grave. It was clearly a human. not a monster. Suho and Lim exchanged a tense glance. Lim whispered under his breath, asking if it was who he thought it was. Suho nodded grimly. He recognized the signs? This was a Mistborn, an otherworldly being he had encountered before. Without hesitation, Lim turned to the captain, urging caution. Mistborns weren't just another dungeon threat, they were chaos incarnate. One had already attacked their university recently, leaving devastation in its wake. Before the warning could fully settle in, more corpses appeared, each of them cloaked in the same haunting blue flames. The hunters grew uneasy. One of them suggested pulling back and alerting the Hunter Association. The leader hesitated but ultimately stood firm. The bodies, he reasoned, looked like ordinary humans, not hunters. And with several capable C-rank hunters in the party, he believed they could press on. Some of the hunters welcomed the decision with excitement, eager for more action. Suho, however, remained uneasy. Mistborns weren't ordinary threats. They weren't the kind of beings to underestimate. He voiced his concern, but the captain quickly shut him down. This is my operation. You follow my lead. With the decision made, the team ventured deeper into the tunnel. The air grew heavier. Flames from the mages lit the path, casting long, twisted shadows against the stone walls. Deeper within the dungeon, screams echoed violently off the stone walls, interrupted only by the crackle of eerie blue flames devouring fallen bodies. From a shadowed ledge above, three cloaked figures watched the grotesque scene unfold. Their faces were concealed behind twisted masks, each more sinister than the last. The one in a skull-like mask growled, clearly displeased. The flames, they're not strong enough, he muttered bitterly. We're running out of fuel. Beside him, another creature nodded grimly. The supply died with the hyena guild, the skull-masked one continued, voice tense with frustration. Without their bodies, our stardust production will slow. The rat-like creature's grin widened. His gaze shifted toward the corridor outside. Humans are nearby, he said, voice dripping with malevolent excitement. The skull-masked leader hissed in response, his tone dark and satisfied. Perfect timing. With a savage flick, the rat-like figure unsheathed a jagged blade, letting its edge drag against the stone. Leave it to me, he whispered before vanishing into the shadows. Back in the main tunnel, the hunter party was holding their ground against another wave of lizard beasts. The battle was going well. Their leader, impressed by the team's performance, took a rare moment to reassess. He praised the group for their teamwork, and the mood briefly lightened. Pulling a shimmering orb from within his jacket, the leader raised it high. This, he said, is stardust. The hunters gathered around, eyes widening with recognition. Stardust, a rare stimulant, could temporarily push a hunter's abilities far beyond their limits. Why hide it from us? One asked, intrigued. I was saving it for a real emergency, the leader answered, gaze fixed on the glowing orb, seemingly hypnotized by its radiance. But the moment was shattered in an instant. A shadow loomed behind him. The rat-like assassin struck without warning, his jagged blade delivering a brutal, crushing blow. The orb of stardust slipped from the leader's hand and shattered against the stone floor. The leader fell to his knees, gasping. He's still alive, the creature sneered, amused. The hunters froze. This was no ordinary monster. It could talk. And worse, it reached into its own cloak and revealed another orb of stardust. I don't need all of you, it said coldly, scanning the group with calculating eyes. The strong ones can entertain me. The rest will die. What followed was a slaughter. The creature moved like a phantom. His first strike split a hunter in two. His second, a merciless cut, felled the mage responsible for illuminating the tunnel, plunging the entire area into choking blackness. Blinded and disoriented, the remaining hunters stood no chance. Their screams echoed briefly before vanishing into silence. When the carnage was over, the rat-like figure grabbed the still-breathing team leader and dragged him across the blood-stained floor. Firewood secured, he muttered, disappearing back into the shadows, leaving the wounded behind to die. A sudden system alert blinked into Suho's view, a new quest notification. His eyes scanned it rapidly. It was a rescue mission. The objective: save the strike team from a powerful enemy before it was too late. Sensing his tension, Baru emerged beside him. Suho didn't waste time. The system had confirmed it. Survivors had been taken hostage by an elite enemy. The rewards were dependent on how many he could rescue alive. A steely resolve settled over him. Turning sharply, Suho called out to Senior Lim. "The strike team's in danger. You need to leave. Now." Lim blinked, confused by Suho's sudden urgency. "What's going on?" he asked, alarmed. "Just trust me. My instincts are screaming." Suho didn't wait. He summoned 2 shadow goblins, commanding them to escort Lim out safely. Lim hesitated. "And what about you?" Suho's voice was calm but firm. "I'm going after them." Realizing the seriousness in Suho's tone, Lim finally nodded. "All right, I'll report this to the Hunter Association and bring reinforcements." Suho gave a grateful nod. Then, removing his protective armor, he summoned Gray. Without delay, Suho slipped on the Vulcan gauntlets. Arcane powers surged through him. He looked ready for war. He turned to Baru. "Let's go." Together they raced through the dungeon, each step echoing with urgency. Soon they arrived at a massive door bathed in an eerie green glow. The air was thick with the scent of blood and death. Inside, a nightmare awaited. Corpses littered the stone floor, tossed aside like trash. At the center of the room, the rat-like assassin stood proudly, reporting to his cloaked comrades. "Got more firewood," he said, his tone cruel. One of the other figures, a taller brute, grunted approval. A third, clearly the strategist, nodded in satisfaction. Soon, he said, the dungeon would open fully. Demons would flood through. As a reward, the rat creature was assigned to prepare the bodies for the ritual flames. Though he grumbled, he got to work, dragging the fallen toward the blue fires. The strategist spoke calmly, almost boastfully, explaining their creation. Stardust, a forbidden alchemy made by fusing berserk poison with an awakening stimulant. The process had been taught by an apostle, one who knew how to corrupt souls into monsters. As he spoke, they knew someone was coming. They just didn't expect him so soon. Without warning, the chamber doors exploded inward. The rat creature reacted quickly, slashing the door in half with one clean stroke. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the intruders. Suho and Baru stood at the threshold, ready for battle. But Suho froze. 3 masked beings stood before him. Behind them, hunters, alive, were bound to flaming stakes, their bodies trembling in agony. Suho's breath caught. A system alert confirmed. None of the hostages had perished yet, but there was no time to plan. A blade ripped through the air, aimed straight at his head. Suho arched his back just in time, narrowly dodging a blade aimed straight at his neck. The rat-like monster that launched the strike froze in surprise. Regaining his stance, Suho's intense gaze locked onto the creature as he demanded to know if it was responsible for the dead hunters. With a sudden burst of power, Suho slammed his fist into the rat monster, sending it crashing across the chamber. From the sidelines, the demon leader and his strategist exchanged a knowing glance. The rat beast alone couldn't handle this. Without hesitation, the 2 demons pulled out shimmering pieces of stardust and consumed them, instantly boosting their magical power. While Suho clashed with the rat in close quarters, his instincts flared. Another threat approached. The demon boss surged forward with a massive fist aimed to crush him, but Suho reacted swiftly, flipping backward mid-air to evade the punch. He landed, right into a trap. The middle demon, who had been charging energy, unleashed a bolt of electricity the instant Suho's feet hit the ground. Lightning surged through his body, locking his muscles in agony. Stunned and vulnerable, Suho watched as the rat monster lunged in again, blade drawn and ready to strike. Through gritted teeth, Suho managed to summon his shadow goblins. They burst forth from the darkness with fierce expressions, momentarily throwing the demons into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Suho grabbed the middle demon by the arm and hurled him across the room. The demon scrambled back to his feet, then exchanged a glance with the boss, his voice low with unease. He recognized this power, the same overwhelming aura that had once decimated their kind. The boss nodded grimly. Yes, it was similar, but not quite as strong as the one from the past, the Shadow Monarch. If they worked together, they could take this one down. With renewed confidence, the trio coordinated their next assault. In a flurry of brutal strikes and synchronized attacks, they swiftly overwhelmed Suho's shadow goblins. Watching his army crumble, fury boiled inside him. Resurrecting them again would be pointless. They simply weren't strong enough. Individually, these demons were no match for Brokey, but together, they were a dangerous force. The scene cut briefly to earlier that day. Baru, Suho's loyal shadow ant, had questioned him about why he hadn't revived Brokey yet. Having absorbed the remains, Beru could sense fragments of Brokey's memories, but Suho had held back. He wasn't ready to summon Brokey. Not yet. He'd explained that Brokey had died a puppet under Idris's control, and if he was to return as a shadow, Suho needed to be sure it would be an act of honor, not control. He was waiting for Gray's approval. That moment had come. Gray had approached Suho with a soft, understanding smile. Back in the present, Suho gripped the shadow dungeon key tightly. The air grew heavy, the ground trembling as the energy spiraled outward. He called into the void, his voice firm. If Brokey still sought vengeance, he would give him that chance. A monstrous shadow stirred, and from it emerged Brokey, massive, terrifying, and filled with primal rage. Even in his base form, his presence was overwhelming. His roar echoed through the dungeon like thunder. The three demons froze. The middle one could barely believe what he was seeing. Brokey had returned, and standing beside him was the very human who had once bested him. Baru gave a smug nod. With a cold, unyielding stare, Suho raised his hand. Let's end this. He and Brokey charged forward, crashing into the trio with explosive force. Their battle rocked the dungeon's foundations. Then suddenly the dungeon's blue glow flickered, turning blood red. A shift had occurred. Everyone felt it. And far in the shadows, a silent figure observed the chaos from afar. A woman, her face hidden beneath her hood, narrowed her eyes at the unfolding scene. Her presence was mysterious, her allegiance unclear. Was she here to help Suho or join the demons? She furrowed her brow, whispering to herself. How did I end up here? A smirk tugged at her lips. Did some idiot summon me as a sacrifice or target practice? Her musing stopped short when her eyes locked onto the battle, a shadow soldier clashing with a demon. Things were definitely getting strange. Meanwhile, Suho engaged the youngest demon in a fierce duel. Blades clashed, sparks flew. Suho's Vulcan gauntlets shimmered as he countered blow after blow with relentless force. Then, finding a brief opening, he drove a crushing kick into the demon's gut, sending him reeling. The demon staggered back, gasping, as if he'd swallowed lava. Suho didn't let up. He moved in for the finishing blow, but a sudden arc of lightning shot between them, forcing him back. The middle demon wasn't just watching, he was protecting his teammate. Suho scoffed inwardly. A family business, huh? The strategist barked commands, warning his younger ally to stay alert. Suho's irritation built. Keeping his connection with Gray active was draining his mana fast. This couldn't go on forever. Even Brokey, still far from his full strength, was beginning to struggle against the demon boss. Suho needed to separate them. Then unexpectedly, a woman burst into the middle of the battlefield. All eyes turned as she landed squarely between Suho and the demons. Tell me where Sung Jin-Woo is, she demanded, her voice fierce, or prepare to face the consequences. Suho blinked in confusion. Was she looking for his father? He didn't even know who she was. Baru, however, seemed to recognize her instantly. His mandibles twitched as he approached, trying to stay calm. Essel, what are you doing here? The woman's eyes lit up as she saw him. Baru, she cried, running over and scooping the giant ant into a hug like an overjoyed child. You're here too. Why are you so small? Completely oblivious to the battle still raging, she began peppering him with questions. About Jin-Woo, about Suho, and who this other human was standing nearby. Baru, barely keeping his composure, sighed. It's a long story. The demons watched the bizarre reunion unfold, utterly baffled. But their strategist quickly recovered, suggesting she might be the perfect candidate for their next Stardust sacrifice. Still, he warned the others, if she knows our enemies, things might get tricky. Essel, however, paid them no mind, thrilled just to see her old friend again. But Beru, ever the pragmatist, cut through the emotion. Essel, we can catch up later. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of a fight. He pointed toward the remaining demons, his tone far too casual. Why don't you help out a little? Essel blinked in confusion. Wait, but the demons weren't about to let her arrival throw off their plan. The middle demon sneered, eyeing her bloodied form. Injured and vulnerable, she was an easy target and a valuable source of stardust. Without hesitation, he signaled the others forward, clearly eager to strike. But just then, a faint spark flickered in Suho's memory. He muttered to himself, scratching his head. Wait, I think I've seen her somewhere before, but I just can't place it. Noticing how weak she looked, he added internally, can she even fight in that state? Standing beside him, Baru's confidence didn't waver. With a smug tilt of his head, he assured Suho that these low-ranking demons were no match for the woman before them. According to Baru, her name was Essel, eldest daughter of the Radiru household, a noble demon spared by the Shadow Monarch himself during the purge of her world. Her strength, he claimed, was equivalent to an S-rank hunter. The very mention made Suho's eyes light up with excitement. He was about to witness an S-rank demon in action, or so he thought. Before he could finish the thought, the youngest demon lunged. One swift, brutal strike sent Essel flying. Her weapon slipped from her grip, and she skidded across the dirt like a rag doll. The impact silenced everything. Suho and Baru stared, dumbfounded. The energy in the air drained completely. Face down and groaning, Essel slowly began crawling back toward them. She looked like she had barely survived a disaster. Baru, barely masking his irritation, leaned over her. He asked sharply how she had fallen to such a pathetic state. Even her mana levels were disgraceful. Tears welled up in Essel's eyes as she sniffled miserably. She explained that 6 months ago, her household had been destroyed in a rebellion. While escaping, she'd been captured. Her blood drained, her powers stolen. Looking up with teary eyes, she asked Baru if he could lend her some of his strength. But Baru didn't even answer. He simply turned his back on her, his disappointment louder than words. Suho sighed. Perfect, he thought bitterly. Now we've got 2 people here with no power. Suddenly, the boss demon laughed coldly from a distance. He had overheard everything. A survivor of the Lateran house? If her blood still carried even a fraction of her former power, consuming it could make them even stronger. Suho groaned. Right back to square one. If he could just isolate the enemies and fight them one-on-one, he knew he could handle it. But the numbers were working against him, until Baru spoke up. With a glint in his eye, Baru raised his hand. Red energy began to swirl around him as he announced he had a plan. A surge of mana pulsed through him. He activated a skill, Harsh Orders, and sent it straight into Essel. Instantly, her stats surged by 50%, but with a heavy side effect, a curse of insanity. Without warning, Essel began foaming at the mouth, eyes glowing with madness. Like a possessed beast, she charged the demons with furious abandon. Suho watched, wide-eyed. She looked absolutely miserable, but if it gave him a chance at cleaner fights, he wasn't going to complain. Capitalizing on the chaos, Suho directed Brokey to engage the demon boss, while Essel, driven by her berserk rage, tore into the middle demon. The battle turned chaotic fast. A rat-like demon leapt at Essel, sword raised, aiming to end her rampage. But just as his blade was about to land, Suho dashed in. In one swift motion, he locked the demon into a tight headlock. With a surge of strength, Suho lifted the demon high and hurled him straight into the nearby mistborn flames. The demon shrieked in agony, his body igniting. Suho wasn't finished. Seizing the fallen demon's sword, he brought it down in a powerful arc, cleaving the creature in half. A system alert flashed before his eyes. Level up achieved. Another message followed. His Vulcan gauntlets had absorbed the demon's soul, increasing his physical damage by 31%. Power surged through his limbs like lightning. Nearby, Essel was still lost in her berserk state, throwing herself wildly at the middle demon. Though her strikes were uncoordinated, they were relentless, forcing him on the defensive. The demon's eyes widened in horror. His rat companion was dead. Before he could recover, a system message alerted that harsh orders had ended. As the buff faded, Essel collapsed, face first into the dirt. Caught off guard, the demon hesitated. That was his final mistake. Suho appeared behind him like a shadow. In one swift motion, he grabbed the demon and twisted, snapping his neck with a sickening crunch. Another notification, level up, and another demon soul absorbed. Only the boss demon remained. Enraged by the loss of his allies, the demon let out a thunderous roar and struck Brokey with a devastating blow, sending the wolf crashing into a dungeon wall. Dust exploded from the impact as the ground trembled under Suho's feet. The boss demon looked around. He was surrounded. Brokey to one side, Suho to the other, but his gaze locked onto Essel's unconscious body. She was the key. If he could just consume her blood. Desperation took over. The demon lunged toward her in a mad dash, but Suho intercepted him with a brutal kick. The impact crushed the demon's arm and cracked the stone floor beneath them. The demon stumbled back, howling in pain. Calm and composed, Suho stepped aside, nodding to Brokey. "It's your turn now." With a feral snarl, Brokey lunged and tore into the boss demon with savage fury. The creature's final screams echoed through the dungeon before falling silent. The battle was over. System notifications flooded Suho's vision. Another level up. And with his progress past level 20, a new feature had unlocked. Store access. Curious, Suho disengaged his bond with Gray and began browsing the store's offerings, eyes lighting up with interest. Moments later, Essel stirred. Groaning, she sat up and rubbed her temples, shooting a glare at Baru. "That ridiculous skill nearly killed me," she snapped. Then, catching sight of Suho, she froze. Her eyes narrowed, suspicious. Another human surrounded by shadow soldiers. She turned to Baru. "Who is this?" Baru, as always, stayed cool. "Perhaps if you'd remained more loyal," he said flatly, "you'd know who could be a worthy successor." Essel's gaze shot back to Suho, and this time it clicked. Her expression changed completely. Tears welled in her eyes as realization struck her like lightning. "He's the young monarch." Suho froze. That name again. Did she just call me? Before he could respond, laughter rang out from Brokey and Gray in the background, casually sharing a moment amid the tension. Essel blinked through the tears, whispering, "I didn't recognize you. You've changed so much. You look just like your father." Her voice cracked as she tried to finish her sentence. But before she could say another word, her body gave out. She collapsed. Silence fell over the room once more. Suho's eyes widened in shock as the scene before him registered. His gaze snapped to Baru, his voice sharp with urgency. "Baru, check her condition. Is she all right?" The Ant Commander stepped forward. He knelt beside the unconscious Essel, examining her with a practiced eye. After a moment, he gave a nonchalant shrug. "She's fine," he said, almost dismissively. "Not dead, just drained." Suho exhaled in relief, then turned back toward the group of hunters they had just rescued. Setting his jaw, he looked at Baru again with quiet resolve. "Heal them. I want every one of them to make it out alive." Baru nodded and began tending to the injured. As his healing magic went to work, a soft chime echoed. Suho's system confirmed the quest had been completed. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Mission accomplished. A wave of satisfaction swept over him. He had done it. He had saved them all. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. 3 ability points and a bonus reward, 700 gold. His eyes widened. "Gold," he muttered in disbelief. "They're giving me gold now." Intrigued, Suho opened the system store. It displayed a wide range of items, potions, weapons, tools, everything he might need. A nostalgic grin crept across his face. "Feels like getting pocket money after chores, except this time, it's like Dad rewarding me through the system." His eyes fell back on Essel. She was still unconscious, her face pale. Without hesitating, Suho purchased a basic healing potion from the store, though the description noted it only worked on him. He glanced at Baru. "Should I try it?" But he didn't wait for a reply. Gently tilting the bottle to Essel's lips, he let the potion trickle down. A moment later, her breathing steadied, and a faint flush returned to her cheeks. Baru raised an eyebrow, watching the scene unfold. "Gold for a demon," he muttered under his breath. "Young monarch, your generosity knows no bounds." Suho sighed. already shifting his focus. "We're not leaving her behind," he said firmly. "We'll take her with us to the shadow dungeon." Then, turning to Brokey, he added, "Bring the demon corpses too. We can't leave evidence of the fight." Without a word, Brokey began dragging the mangled bodies while Gray carefully lifted Essel in his arms. Together, the group stepped through the portal. On the other side, as they re-entered the shadow dungeon, Suho examined the twisted rat demon sword in his hand. He was lost in thought when Baru's voice broke the silence. "You're not heading back yet." Suho's grip on the weapon tightened. His gaze drifted toward the Mistburns, still writhing in pain, their bodies smoldering from the earlier battle. The sight etched itself into his mind. "I can't just leave them like this," he murmured. With swift, silent steps, he moved to each of them, ending their suffering one by one. His voice was low, tinged with regret. "I'm sorry, this is the only mercy I can offer." With the last of them laid to rest, Suho lowered his head and turned away, the weight of what he'd done heavy in his chest. Meanwhile, back at Seoul Station, the mood was anything but calm. The Hunter Association had arrived, and standing at their head was a high-ranking officer with a piercing gaze. "What did you find?" he demanded. One of the junior hunters stepped forward, reporting quickly. "We found bodies. Thorn lizards, Mistborns. But the wounds on the dead hunter, they don't match any of those monsters. There was also a room completely destroyed, slashed to pieces." The officer narrowed his eyes. So something else was in there. Then he noticed one of the hunters, Lim, trying to slip away. His voice barked out like a whip. "Limit him." The man froze mid-step, turning around with a nervous smile. "You're the one who reported this incident, right? And there was someone with you. Suho, wasn't it? Where is he now?" Lim's expression flickered, but he quickly forced a smile. "Suho. After we got out, he disappeared. Guess he panicked. He's just an E rank after all. Once I realized things were beyond us, I called for backup." The officer studied him for a long, tense moment before placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "You did your part. Good job following protocol." Then, turning to his team, he ordered, "Spread out. I don't want anything missed." Lim exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. As he looked up at the sky, his thoughts turned inward. Suho saved us all and chose to stay silent. He felt a deep gratitude he couldn't put into words. Back in the shadow dungeon, Suho regrouped with Baru and the others. Essel had regained consciousness and had just been filled in on the current situation. Jin-Woo's battle with the outer gods, Suho's awakening, and the ongoing war. She looked stunned. "After all this, the Shadow Monarch is still fighting." Baru nodded solemnly. "He never rests. He entrusted me with the task of breaking your seal. But honestly," he added, glancing at Suho with pride, "you didn't even need it. You're already stronger than we expected." Suho turned to Essel, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Wait, have we met before?" Her face lit up. "Yes, back during the tutorial your father created for you. Don't you remember?" Suho scratched his head, his memory hazy. But then it clicked. "Wait, you're the one who surrendered the moment you saw me." Baru chuckled. "Couldn't even handle a simple test," he teased. Essel's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She looked away, clearly flustered. But Baru's tone softened as he turned back to her, his expression more serious. "Essel, what happened in the demon realm? How did you end up like this?" Her face darkened. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling. "After Lord Sung Jin-Woo conquered the demon tower, our later household was left in charge. We guarded it faithfully, waiting for the Shadow Monarch to summon us. For a time there was peace." She paused, her hands trembling. "But 6 months ago, everything changed. A substance called stardust appeared, an enhancer that boosts magical strength. For high-ranking demons, it was nothing. But for the low-ranked, it was everything. It gave them strength, power, and the ambition to rebel." Suho's expression hardened. He remembered the earlier fight. That's what they were using, he realized. Essel's voice grew colder. "They banded together, formed factions, attacked us. At first it was manageable, but then it turned into war. We fought back with everything we had. My family, my entire household, all of us." She took a shuddering breath. "We lost. They destroyed everything. I was the only one who made it out alive, but they drained so much of my blood, I lost my powers. Her voice cracked, tears slipping down her cheek. How can I face the Shadow Monarch now? I failed him. I failed everyone. The room fell silent, her sorrow casting a heavy weight over them. But then, Suho's voice broke the silence, calm and resolute. You did everything you could. Essel looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. You gave everything to protect your people, to uphold my father's will. You fought till the very end. He stepped closer, his voice filled with warmth. If my father were here, he'd be proud. A soft silence followed, broken only by the rustling of wind in the dungeon halls. Essel's trembling stopped, and a spark of strength flickered in her eyes once more. Suho's expression hardened with quiet determination. I'll do everything in my power to help you, he said firmly, his voice steady. We'll restore the later household, bring it back to its rightful place. Essel's eyes welled with tears, this time not from sorrow, but from a renewed hope. Her lips trembled as she offered a faint smile. The household's name, it's Radaru, Essel Radaru, young monarch. Just as that moment of connection settled between them, a system chime suddenly echoed in Suho's ears. A notification appeared before his eyes, drawing his attention. Essel Radiru, last of the pure-blooded demon nobles and descendant of the White Flame, has expressed her gratitude. Suho blinked, stunned. His expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. Essel, the descendant of the White Flame monarch. It was difficult to process. A sly grin slowly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Well, this just got a whole lot more interesting, he muttered under his breath. Without hesitation, he accepted. A sharp gasp from Essel snapped his attention back. She stared at her own system screen in confusion, eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? Suho chuckled. Don't worry. It's the companion system. You're officially part of the team now. Turning to Beru, he raised an eyebrow. So the system shows up for companions too? But it also confirms she truly is the descendant of White Flame. Essel blinked between the two, still lost. White Flame's descendant. Suho smiled but didn't answer her right away. Instead, he stood, stretching slightly. Let's put this new bond skill to the test. He turned to her, his voice calm but firm. The system confirmed the skill activation. In an instant, her entire aura shifted. Essel's violet hair faded into an ethereal white, and her presence transformed. And then, all at once, that energy surged into Suho's fist. He stared in awe. Now that's new. His hand brimmed with energy, hot, heavy, alive. But just as the transfer completed, Essel collapsed to the ground, her hair and form returning to normal. You okay? I'm sorry, Suho, she whispered. That took everything. I can't even stand. Just rest. You did great. Even as he comforted her, Suho's mind buzzed. If it drains her that much, then this skill must be insanely powerful. I can't wait to see what it's really capable of. With his fist still charged, he aimed at the nearest wall and threw a punch with full force, expecting devastation. But when the dust cleared, there was only a small dent. Suho and Beru stared at it, silent. That's it, they both seemed to think in unison. Beru broke the awkward tension first, rubbing his head. Honestly, this doesn't look much different from your regular punch. Suho groaned. Yeah, nowhere near the output I get with Gray. As if on cue, Gray appeared behind him, shooting Essel a smug look. Suho, undeterred, opened the skill description again, and then it clicked. Wait a second, the charge rate is at 0%. He reread the details. Of course. No wonder it didn't work. The skill isn't charged. Frustrated, he scanned the text again, but it gave no clue on how to charge it. Before he could think further, Beru's voice cut in with an eager suggestion. Young monarch, since these demon corpses are just lying around, may I eat them? Suho's face twisted in disgust. Number I'm going to raise them as shadow soldiers. Beru shrugged. Then you'd better hurry. Corpses weaken the longer they stay dead. Suho hesitated, then nodded in reluctant agreement. He extended his hand and focused. Arise. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. A system alert appeared. Extraction failed. Mana corrupted. Shadow conversion impossible. Great, Suho muttered. The demon's mana is too tainted. I can't raise them. Baru nodded thoughtfully. Even the Shadow Monarch couldn't create shadow soldiers from corrupted beings. He used contracts instead, like with the later household. At that mention, Essel flinched. She kept her head low, saying nothing, the pain of her fallen kin still fresh. Suho sighed in frustration. Fine. Beru, go ahead and eat them. Meanwhile, Suho turned back to Essel, crouching beside her and offering a small vial. Here, this should help. Essel blinked, caught off guard. I don't deserve this. I failed you. Suho's voice was gentle. You're being too hard on yourself. We're companions now. You can rely on me a little. He smiled. Besides, I've already prepared a space for you to stay. You can rest here, in the shadow dungeon. Essel's eyes widened in surprise. A space? For me? Before Suho could respond, the system chimed once more. A section of the shadow dungeon has been designated for the descendant of White Flame. Essel, later is now the ruler of her assigned area. But the calm didn't last. Baru suddenly let out a sharp alarm cry. Both Suho and Essel jumped to their feet, alarm rising in their chests. What's wrong? Suho asked, tension in his voice. Baru paused, swallowing hard, his expression grave. I've uncovered something, he said slowly. Something critical. A heavy silence blanketed the area as Suho, Essel, Greysoul, and Brokey gathered around Baru. The air was thick with tension. Baru stood with his arms crossed, his gaze intense. I've finished consuming the demons, he began, his voice low and focused. And their memories they revealed far more than I expected. Stardust isn't just spreading through hell, it's already on Earth. The Mistburn, they aren't just random mutated creatures, Baru explained. They're not even from this realm. They're alien. That revelation hit like a thunderclap. Suho's mind reeled. This wasn't just a war between realms. It was something bigger, cosmic, interdimensional. And it gets worse, Baru continued grimly, shifting his gaze to Brokey. He's connected to this, but not by choice. And neither is the Hyena Guild. They're directly involved. With a flick of his clawed hand, Baru conjured shadowy projections into the air. Distorted images stitched together from the memories he had absorbed. Each scene unraveled a sinister truth. The demons were being supplied with humans, Baru explained, and those humans came from the Hyena Guild. They weren't just kidnapped. They were delivered, processed, turned into Mistburn. Their bodies mutated, their souls twisted. And then, he paused, letting the weight of it sink in. They were harvested, their essence extracted and refined into stardust. Suho clenched his fists. The more Baru revealed, the more grotesque this conspiracy became. Baru's tone darkened. These operations aren't just happening in hell. There are stardust factories on Earth, multiple ones, hidden in plain sight. A chill spread through the room. These aren't random acts of evil. This is a structured, coordinated system, and it's being orchestrated by more than demons or guilds. Baru's eyes locked onto Suho. The Reaper Guild is involved too. They're transporting the victims, moving them from safe zones straight into the factories. And behind it all, Baru's voice dropped, heavy with warning. Is a human. Not just any human. One who works for the Iterum. Their apostle is already on Earth, hiding among us. But he's not alone, Baru added, his voice growing colder. Another human helps him. Lai Min Sung, the Vice Guild Master of the Reaper Guild. If we follow him, we may uncover the apostle's location. As if on cue, the scene shifted, transitioning to the bustling exterior of the Hunter Association. Reporters crowded the steps, anticipation buzzing as they waited for news. Suddenly, Lee Min-sung emerged from the building. The moment he appeared, questions flew like arrows. What's the Reaper Guild's stance on the Hyena connection? Were you aware of the kidnappings? What do you know about the Soul Station dungeon? The flurry of questions rattled Min-sung, though he tried to mask his discomfort. Raising a hand, he attempted to pacify the reporters. The Reaper Guild has done everything it can to bring order since the cataclysm 2 years ago, he said, voice trembling slightly. We partnered with the Hyena Guild for their public service efforts. Most of their hunters are D rank, They were efficient. His voice cracked as he mentioned the Soul Station. We used it as a training ground. But in hindsight, that was a mistake. One I deeply regret. Tears welled up. Shoulders shook. He sobbed before the cameras. If only I'd done more, I take full responsibility. The crowd softened. Flashbulbs dimmed. Sympathy replaced skepticism. But the moment he turned away from the cameras, everything changed. His posture straightened. The sorrow vanished. A grin crept across his face. Fools, he muttered under his breath. They bought every word. Hidden nearby in the shadows, Suho observed silently. He whispered, Beru, do you sense any influence from the Iterim on him? Beru concentrated, then shook his head. No, he's not controlled. Not like Brokey was. Suho's jaw tightened. Then we'll get the truth another way. Before he could move, Beru grabbed his arm. Don't act recklessly, he warned. You've overcome monsters others couldn't even touch. But this is different. If you charge in blind, you might lose everything. At that moment, Lee Min-sung paused mid-step. His body tensed. His eyes, glowing faintly crimson, scanned the crowd. He tilted his head as if sensing something. Then, dismissive, he turned and walked away. Beru narrowed his eyes, the mana radiating from him. His strength rivals that of an A-rank. The scene shifted to an opulent lounge bathed in warm, ambient lighting. Velvet chairs and marble fixtures radiated extravagance. Lounging in one of the oversized chairs, Vice Guild Master Lee Min-sung reclined with smug satisfaction. The glow of his phone screen lit up his arrogant smirk as he scrolled through the latest headlines. Setting the phone down for a moment. A bit of fake remorse, a few tears, and they lap it up like sheep, he murmured, savoring the adoration being poured on him by the media and the public. But his moment of smug self-indulgence was cut short by the rhythmic sound of heels clicking against polished marble. A woman entered the room, graceful, poised, and commanding attention without uttering a word. Her presence cut through the room like a blade. Her eyes locked onto Min-sung immediately. Her polished smile was pleasant, but her gaze hinted at something sharper beneath the surface. Well, well, she said smoothly, her voice tinged with veiled mockery. What's the hero of the hunter world doing lounging here instead of soaking up the applause? Lai's smirk faded briefly before he caught himself. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing as she strode confidently past the other women seated around him, brushing them aside as if they were irrelevant. Without missing a beat, she sat down beside him and dismissed the others with a casual flick of her hand. Still smiling, she poured a drink for him, her gaze never breaking. A little courtesy wouldn't kill you. Min-sung didn't even look up from his phone. I don't need to report every move I make, he replied coolly. She chuckled softly, masking contempt with a practiced expression of politeness. Inwardly, she sneered. Arrogant fool. Born into power, blind to his own mediocrity. He was once South Korea's rising star, a public darling, until the cataclysm came. After awakening as only an A-rank hunter, Min-sung's pride took a severe blow. Especially when his former driver, Lim Tae-woo, emerged as an S-rank and quickly outshone him. The man he used to command was now one of the most powerful figures in the country, and the very founder of the Reaper Guild. What baffled her was why Min-sung had chosen to join Lim Tae-woo's guild. Pride should have stopped him, yet here he was, basking in borrowed prestige. She leaned in slightly, her voice lowering to a whisper. Shall we talk business now? Min-sung kept his eyes on his phone. What business? Her lips curved into a sly smile. Stardust, she said, her tone smooth as silk. I want to purchase in bulk. That caught his attention. His hand tightened around his glass before he slammed it onto the table, a flicker of frustration surfacing. I've already lost a distributor, he muttered, and a factory. I can't meet demand right now, not at that scale. But the woman's expression didn't change. If anything, her smile deepened. A man of your talents surely has more than one channel, she said sweetly. The vice master of the Reaper Guild must have contingencies, yes. Min-sung studied her for a moment, then leaned back, calculating. Maybe I could apply some pressure, he said finally. My partner's gotten too bold lately. The woman purred in approval, a glint of triumph in her eyes. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. But Min-sung was already lost in thought, irritation simmering beneath the surface. The scene transitioned to a towering high-rise office, its massive windows overlooking the glittering Seoul skyline. Amid the serene city lights stood a lone figure, still, silent, and ominous. His yellow eyes glowed faintly, exuding an unnatural menace that could unsettle even the most seasoned hunter. This wasn't just a man. He was the Apostle of Ithram, the mysterious and dangerous partner behind Lee Min-sung's Stardust operation. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Shadow Dungeon, chaos erupted. Goblins surged forward in waves, their shrieks echoing through the stone corridors. Gray moved like a whisper in the dark, his blade carving effortlessly through the horde. Nearby, Essel held the front line, her spear dancing with precision. Though her movements lacked the raw aggression of Suho's, they were honed, sharper, more disciplined than ever. Her technique had matured. And then there was Sung Suho. With his Vulcan gauntlets faintly glowing, he charged straight into the enemy ranks. Each punch detonated like a cannon blast, ripping through goblins by the dozen. His presence turned the tide, his raw power unstoppable. When the final goblin fell, silence returned to the dungeon. But Suho's expression remained grim. Sweat clung to his brow as he glanced around the battlefield, discontent clouding his eyes. "This still isn't enough," he muttered under his breath. Gripping the summoning horn tightly, he turned to Baru, his voice cold and resolute. He ordered the next wave, without hesitation. Baru, ever observant, watched the young monarch closely. He sensed the growing impatience behind Suho's steady exterior. He remembered the briefing they'd had earlier and understood exactly what weighed on Suho's mind. Earlier that day, the group had gathered in the shadows of the dungeon. Baru stood before them, his presence commanding and voice even as he laid out their mission. Their objective was clear: extract information about the Apostle of Ithram through Lee Min-sung, the man controlling the Stardust supply chain. But contact with Min-sung would not be simple. It would likely end in blood. When Suho asked what would happen if Min-sung refused to talk, Baru's response had been chilling. If the man was beyond redemption, Baru had full permission from the Shadow Monarch to devour him. But only if they could defeat him first. Baru had then assessed the group's capabilities with brutal honesty. Suho, without his bonding skill, barely matched the power of a C-rank hunter. Gray sat at D rank without enhancements. Aesel, Baru hesitated to even continue, was barely at C rank herself. Even with Suho's bonding ability boosting him to B rank, they were far from ready. Lee Min-sung was an A rank, and they weren't ready to face him. Essel, voice sharp with emotion, questioned why Baru himself couldn't handle Min-sung. But the Ant Marshal responded firmly. He wasn't to be underestimated, but this wasn't just his fight. Back in the present, a system window flickered before Suho, displaying their progress. The goblin kill count was high, but not nearly high enough. Something wasn't right. The kills were no longer yielding the same rewards. The hidden bonus they'd once received seemed to have disappeared. Curious, Suho opened the rewards tab. Among the loot was a random box. With a flick of his finger, he tapped to open it. Inside was a D-rank item, the Ashen Ring. It offered a small boost, 5 points to his sense stat. Slipping it onto his finger, he immediately noticed the subtle enhancement in his perception. A brief smile tugged at his lips, but it was gone just as fast. It wasn't enough, not even close. His scowl deepened. The goblins offered no real growth anymore. Even his Vulcan gauntlets, once fearsome, had only seen a 3% improvement in damage output. The grind felt stagnant, his path to strength frustratingly slow. "I need to grow stronger," Suho thought bitterly. But how? Later that night, back in his small apartment, Suho sat on his bed, exhausted. His eyes scanned through job postings on his tablet. Mining work, hauling duties, nothing that would make him stronger. No strike squad wanted a low-ranked hunter like him. Worse, he couldn't even enter official dungeons without clearance from the Hunter Association. Baru, who had been silently watching, finally spoke up. "What if you got reevaluated?" Suho sighed, the thought already weighing on him. Reevaluation meant exposure, news articles, headlines, public attention. And in his current state, he couldn't afford that, not with the Apostle of Ithram potentially watching. His voice was quiet but firm. If the world finds out who I am, I become a target. And right now, I'm not even strong enough to face Lee Min-sung, let alone the Apostle. Beru listened, then responded calmly. If the Apostle is what concerns you, he said, you can rest easy for now. Suho glanced at him, curiosity rising. Why? Beru folded his arms, his voice steady. Because if the Apostle had arrived on Earth before us, they would have already made their move. But they haven't, which means they're biding their time, waiting for something. He explained further. Traveling across dimensions wasn't simple. Even the Shadow Monarch had been weakened by the journey. The more mana one possessed, the harder it was to force through the dimensional tunnel. That's why Ithram couldn't send an army, and why even powerful beings had to act in secret. Suho's eyes narrowed, pieces falling into place. That's why they used Brokey and the demon forces, he muttered, to do the dirty work while they stayed hidden. The weight of realization settled over Suho like a storm cloud on the horizon. The Ithram invasion, it was inevitable. But if what Beru had said was true, then time was still on their side. Time to prepare. Time to grow stronger. Suho's eyes hardened with resolve. Watching him closely, Beru, his trusted shadow guardian, recognized the shift. The Shadow Monarch had entrusted Suho to him, not just for protection, but for guidance. And with that trust came a key, both literal and symbolic, a key to the Shadow Dungeon and a hidden lifeline. Beru's thoughts drifted back to that moment. This key will be a lifeline, the Monarch had said. A powerful ally awaits inside, but use it only when the time is right. Just as Beru opened his mouth to reveal this secret, Suho suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up, not with fear, but with excitement. How did I miss this? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Beru paused, silently curious about this newfound inspiration. Suho quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers moving in a blur across the screen. Then his lips curved into a grin. I've got it, he said, his earlier frustration vanishing. A way to enter a dungeon, legally, without breaking any of the Hunter Association's rules. The scene shifted. Now Suho sat in a sleek office, modern and imposing, the skyline of Seoul glittering behind him. Across from him sat a sharply dressed man in a custom-tailored suit, exuding power and influence. It was Jin-Woo, Suho's uncle and the president of Ajin Software, the company behind the global gaming, Beautiful World. The man leaned back in his chair, studying Suho with a half-amused, half-curious smile. Well, Jin-Woo said smoothly, you finally decided to show up. Haven't seen you since your awakening, and now here you are, with a proposal. Suho smiled confidently. I've got an offer you'll want to hear, he said. The office was adorned with posters of Beautiful World, the virtual reality phenomenon that had captivated the globe. Millions logged in daily, and it had reigned supreme for 4 straight years. Earlier that day, Suho had stepped into Agent Software headquarters for the first time. He'd barely walked in when a man approached him. You must be Mr. Sung Suho, the man beamed. Suho blinked, a bit thrown off. He felt like he'd walked into the wrong building, but nodded anyway. Fantastic, the man said, guiding him forward with practiced enthusiasm. The CEO's been expecting you. As Suho walked through the corridors, he noticed something strange. Awakened individuals lounging casually in the halls. Warriors, clearly, but not out in the field. Why were so many powerful hunters working here? Almost as if reading his mind, the guide turned to him with a chuckle. Let me guess, the man said. You're wondering why we've got so many awakened employees, right? Suho gave a cautious nod. The man grinned. Not everyone wants to fight monsters for a living, he said. Some prefer a stable salary and an environment where they won't get their heads bitten off. Can you blame them? Suho couldn't help but agree. Yeah, I guess it beats getting eaten alive. But why would a game company even need hunters? He asked, still trying to piece it together. The man's tone dropped, just slightly. We've got a special project underway. Big stuff. Confidential. Suho's curiosity deepened, but before he could ask more, they arrived. The door to Eugene Jin's office opened with a soft click. Inside, the atmosphere was sleek, professional, and a bit intimidating. Eugene stood to greet his nephew with a wide grin and a clap on the shoulder. Well, well, he said, clearly amused. Eugene chuckled and gestured toward the chair. Busy, huh? That what you told your aunt, too? Suho mumbled something under his breath, guilt flickering in his expression. Eugene leaned back, still smiling. Looks like you've grown up. Even too busy for family now. Despite the teasing, Suho's resolve didn't waver. He had come here with a purpose, and he was ready to play his next card. Suho let out a nervous laugh, his hand instinctively rising to scratch the back of his neck. He smoothly shifted the conversation, pulling out his tablet. I didn't just come to catch up, Uncle. I'm here to talk about something important. Eugene Jin, president of Agensoft and Suho's uncle, raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes. Straight to business already? We haven't even had a proper chat, and you're diving into shop talk, he chuckled. You really are growing up fast. Suho didn't waste a second. He handed over the tablet. It's all there. I double-checked every detail. It's a proposal you can't lose on. Intrigued, Eugene leaned back in his chair and began scrolling through the data. As he read, his expression gradually shifted from casual interest to genuine curiosity. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to meet me. A business pitch wasn't what I expected, especially not from you. He smirked, still reading. You're making me feel old here. But his tone changed as he pieced the proposal together. Wait a second, Eugene said, narrowing his gaze. You want me to help you gain access to a dungeon gate? Suho nodded without hesitation. Exactly. With your backing, I can get the clearance I need to enter. I'll form a small team and handle the raid myself. In return, Agensoft gets every magic crystal we collect. I'm confident I can clear D rank and even some low-tier C rank gates. Eugene's smile faded. The weight of an older hunter crept into his expression. Hold on. Did you say a C rank dungeon? He leaned forward, his voice more serious. Suho, you're an E rank awakened. How do you plan on surviving something like that? Before Suho could reply, Eugene pressed further, his voice tinged with disbelief and worry. I'm a D rank myself, and even I wouldn't dare solo a C rank gate. Are you insane? The sharpness in his tone softened, but the concern remained. Is this about your parents? Because if it is, I've already hired professionals. You don't need to put yourself in danger like this. Suho's jaw tightened. He had anticipated this reaction, but a part of him had hoped his uncle might understand. In the back of his mind, Baru's voice echoed telepathically. Are you going to tell him the truth? Suho responded silently. I don't have a choice. He needs to know. With a deep breath, Suho squared his shoulders and met his uncle's gaze. I'm not like the others, he said firmly. I can level up. Eugene blinked, visibly confused. Level up? Like in one of my games, Suho, have you been spending too much time playing Beautiful World? But Suho's eyes didn't waver. His tone grew heavier. I'm serious. There are invaders, creatures from another universe, already here on Earth. They're not just a future threat. They're active. And if I don't grow stronger fast, there won't be anyone left capable of stopping them. A long silence followed. Eugene stared at him, trying to read his expression. Still chuckling, Eugene leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. You know, he said, smirking, what you just described. It sounds exactly like the plot of the new VR game we've been developing. His tone turned more playful, almost teasing. It's about a weak hunter who discovers he can level up independently. Starts out as an E rank, ends up surpassing S rank hunters and saving the world. He laughed again, amused by the eerie coincidence. Then with a mischievous glint in his eye, he added, I was trying to keep that storyline under wraps a bit longer, but I guess you figured it out all on your own. Meanwhile, Suho's thoughts churned beneath his calm exterior. The conversation, the setting, even the tone, it all felt eerily familiar. It mirrored his father's story far too closely. What began as curiosity was now morphing into a quiet unease. Across from him, Eugene, still oblivious to Suho's inner turmoil, leaned back with a smirk, eyes closed in mock drama. If this was a prank, kid, I've got bad news, he said with a laugh. You failed. You're still too green to outwit your old uncle. But before the words could even settle in the room, another voice rang out. Calm, commanding, and utterly inhuman. Failed, not even close. The voice sent a shiver down Eugene's spine. His eyes snapped open, and all traces of amusement vanished. He scanned the room wildly and then froze. A towering, ant-like being had materialized from the shadows, its very presence warping the air around it. Eugene stumbled back in his chair, pale and wide-eyed. What is that thing? The creature Baru stood tall and composed, unbothered by the alarm he'd caused. Turning to Suho, his tone was respectful. Shall I take it from here, young monarch? Suho gave a silent nod, and Baru turned his focus to Eugene. His voice grew solemn. Your lost memories, they were sealed long ago. Fragments of a life you shared with the Shadow Monarch. You weren't just anyone. You were one of his closest comrades, a warrior who fought countless battles at his side. Baru paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. That story you thought you created, the one your company is developing, it's not fiction. It's a faint echo of a past your soul remembers, even if your mind does not. Eugene stared, stunned into silence. His confusion was written across his face. To bridge the gap between disbelief and truth, Baru raised his clawed hand. A glowing, otherworldly key materialized in his grasp, pulsing with an ominous light. This, he said, holding it aloft, is a gift from the Shadow Monarch. Without warning, Baru stepped forward and pressed the key to Eugene's chest. In a flash of shadowy light, everything around him vanished. Eugene found himself in a boundless void, an endless realm of darkness and silence. He spun in confusion, trying to grasp what had just happened. And then from the swirling abyss, a figure began to take shape. It was him, a younger version of himself, full of vitality and ambition. And with it, the memories came crashing back. He remembered standing beside Jin-Woo, his brother in arms. They had cleared dungeons together, bled together, celebrated victories, and mourned losses. He saw the moment they first met, the hard-earned camaraderie forged in battle, and one quiet night where he had raised a glass and said, "You've been more of a brother to me than my real brothers ever were." Jin-Woo had smiled, replying simply, "Then from this day forward, we're brothers." The void faded. The present came rushing back. Eugene was once again in his office, tears streaming down his cheeks as the weight of his recovered past collapsed onto him. He buried his face in trembling hands, overwhelmed by the flood of emotion. Suho watched in silence, concern etched across his face. "What did you do to him?" he asked quietly, his voice tinged with both confusion and worry. Baru remained calm, speaking gently. "There's no need for alarm. I merely returned what was lost, his memories from the previous world." Eugene sat motionless, his body still shaking. Slowly, he wiped his eyes and took a deep, grounding breath. When he looked up at Suho again, the light in his eyes had changed. He understood now. "So you really can level up," he said softly, "just like your father. No limits, right?" Suho nodded but added quickly, "It's a bit different for me." Eugene leaned back, his thoughts clearly drifting to memories long buried. "Jin-Woo," he murmured inwardly, "you're still out there, protecting us from things we can't even imagine. Still putting others first, just like always." He sighed heavily, a bitter smile tugging at the edge of his mouth. "So it really is that serious, huh? And instead of begging for help, you came to me with a proposal, just like your father would have done." Suho chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, you know how it is." Eugene looked at him with new eyes now, not as a kid, but as someone who carried a legacy. "You've inherited your father's will. You can stand on your own." With a deep sigh of resolve, Eugene made his decision. "All right, you have my support. I'll help you get what you need." Suho's face lit up with pure joy. He jumped from his seat, practically shouting, "Really?" It was the moment he had hoped for, and now it was finally happening. As Suho celebrated, Eugene leaned back once more. But this time his smile had faded. A shadow lingered in his heart. Jin-Woo is still out there, fighting alone in silence, his hands clenched. But maybe now, maybe I can finally do something for him, just like he always did for me. With that silent vow, Eugene committed himself to Suho's mission, not just for Earth, but for his brother, the shadow monarch Sung Jin-Woo. The scene shifted to the entrance of a dimly lit dungeon. Standing at its edge was Suho, his face partially obscured by a shadowy mask to conceal his identity. Around him loitered a handful of individuals, temporary hires arranged by his uncle Jinho, just to meet the minimum headcount required for dungeon entry. Suho gave them a brief glance, a flicker of gratitude passing through his chest. His uncle may have used his own methods, but in the end, he still had Suho's back. As Suho approached the shimmering gate, a frail man seated on a nearby bench called out to him, his tone skeptical. "Hey, kid, you're really going to pay me 4,000,000 just to sit here and do nothing?" Suho offered a small, reassuring smile and nodded. "That's right. Just sit tight and relax." The man raised a doubtful eyebrow. "And you're going in there alone. Listen, I don't know how confident you are, but these gates hide horrors you can't even begin to imagine. Be careful." Suho gave a polite nod, his voice calm and steady. "Thanks for the advice. If things get dicey, I'll be sure to ask for help." With that, he turned away and walked toward the gate, his steps firm, his resolve unshaken. As the magical veil of the dungeon swallowed him whole, Suho's thoughts drifted to his father. Dad carried the weight of countless lives on his shoulders, all alone. But I'm not him. I'm not alone. That's why I have my team. With a single mental command, two figures appeared at his side, Essel and Gray, both fully materialized and ready for battle. As the dungeon's true horrors revealed themselves, a horde of grotesque monsters stretched out before them, their twisted forms blocking the path forward. Suho tightened the straps of his Vulcan gauntlets, his eyes locked on the enemy ahead. No hesitation, no fear, just focus. Raising his voice with unwavering confidence, he gave a single command. "Let's level up." The scene opens with a car stopping before a dark, looming building. From within, Lee Min-sung steps out. His face is hidden behind a sleek, minimalist mask, an intentional disguise meant to keep his identity from being recognized. Without glancing back, he gives his driver a calm instruction to stay close, assuring him that he won't be long. As Lee approaches the foreboding building, his mind turns inward. It has been 3 months, he reflects bitterly. 3 months since his last encounter with the Apostle of Aterum. Every passing day since that meeting has felt like a slow-burning resentment he can't extinguish. A lone guard stands near the entrance, quietly tending to a potted plant. Keeping his head low, Lee walks carefully, hoping to move past without drawing attention. But the guard's gaze sharpens. Recognition flickers in his eyes. Breaking the silence, the guard comments that he recognizes him from the news. The vice executive of the Grim Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung himself. A hint of irritation flashes beneath Lee's mask. He's been noticed. So much for remaining anonymous. Yet he adapts instantly. Removing the mask, he offers a charming, practiced smile. He responds smoothly, praising the guard's keen observation in a tone calm and controlled, maintaining the persona he has so carefully built. The guard straightens proudly, his face bright with admiration. He wishes Lee good luck and calls him a hero among hunters. Lee simply nods and continues deeper into the building. As the corridor stretches before him, old memories surface, echoes of a life that once seemed unshakable. He recalls his youth, born into privilege as the son of the vice chairman of Eugene Construction. From the very beginning, the world had treated him as someone destined for greatness. His life had been a constant parade of success, wealth, power, influence, and the adoration of millions. People once called him the Prince of Asia, a man to whom victory came as naturally as breathing. But that perfect image shattered when the great cataclysm struck. Overnight, the rules of power changed. Gates appeared, monsters roamed, and awakened hunters became the new rulers of society. The privileges Lee once relied on suddenly meant nothing. His thoughts drift to a single moment he'll never forget, a conversation with his driver, Lim Tae-woo, a man he had always seen as ordinary, quiet, and dutiful. He remembers asking in disbelief if Lim had truly awakened. Lim had confirmed it with a broad grin, revealing that he had awakened as an S-rank hunter, one of the strongest individuals alive. He had even added casually that people were encouraging him to start his own guild. Those words struck Lee harder than any physical blow. His pride trembled under the weight of realization. The man who once opened his car door was now stronger, more respected, and far more powerful than he could ever be through status alone. Lee had been left stunned, his mind reeling at how quickly the world had changed. The old social order had collapsed right before his eyes. From that day onward, his perspective shifted. Fame, luxury, and recognition suddenly felt hollow, empty symbols in a world ruled by power. The hierarchy had reversed. Those once powerless now stood at the top, while the privileged struggled to keep up. In the present, Lee Min-sung leaned against the elevator wall as it rose, his thoughts still tangled in the same haunting memories that had shadowed him for months. He silently vowed to himself that he would restore the world to how it had been, his jaw tightening with grim determination. He even admitted inwardly that he would bargain with demons if that was what it took to bring order back to the broken structure of society. When the elevator doors opened with a soft chime, they revealed a dark room whose silence felt almost suffocating. Several men stood before him, their faces stretched into grotesque smiles that made Lee's stomach turn. Their eyes held a malevolent gleam that amplified his revulsion. He curled his lip in contempt and warned them to wipe those revolting grins from their faces before he would tear their mouths open, then strode past without slowing. His gaze swept the room with cold precision as he demanded to know where their boss was, reminding them that it had been some time since their last meeting and questioning whether they would even offer a welcome. The men remained unnervingly silent, their grins fixed in place, and the heavy stillness stretched until a chilling voice finally pierced the darkness and spoke his name. Lee's eyes widened in surprise, and he froze briefly. When he turned, his gaze landed on a childlike figure standing in the shadows, its hair and eyes glowing an eerie yellow that sent a shiver down his spine. He recognized the figure as the Apostle of Iterum and, almost in a whisper, acknowledged the being as an outer worlder. And Lee kept his unease hidden behind a practiced nonchalance as he approached. Playfully, Lee tapped the childlike figure on the head and remarked that the last time they had met the Apostle had seemed like a child. But now the Apostle looked fully grown and far stronger, adding that the being's mana had clearly increased. A sly grin creased Lee's face as he suggested that everything appeared to be going according to plan. The Apostle remained expressionless and corrected him, explaining that he was not growing but recovering. When beings with vast mana crossed dimensions, their bodies fragmented to survive the journey, and the first fragment that arrived was always the weakest. Now the Apostle said he had fused with the second fragment, an explanation delivered with the same placid detachment as he turned pages in the book he carried, as if the conversation itself were trivial. Lee settled into a worn sofa nearby and tried to appear casual, though the Apostle's faint, distant tone made the air feel heavier, as if the room itself carried the weight of another realm. The Apostle noted that while his memories remained intact, his personality had altered. He warned Lee not to expect the familiarity of the past and said plainly that their old relationship was an illusion they should dispense with. Lee raised an eyebrow and offered a crooked, light-hearted remark about complexity, but his sharp eyes betrayed a harder intent. He made it clear that he did not care who the Apostle had become as long as the terms of their deal remained honored. The Apostle, still half engrossed in his book, began to answer with a disinterested recitation that included mentions of wealth and fame before Lee cut him off. Lee interjected venomously, reminding the Apostle that part of their agreement involved the removal of Lim Tigu, the S-rank hunter, and the mention of that name darkened his expression with unmistakable malice. He leaned back and spoke with a lazy posture, though his voice carried an unsettling calm, insisting that as long as the Apostle had not forgotten that clause of their bargain, they were still on the same page. The Apostle finally lowered his gaze from the book and demanded to know why Lee had come, stating that Lee should only appear for matters that were truly urgent, and that this meeting had better be worth his time. Lee straightened into a more formal stance and reported that a serious problem had arisen in the Stardust production line. Both the Hyena Guild, responsible for supplying firewood, and the Soul Factory had been wiped out. He explained that he had come to discuss reinforcements and additional resources necessary to keep production going, letting the gravity of the situation settle in the dim room. The apostle's yellow eyes briefly flickered with interest, and he asked sharply whether the attack on both facilities had an identified perpetrator. Lee exhaled slowly and admitted that a masked individual had taken down the Hyena Guild, his voice faltering as the apostle's gaze intensified. Angrily, the apostle accused Lee of designing the system and guaranteeing its stability, accusing him of now requesting that the apostle clean up the very mess Lee's incompetence had produced. The apostle's words landed like daggers. Lee's jaw tightened and his fingers twitched in irritation as he argued that progress required risks, and that if they had addressed every minor flaw before starting, they would still be at square one. The apostle sneered and repeated that Lee was incompetent, stating that his earlier self had erred in choosing Lee as a pawn, a miscalculation now painfully obvious. The insult snapped something in Lee. A dangerous light appeared in his eyes and his hand slid instinctively toward the hidden blade beneath his pants. In one fluid motion, Lee moved behind the apostle and pressed the cold edge of the knife against the being's throat, hissing that Lee was not a brainwashed lackey and warning that, as an A-rank hunter, he could end the apostle before the apostle fully recovered. The apostle remained unshaken. His glowing yellow eyes held steady as he dismissed Lee's threat and observed, without warmth, that Lee's actions only proved he was a pawn, easily manipulated by emotion and still clinging to primitive metrics like mana levels, as if they were the ultimate measure of power. Without warning, the apostle released a sudden surge of energy. The air thickened and the influence rippled outward as an oppressive pressure pressed down over the building. The apostle's control spread. Down in the lobby, the guard who had earlier recognized Lee froze and then showed the same sickly yellow glow in his eyes. Realization struck Lee like lightning. He understood that the apostle had taken control of everyone in the building. It was not mere display, but domination, as if the structure itself had become an extension of the apostle's will. The walls vibrated with an ominous hum, the collective force of the apostle's hold manifesting as a palpable, menacing presence that gnawed at Lee's confidence. The childlike figure was now an unfathomable threat. The apostle explained that he had tolerated Lee's earlier incompetence for survival, but now that his strength was returning, their arrangement could change, and whether Lee remained useful depended on whether he could prove himself more than a liability. At that signal, the brainwashed humans moved in perfect, synchronized steps, their faces blank except for a yellow-tinged gleam of controlled bloodlust. Weapons materialized in their hands and the mob tightened its formation like a coiled spring. Lee felt his heart pound as the horde closed in, their blades catching the dim light. The atmosphere became suffocating, and the odds of fighting his way out immediately seemed insurmountable. Calculating quickly, Lee tossed his knife onto the floor and raised his hands in a mock surrender, forcing a strained, cheerful tone as he tried to pass off the situation as a joke and to coax the mob into lowering their aggression. He claimed, lightly but with evident strain, that he had only been testing whether they were truly capable of killing an S-rank hunter, and asserted that there was no reason for them to become too serious over it. The apostle studied him coldly, then snapped the book shut and declared that Lee was fortunate, for now he would be spared because he still had some utility. With a simple flick of the apostle's hand, the oppressive energy dissipated, and the mind-controlled crowd slowly returned to normal, seemingly oblivious to the bloodlust that had consumed them minutes before. Almost immediately, one of the apostle's subordinates entered, carrying a heavy suitcase, and placed it before Lee. When she opened it, the case revealed rows of shimmering vials that pulsed with a faint, captivating glow. The apostle explained that the vials contained stimulants refined from stardust, condensed 100-fold. When diluted, they would provide enough fuel to sustain Lee's entire operation. Lee studied the vials with narrowed eyes and suspicion, mentally noting the potency the apostle claimed, far stronger than the low-grade stardust he had been supplying weaker hunters. The apostle suggested that Lee test the stimulants himself to see their effect, boasting that the formula could even elevate an A-rank hunter's capabilities. Lee hesitated, picked up a vial briefly, then chuckled nervously and set it back, saying that he preferred not to use something he did not fully understand. As he turned toward the exit, he reminded the apostle to remember their deal and that he expected the apostle to keep his end of the bargain. Walking away, Lee's mind churned with a dark thought. He may have just unleashed an unimaginable monster onto the world, but he told himself grimly that it was no longer his problem, at least not directly. And his footsteps echoed down the corridor as the weight of the choice pressed on him. Back in the room, the apostle closed the book he had been reading and turned his gaze to the window. His hand rose slowly as he murmured that something was coming. Another fragment was near. A sinister smile spread across the apostle's lips as his aura darkened and his presence grew more oppressive. He mused that once he fully merged with the fragment, the need for a facade would end. That was when the real invasion would begin. The scene then shifted to a cavernous dungeon where Suho and his party were fighting for their lives. Towering before them was a massive serpent, its scaled body shimmering ominously in the dungeon's weak light. Without hesitation, Suho leaped into the air and latched onto the serpent's massive frame, his body a blur as he clung to its scales with unyielding grip, while the beast thrashed in a desperate attempt to throw him off. Essel had cried out for him to get down, panic in her voice as the serpent slammed against the dungeon walls and the chamber reverberated with each crushing impact. But Suho refused to relent. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped his arms around the serpent's thick neck and began to squeeze with every ounce of strength he had. The serpent writhed and roared, those roars turning into agonized screams as blood seeped from its mouth and nostrils and its movements weakened. With a final thunderous crash, the creature collapsed, and its massive body slammed onto the floor. The ground shuddered beneath the impact, and dust rose in choking clouds. Suho landed gracefully beside the carcass, chest heaving as he wiped blood from his hands. The focus moved to a young woman waiting by a shimmering gate. Her face was taut with unease and her lips pressed into a thin line as she glanced nervously at the others. She voiced her skepticism aloud, questioning whether the job they'd been hired for was too risky. They were being paid 5 million won each, simply to sit and wait for that hunter to exit, then keep silent about whatever they saw. She fidgeted with her cap and asked why Lee would offer that much money for such a simple task, clearly struggling to understand the arrangement. Sitting nearby on a weathered bench, a man with a crippled leg observed her with weary eyes and answered calmly that this was the 4th time the group had been hired for such work, and they had always been paid without exception. For hunters, clearing gates was routine, almost like community service. Though his tone was detached, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. The girl nodded hesitantly, but admitted her unease remained. Still, as long as they kept getting paid, she supposed it was none of their business. The man's gaze narrowed as he looked toward the gate and thought that something didn't add up. Why would Suho come to a gate like this without an excavation crew or collection team? The whole setup felt wrong. He remembered Suho earlier exploits, clearing D-rank gates, then moving through C-rank ones with ease, and wondered why Suho seemed to be rushing into these dungeons and what exactly he sought inside. Inside the gate, the cavern hummed with a different kind of tension. The sharp clang of tools against crystal-coated walls echoed as Suho's shadow goblins worked the seam. The dungeon floor glittered with fragments of mined treasure, while the goblins gathered and transported the spoils with unblinking focus. Baru's booming voice demanded they work faster and put more effort into it, scolding them as if the expedition were no leisurely stroll. Nearby, Essel and Gray were salvaging valuable materials from fallen monsters. Gray knelt beside a grotesque spider carcass and tore at its tough leg joints with grim concentration. Essel paused and joked that looting wasn't as easy as people imagined, though her humor carried an undercurrent of tension as she glanced toward the massive door leading to the boss room. Her expression darkened, and she murmured that Suho was inside the boss room alone, wondering aloud whether they should really be this calm. Beyond the heavy door, the boss chamber thrummed with tension as Suho dodged the monstrous spider's strikes with fluid precision. The spider's enormous legs slammed down with earth-shaking force, cracking stone with each near miss, but Suho's agility kept him safely out of harm's way. He launched himself into the air and activated his Storm Slash, a cascade of swift slashes that tore into the spider's thick exoskeleton and sprayed dark ichor across the chamber walls. A system notification flickered before his eyes, indicating a paralyze effect had activated, but had been weakened due to high resistance, and Suho muttered that the spider had resisted the paralysis. He noted mentally that he had hoped the weapon's venom would work better against spiders, but the spider boss's natural resistance posed a major obstacle. Adjusting on the fly, Suho hurled the dagger with pinpoint accuracy. It embedded itself deep into the spider's grotesque eye, with a sickening crunch that elicited an ear-piercing screech from the beast. Seizing the opening, Suho lunged forward and delivered a devastating punch to the spider's head, the blow producing a visible shockwave that staggered the creature as ichor spilled from its wounds. Landing nimbly, he mused that if venom wouldn't work, brute force would, but Suho pressed the attack, summoning his dagger back through his command of Shadow Authority. Armed again, he unleashed a barrage of precise slashes and felt a surge of confidence. Taking down C-rank bosses was beginning to feel almost trivial. A new ambition flickered in his mind. Perhaps B-rank dungeons would finally offer the challenge he sought. An idea struck him: to combine the invisible force of Ruler's authority with the physical impact of his strikes. Until now, he had used the skill to manipulate objects. But what if it could amplify his blows? Pivoting midair, Suho gathered the invisible energy of Ruler's authority into his fist and channeled it into a devastating punch aimed at the spider's skull. The moment his fist connected, the impact was cataclysmic. A deafening boom rolled through the chamber, and the spider's skull caved under the sheer force. With renewed determination, he continued a relentless onslaught, each strike imbued with the authority's invisible force, until the spider's battered body finally crumpled into a lifeless heap. System notifications flooded his vision, announcing a level up. Ruler's authority had advanced to level 2. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the spider's corpse and checked his stamina, which was dangerously low at 83%, the fight having drained him considerably. He reflected that using Ruler's authority mid-fight burned his reserves fast, but each battle left him improving bit by bit. At the entrance of the dungeon, Essel and Gray waited tensely, their eyes fixed on the looming gate. When Suho finally emerged victorious, both of them exhaled at once as the tight knot of anxiety drained away. Essel waved and called out excitedly to him, but Suho barely registered her words. His mind was already racing with plans to sharpen his new powers. As he drew near, Essel greeted him with an admiring smile and asked in wonder whether he had really defeated the boss on his own. Suho offered a small nod and a faint smile, but before he could elaborate, Baru's deep, commanding voice rang out from nearby. The Shadow Knight praised the young monarch, astonished that Suho had toppled the boss without assistance. The pride in Baru's tone was obvious. Suho let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. He told Baru to conserve his strength for now and pointed toward the scattered remains of the defeated monsters. The pile of bodies held magic essence crystals and other valuable resources that would help Baru recover. He commended them for their efforts, voice steady and grateful. Then he summoned his system interface. The familiar glowing menu blinked into existence, and he began selling the materials they had collected. As he flicked through the shop options, he admired how convenient the system was. Selling everything on the spot saved time and risk, and the converted currency would let him buy gear and supplies he actually needed. While Suho tended to inventory and planning, Baru stepped closer with a tone of admiration. He noted that Suho's growth was remarkable. The young monarch was approaching the strength of low-rank hunters, perhaps even A or B rank. Suho glanced at his own status screen and admitted that he could feel the change. He had leveled up 8 times and was now level 28. His excitement, however, faded a little as he noticed 2 odd things. His class remained unassigned, and all the stat points he had gained were already allocated. Baru turned his attention to Essel and Gray and observed that Suho's companions appeared to have grown as well. Essel brightened at the remark, saying she felt stronger after every battle and that her power seemed to be returning little by little. Gray barked in agreement, tail wagging energetically. Suho frowned as he examined their status windows more closely. Something didn't add up. Since when do you both have levels? He wondered aloud, disbelief clear in his voice. Essel blinked in surprise and insisted she had never had levels before. The idea confused her. Suho, still puzzling it out, told them their levels. Essel sat at level 19 and Gray at level 17. The revelation only deepened the mystery. He asked whether either of them could see any kind of system window like his, hoping for a clue. Essel shook her head firmly. There was nothing like that for her. Suho let out a breath and folded his arms, thinking. At least, he noted, their stats rose along with their levels. It would have been more useful if they could assign their own stat points. But automatic growth was better than none. Reassured that they were getting stronger, he still felt unsettled by the unexplained mechanics of the system. There were many questions left unanswered, and he was determined to uncover them. A mischievous grin crept onto Suho's face, and he proposed a test. Take the team on more raids to see how their newfound growth behaved. Both Essel and Gray visibly deflated at the idea. They looked exhausted from consecutive runs. Essel groaned, protesting that they had already completed 2 raids back-to-back. Suho laughed at their reactions and raised his hands in mock surrender. He relented and suggested tackling the daily quest instead. Despite their lack of enthusiasm, neither Essel nor Gray continued to argue. Before they could make further plans, Beru stepped forward with a serious caution. He warned the young monarch not to let leveling become an obsession. There were limits and dangers to excessive focus on constant growth. His steady gaze underscored the gravity of his words. Suho's eyes narrowed as the glow intensified and a red gate materialized where nothing had been moments before. The air around it felt oppressive. Heat radiated from the portal. Essel's voice rose in alarm. A gate inside the shadow dungeon? She asked how that could even be possible. Suho frowned, feeling the heat in a different way. The warmth was coming from inside the gate. He turned to Beru and asked whether the Shadow Knight had ever seen gates form inside dungeons. Beru shook his head gravely. This was outside his experience. It was highly unusual, even for them. Before they could investigate more, Suho's system flashed an urgent notification. An urgent quest labeled Dimensional Crack, with the objective to eliminate the source of the breach. The message snapped Suho from confusion to exhilaration. A wide grin crossed his face. This was precisely the kind of opportunity he needed. He rummaged through his inventory, found heat-resistant robes, and handed them to Essel and Gray. He ordered them to don the robes. They were going inside. Essel hesitated at the sight of the ominous red gate, but Suho's confidence steadied her. She drew a deep breath and pulled the robe over her shoulders, and Gray answered with a ready bark. As the group approached the portal, a surge of anticipation coursed through Suho. Whatever lurked beyond that gate, he felt prepared to face it. This was another chance to level up. The system had delivered, and he welcomed it. With determination blazing in his eyes, Suho led them forward to step through the red gate. The scene shifted to a vast desert under the unrelenting glare of an Egyptian sun. Towering dunes rolled outward, and an ancient pyramid rose from the sands, its jagged silhouette casting long shadows across the barren plain. At the forefront stood Liu Xing, a battle-scarred B-rank hunter from the Azura Guild. Frustration carved deep lines into his face as he gripped his sword. His knuckles whitened from the strain. He spat his outrage at the man opposite him, furious that they were being driven away after arriving first. The man remained unmoved, calm and cold. His green eyes glittered with menace as he dismissed Liu Xing's protest. Claims of arrival meant nothing here. Strength decided everything. The stranger offered a final warning. Leave now, or he and his group would make them leave with blood. Liu Xing's jaw tightened and his body tensed for conflict. Inwardly, he cursed the timing. Of all the guilds to clash with, it had to be the Scavenger Guild. The man confronting him was Randolph, an A-rank hunter notorious for brutality and arrogance. Randolph's belief was simple and blunt. Only power mattered. Against overwhelming force, words and rights were irrelevant. Liu Xing glanced at his guildmates. Their weapons had already been drawn, and they stood ready, the air charged with tension. He ordered them to prepare, voice steady despite the danger. Randolph sighed in apparent disappointment and signaled his own team to move in. The standoff was on the brink of violence. Before the first blow fell, a casual voice cut through the standoff, and turned every head. A figure stood at the edge of the scene, cloaked in shadow and wearing a mask. Their relaxed posture and offhand question, asking where they had ended up, felt absurdly out of place amid the hostility. Suho, nonchalant and almost amused, had emerged from a red gate 30 minutes earlier along with his group. The moment they stepped through it, a storm of swirling sand had greeted them. Suho had instinctively shielded his face and muttered that no wonder there was sand blowing from the gate. The environment made itself known instantly. Dunes as far as the eye could see, and a pyramid faint on the horizon. As they scanned the landscape, Suho called it what it was, a desert-type dungeon. Biru, meanwhile, stiffened and focused toward the distant pyramid. He sensed a powerful mana source coming from that direction. Moving closer brought an even stranger surprise. Scattered across the sand were trucks and heavy machinery, objects that made no sense inside a dungeon. Fences, barbed wire, and vehicles marred the natural desert, a jarring sight amidst the ruins. Puzzled, Suho suggested they might have crossed into another world line. Essel inspected a logo printed on a truck, uncertain but open to the possibility that this place was not a typical dungeon. Biru, skeptical, refused to accept that explanation. Something else was clearly at work. Suho resolved to check on the original gate in the shadow dungeon. If it still stood there, they would be safe. He slipped briefly back through the portal to confirm. When he returned, his expression had changed, the lightness gone, replaced by a tense unease. Essel stepped forward, cautious, and asked if everything was all right. Suho delivered the alarming truth. The gate was gone. The perspective shifted outward to those waiting outside. Their bored faces crumpled into shock as they watched the red gate vanish into thin air. Panic spread. One onlooker exclaimed that the gate was disappearing. Another wondered aloud if the boss had been defeated. But an injured man sitting further back shook his head. Suho had not emerged. They needed to alert emergency services immediately. Inside the pyramid, Suho moved carefully into the dim interior and found he was not alone. People were already there, the ones operating the trucks he'd seen outside. Relief flickered through him. Perhaps these were the people responsible for the equipment. As he drew closer, he heard them speaking English. A new suspicion clicked into place. Had they somehow crossed into another country? Suho adopted an approachable expression and addressed two of the men in clear English, asking where they were and what the place was. He silently appreciated his college English practice. It now proved useful. One of the men, lean and sharp-featured, narrowed his eyes and registered complication. Another hunter, this time from the east. The man was Liu Xing. Beside Liu stood Randolph, a massive figure armed with a hammer almost as large as his body. He exhaled a long, tired sigh and muttered about the annoyance of so many people converging on the same dungeon. Randolph's thoughts flashed to a prophecy whispered before their arrival. Words about life born from death, a being rising from a fractured seal at the tomb, and power tied to commanding the dead. His master had given strict orders to secure the dungeon ahead of rival groups. Randolph's gaze hardened on Suho. He stepped forward, hammer in hand, and issued an icy warning. If Suho had come for this dungeon, he had one last chance to leave, turn back, or risk being killed. Suho evaluated the situation calmly. He realized without doubt that this was a dungeon, and he could not simply walk away. The urgent quest demanded action. Meeting Randolph's threat, Suho kept his composure and asked what would happen if he refused to retreat. Randolph's mocking smirk curled into fury. He surged forward with speed that belied his size and swung his hammer with devastating force. The strike hit the sand with a thunderous crash, shattering the ground and sending debris in all directions. Even Liu Xing, who knew Randolph's might, flinched at the sheer brutality of the assault. When the dust settled, Randolph searched for his target, but found Suho standing a short distance away, untouched. Calm and composed, Suho had dodged the attack with uncanny precision. He pointed out the obvious. Randolph had attacked first. Suho then closed the distance and delivered a controlled, powerful punch to Randolph's abdomen. The blow landed with a resounding thud. Randolph staggered as his armor cracked under the force. For a brief moment, Randolph's thoughts spun with the realization that Suho's restraint still packed devastating power. If Suho had gone all out, the result would have been catastrophic. Anger replaced shock in Randolph's eyes. He steadied himself and answered with a brutal counterstrike. Moving with surprising agility, he launched a fierce punch that caught Suho off guard and sent him skidding across the sand. Furious, Randolph bellowed at his men and ordered them to slaughter everyone who opposed them. "Spare no one," he commanded. "Leave none from the Azura Guild or those Eastern hunters alive." Around him, Essel and Gray watched with fury etched on their faces. Essel's voice cut through the tumult as she charged forward, enraged that someone had dared to lay a hand on their young monarch. Gray's usual cheerfulness was gone. He moved with deadly intent, every step precise and purposeful. Nearby, Xing clenched his jaw and drew his dual blades. He muttered that it had come to this. A fight was inevitable. Baru moved swiftly to Suho's side, his antennae twitching with agitation. He asked with concern whether the young monarch was unharmed. Suho brushed the sand from his clothes, suppressing a brief wince as he stood tall. Though his voice was calm, the determined glint in his eyes revealed a different story. His gaze scanned the battlefield, taking in the chaos as hunters clashed all around. "We have no choice," Suho thought firmly. To clear the urgent quest, they would have to fight and win. Baru nodded in agreement, bracing himself. The scavenger guild, Suho realized, had made themselves enemies. Without hesitation, Suho sprang into action. He moved with incredible speed, bounding off the ancient pyramid's walls to propel himself forward. Spotting a scavenger guild hunter, he coiled his body like a spring and unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at the man's face. The impact landed hard, yet the hunter barely flinched, sneering with contempt. He taunted Suho, mocking him for challenging the scavenger guild and claiming he should have obeyed his betters. Suho remained calm, fists clenched at his sides as he considered whether to unleash the ruler's authority and his enhanced techniques. The momentary pause was all the hunter needed to press his attack. Lunging forward with unexpected speed, he aimed to exploit Suho's hesitation. At that instant, Xing appeared, blades flashing as he intercepted the strike. He barked at Suho not to hesitate, holding back the enemy's weapon with sheer force. Suho snapped out of his thoughts, resolve hardening. In one seamless motion, Xing lunged and severed the hunter's neck with precision. The man's lifeless eyes widened in disbelief before his body crumpled into the sands. Suho stood frozen for a moment, processing the brutal finality, before giving Xing a brief nod of thanks. Xing's gaze hardened as he addressed Suho directly, noting that while Suho had dodged Randolph's earlier attack, his hesitation in combat was concerning. He asked whether Suho feared killing, his question cutting through the chaos like a blade. He explained that magic beasts were not the only danger hunters faced. Men like the fallen scavenger guild hunter were often far worse. Survival required steeling oneself against the harsh realities of battle. Suho's mind raced as he stared at the fallen hunter. "Am I afraid to kill?" he wondered. He had trained to fight and even risk his life, but had he truly prepared for the necessity of taking lives? Memories of past battles flashed through him, times when he had fought fiercely, yet held back against enemies, sparing lives whenever possible. But what if the day came when restraint wasn't an option? His eyes flicked to Essel and Gray, locked in fierce combat nearby. Protecting them might require crossing a line he had never crossed before. A cold determination began to harden in his chest. Xing's voice broke through Suho's thoughts, introducing himself as a member of the Azura Guild. He proposed an alliance against the Scavenger Guild, offering cooperation in the face of their shared enemy. Before Suho could respond, a figure emerged behind Xing, moving with lethal intent. But Suho reacted instantly, striking with speed that left the attacker no chance. The sound of bone-breaking echoed as the assailant was hurled across the sand. Suho lowered his fist, his eyes cold and resolute. He agreed to the alliance, emphasizing that survival left no room for hesitation. The attacker had been dispatched with a single devastating punch, landing near Randolph's feet with a sickening crunch. Blood stained the sand, and Randolph's mild surprise twisted into a sinister grin. His amusement darkened as he regarded Suho. The fight, he decided, would finally be interesting. Suho ignored the taunt, introducing himself simply as Suho from Korea and confirming the alliance with Xing. The battlefield erupted anew as Azura Guild and Scavenger Guild fighters collided. The Azura Guild, energized by Suho's presence, fought with renewed determination, their attacks sharper and resolve stronger. Across the field, Scavenger Guild members sneered at the young monarch's forces. They mocked the Azura Guild's reliance on a few strays and boasted of their superior numbers and strength. Yet Suho remained unfazed. Calmly, he retrieved a key that glimmered ominously and addressed Xing, hinting at the power it could unleash. With one word, he activated it: arise. The ground trembled, and a swirling portal of shadows burst forth, exuding dark, foreboding energy. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, the presence of the shadow dungeon imposing dread on all who witnessed it. Scavenger Guild fighters stared in shock, their bravado evaporating. Xing's jaw dropped as he realized the scale of Suho's power. Not just a fighter, but a summoner commanding a terrifying army. Suho's voice cut through the stunned murmurs, commanding his shadow army to attack. The horde surged forward, roaring in unison, and chaos engulfed the battlefield. Randolph, massive and imposing, held firm amidst the carnage, sneering at Suho's display. He admitted Suho had been hiding his true power and resumed his assault, swinging his colossal hammer and obliterating a massive shadow spider in one stroke. He carved through the ranks with relentless force, leaving destruction in his wake. Baru, observing the devastation, warned Suho that Randolph was no ordinary foe. Suho's jaw clenched, his mind raced. He ordered Gray to initiate the bonding skill. But before they could act, Essel stepped forward, determined to assist. She claimed to have discovered a way to enhance the bonding rate, insisting she could make a real difference. Gray bristled in disagreement, fists clenched, but Essel's resolve remained unshaken. Suho hesitated, weighing the decision. Time was slipping, and Randolph continued cutting through their forces with terrifying efficiency. Finally, Suho nodded. As they prepared, the ground trembled violently. From the shadowy depths of the dungeon, mummified figures emerged, their hollow, glowing eyes casting an eerie light. They shuffled forward in unnerving unison, radiating malice. Xing struck at one, wondering if the mummies had been drawn to the noise of the battle. Essel warned Suho urgently. The other exit was blocked, and they were surrounded on all sides. Across the battlefield, Randolph observed the approaching mummies with a calculating glare. A smirk twisted his lips as he muttered under his breath, realizing the meaning of the prophecy. The one born from death, the one who had shattered the seal and commanded the dead from the grave. His gaze flicked towards Suho, and a glint of grim understanding crossed his eyes. We can't fight them. It's a waste of time. We just need to secure the dungeon ownership we ordered for the boss. The weight of his realization heavy. Straightening, Randolph barked orders to his guild. He commanded them to forget the other hunters and head straight for the boss room. Xing, still engaged in combat, noticed the Scavenger Guild forcing their way forward. His eyes narrowed as he shouted towards Suho, warning that the guild was heading for the boss room and attempting to steal the dungeon from under them. Suho's jaw tightened as he assessed the situation. His gaze darted between the advancing mummies and the retreating Scavenger Guild. We can't let that happen, he resolved firmly. Turning to Gray, Suho said with finality that it was time to use the bonding skill. As Suho prepared to activate the bonding skill, the dungeon seemed to resist their advance. A massive, decaying mummy lunged toward him, claws outstretched with lethal intent. Without hesitation, Suho channeled his resolve into action. Each step carried purpose, every movement precise. He sidestepped the mummy with agility, his body moving in a blur as he unleashed a devastating flurry of attacks. His strikes were so swift and powerful that the mummies disintegrated almost instantly, collapsing into heaps of dust before they could respond. Standing amidst the remnants of his foes, Suho's eyes glinted with fierce resolve. He scanned the battlefield, ready for whatever challenge awaited next. Xing, watching from nearby, could only gape, awe and disbelief etched across his face. He muttered under his breath that Suho not only commanded an army, but could merge with his creatures as well, and still wasn't revealing his full power. Suspicion and admiration mingled in his gaze. Who is he really? What secrets is he hiding? At the edge of the fray, Essel stood silently, her heart heavy. Once again, she had been left behind, unable to fight at Suho's side. Suho's gaze flickered toward her briefly, softening for a fleeting moment. But the urgency of the battle pressed him, and his demeanor hardened once more. "No more wasting time," he declared, voice firm and commanding. "Let's finish this and catch up to them." Meanwhile, deeper within the dungeon's labyrinthine corridors, the scavenger guild advanced with ruthless precision. They tore through the mummies blocking their path, each hunter driven by Randolph's relentless determination. At the front, Randolph's thoughts repeatedly returned to Suho. Something about the young hunter didn't sit right with him. That kid, he mused, fist clenching. He's not just another hunter. There's something different about him. And once we claim this dungeon, I'll see exactly what he's capable of. Finally, the guild reached a massive ancient door. Its surface was etched with warped symbols that pulsed faintly, almost alive with sinister energy. The hunters exchanged uneasy glances. Randolph raised his hand, signaling them forward. The door groaned open, chains grinding ominously as it revealed the chamber beyond. A chilling sight awaited them. At the far end, a colossal figure loomed, bound tightly to the walls by thick, enchanted chains. Its sheer size and aura radiated danger even in dormancy. Randolph froze, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "Chained?" he murmured. "Why would a dungeon boss be restrained like this? What are we dealing with?" The other hunters whispered among themselves, confidence faltering. Some speculated the creature slept. Randolph stepped forward, jaw set. "Whatever it is, we'll face it." "Prepare yourselves," he commanded, though a flicker of doubt lingered. His mind recalled the prophecy. The being born of death, who shatters the seal, will rise. A chill ran down his spine as the figure stirred. The monstrous entity twitched, guttural ancient words spilling from its mouth. Each syllable carried an ominous weight, echoing across the dungeon walls. The chains trembled violently, rattling under the immense force within. Then with a deafening crack, the restraints shattered, splintering like brittle glass. Randolph spun sharply to face his guild, his voice slicing through the chaos. He commanded them with authority, insisting there could be no holding back. Everyone must fight with everything they had. The dungeon boss wasted no time. It swung its broken chains like deadly weapons, tearing through the hunters with terrifying precision. Each strike sent shockwaves across the chamber, slamming guild members into stone walls and the floor. Blood and dust clouded the room as even the strongest tank hunters, who prided themselves on impenetrable defenses, collapsed under the relentless assault. Randolph's teeth clenched as he witnessed the carnage. The guild's finest fighters, the ones he had considered unbeatable, lay broken and defeated, the boss's glowing eyes fixed on him. Slowly the creature approached, each massive step echoing through the chamber. It stopped directly in front of Randolph, towering over him. It spread its massive arms wide as if daring him to attack, a mocking gesture that ignited a surge of anger in Randolph's chest. "You're mocking me," he growled, pride and fury mingling. His hands tightened around his hammer. "I'll make you regret this." With a roar, Randolph activated his ultimate skill, Giant's Armor. A green, pulsating aura enveloped him as his body surged with newfound power. His muscles bulged, and his size increased, radiating overwhelming strength. Channeling all his energy, he swung the hammer with every ounce of force he could muster, aiming for the boss's chest. The impact shook the chamber, sending a reverberating shockwave through the dungeon. But the monster remained unmoved, solid as a mountain. The attacks that had toppled countless others had no effect. Randolph's heart sank, and sweat dripped down his face as the realization struck him. "Impossible," he muttered, chest tightening. He had poured everything into that strike, and it had failed. The dungeon boss let out a low, guttural laugh, dripping with cruel amusement. Its glowing eyes narrowed, and one massive fist crackled with dark, otherworldly energy. Terror washed over Randolph. He whispered faintly, "Master, forgive me." I should have waited. It was too late. The monster's fist descended, slamming Randolph into the far wall with a cataclysmic force. The sound of shattering stone echoed through the chamber as Randolph's body crumpled, half mangled beyond recognition. The dungeon boss stood tall, triumphant, its gaze cold as it observed Randolph's shattered form. "The first human to reach me?" It rumbled disdainfully, and he barely lasted a heartbeat. How pitiful. Its attention shifted toward the chamber entrance. Its glowing eyes gleamed with malicious anticipation. "But there are more intruders in these depths, aren't there? Let's see if they provide better entertainment." Elsewhere, Suho fought relentlessly. Each punch and kick landed with lethal precision, mummies disintegrating into dust under the force of his blows. The battlefield was chaotic, but Suho moved with the focus of a storm, a blur of calculated fury. Yet no matter how many he defeated, more continued to rise from the shadows. "They just won't stop," Suho muttered, frustration bubbling beneath his composed exterior. His gaze swept across the battlefield, seeking a way to shift the tide. A sudden thought struck him. He decided to test shadow extraction on one of the defeated mummies. Extending his hand, he activated his ability, but instead of the familiar surge of energy, a cold, mechanical response echoed in his mind. Shadow extraction failed. Old souls cannot be extracted. Suho frowned, confusion flickering across his face. Old souls. So I can't extract them either. First demons, now this. These restrictions are becoming problematic. Behind him, Baru remained silent, antennae twitching, his gaze unwavering. Though he said nothing, his presence reminded Suho of the strength he could still rely on. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The vibration started faint but quickly escalated into violent quakes. Suho froze, instincts screaming that something was gravely wrong. Jagged cracks snaked across the stone floor as the dungeon itself seemed to rebel. Without warning, the ground collapsed into a yawning chasm. Suho and scattered Azura Guild members fell, their shouts merging with the roar of crumbling stone. From the depths erupted a monstrous centipede-like creature. Its segmented metallic body glistened under the dim dungeon light, towering above them with countless legs writhing rhythmically. Its glowing eyes locked on Suho and the hunters, radiating pure malice. A piercing screech echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Hunters exchanged uneasy glances, as if waves of mummies weren't enough. Now they faced this nightmare. The centipede lunged forward with shocking speed, its massive, segmented body moving faster than seemed possible. Hunters scattered in desperation. Some barely avoided its strike, while others were sent flying like rag dolls. Screams and the sound of breaking bones echoed across the battlefield. Essel's eyes locked onto the creature's movements. Seizing an opening, she lunged with precision, spear aimed at its armored flank. The blade struck, but glanced off the hardened exoskeleton, leaving only a faint scratch. Frustration flashed across her face as she withdrew. "Its armor is too strong. My attacks can't get through," she shouted, voice cutting through the chaos with equal parts determination and concern. Nearby, Xing fought through waves of mummies, but his gaze kept darting toward Suho. "Grim," he called out. "This is spiraling out of control. We're overrun, and the Scavenger Guild has seized the upper hand in the dungeon. It's only getting worse." Ducking under the centipede's mandibles, Suho nodded gravely. "You're right. We may need to pull back." But inside, his thoughts churned. The urgent quest to resolve the dimensional crack still loomed. Could he trust the Scavenger Guild to handle it, or even complete the mission? Doubt tightened in his chest. Is retreating really the answer? Before he could decide, a suffocating aura swept across the battlefield. Dust thickened and the air grew heavy, signaling the arrival of something far more ominous. From the direction of the Scavenger Guild, a towering figure emerged through the haze. Its oppressive energy radiated dark malice, freezing every hunter in place. Xing's face turned pale as he stared at the advancing figure, trembling. "The boss? It's coming from where the Scavenger Guild went," he stammered. Suho's gaze fixed on the approaching monster, mind racing while body instinctively tensed. Suho felt the overwhelming presence of the monster, an oppressive force that pressed against his very being. Fear whispered in his mind. Suho wondered, keeping his eyes locked on the entity before him. Above the towering figure, a name glowed in ominous red, pulsing with an aura of calamity. Amit, the prisoner of the tomb. This was no ordinary dungeon boss. It was a harbinger of destruction, a being born of pure malice. The darkness surrounding Amit seemed almost alive, a tangible shadow that twisted and writhed as if it had a will of its own. With an air of unchallenged authority, Amit's glowing eyes scanned the battlefield, briefly resting on the mummies that had attacked relentlessly moments ago. His deep, resonant voice carried a command that rippled through the air. Disappear. The single word carried undeniable authority. The mummies faltered instantly, their previously unrelenting aggression crumbling into terror. They scurried away, fleeing from the presence of Amit. Essel, standing amid the chaos, felt her breath hitch. Fingers tightening around her spear, she whispered, "Did that thing just speak?" And the mummies obey it. Before anyone could respond, Amit's massive form descended to the ground near her, the impact cracking the earth beneath his feet. Shadows from his form enveloped Essel, and despite her battle-hardened resolve, a cold sweat formed on her brow. Suho shouted for her to retreat, urgency edging his voice, but Amit's glowing eyes fixed on her, and she froze in place. To her astonishment, Amit spoke again, not in a human tongue, but in the guttural, ancient language of monsters. "You understand my words." His tone carried curiosity rather than hostility, amplifying her unease. Steeling herself, Essel gripped her spear and replied, voice steady despite her racing heart. "Yes, I am of the demon race." A low, chilling laugh rumbled from Amit, a mix of amusement and menace. "How long has it been since I encountered a creature capable of understanding me?" he mused. "Day after day, I've been surrounded by mindless, dead things and insignificant insects crawling through the desert." For a fleeting moment, Essel dared hope. Maybe he isn't as hostile as he seems, she thought, but her hope vanished instantly when a massive centipede lunged at her from behind. She barely had time to react before Amit's arm lashed out with blinding speed, releasing a shock wave that obliterated the centipede, scattering its remains across the battlefield. Essel stood frozen, trying to process the raw power she had just witnessed. What is this creature? Her fear multiplied tenfold. Amit's gaze returned to her briefly, his disdain clear. "Before we continue, I must deal with these vermin who ignore my warnings." With that, he surged forward like a bolt of darkness, striking another giant centipede with devastating precision. The monster cleaved it in two, its massive body collapsing lifelessly. The battlefield fell silent. The remaining Azura Guild members watched in stunned disbelief, awe and terror etched into their faces. Amit stood in the center of the carnage, a dark force that none dared challenge. Suho froze, thoughts spinning. A monster, fighting other monsters. What kind of nightmare is this? Before he could ponder further, another centipede lunged from above, jaws snapping shut around Amit. Gasps rippled across the battlefield as the creature's fangs enveloped Amit, swallowing him in its gruesome maw. For a tense moment, silence fell. Then a horrifying transformation occurred. The centipede's body writhed violently, insides twisting in unnatural shapes. Wet, tearing sounds echoed as Amit tore himself free, emerging drenched in the creature's blood. Calmly, he wiped his face and muttered, "I despise insects." An oppressive silence descended. Amit stood amid the battlefield, a walking embodiment of death, suffocating in his presence. Xing's face was pale as he muttered to himself, voice trembling. A monster, capable of slaughtering other monsters effortlessly. What kind of being is Amit? And why is he here? His gaze flicked to the shredded centipedes, hands trembling. This dungeon was supposed to be a standard investigation. But this is far beyond anything we understand. Amit turned his gaze toward Xing, narrowing his eyes. A faint spark of malice lit his expression. Another who cannot understand me? How tiresome. Without warning, Amit surged forward, his speed beyond comprehension. "You must die," he declared, voice cold and unwavering. Xing barely had time to cross his blades in a desperate attempt to block the attack. The sheer force of Amit's charge made the air itself vibrate. Essel's voice rang out in a sharp plea, cutting through the tension. Suho had thrown himself into the fray, landing a solid punch against Amu's side in defiance. "Attacking us because we can't communicate," Suho shouted, voice intense. What kind of twisted values do you hold? Amu paused, the force of Suho's blow barely making an impression. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the young hunter with interest. A human who speaks of values, he mused, voice dripping with disdain. Without warning, Amu retaliated. His punch landed with brutal force, shaking the room and sending shockwaves through the ground. Debris erupted, shards of stone scattering as guild members scrambled for cover. Suho bore the brunt, hurtling through the air before slamming into the dungeon wall with a thunderous crack. Essel's heart clenched. She cried out, sharp and furious, "Young monarch!" Her gaze locked on Amu, venom in her tone. "You fiend! How dare you strike the young monarch?" Amu responded with a low, mocking laugh. "That human. He's your ally, then." The edges of his tone softened slightly. "Consider this mercy," Amu said. "I'll spare you for now. If you truly hail from the demon race, you may hold knowledge that intrigues me." Amu's gaze bore down on Essel with an intensity that pinned her in place. "Tell me," Amu demanded, each word slicing through the tension, "is the war between the other monarchs and the Shadow Monarch over? And if so, who emerged victorious?" Essel's face remained firm, though sweat trickled down her temple. Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend the implications of Amu's knowledge. How did this creature know of the monarch's war? Who or what was he? Around them, the battlefield was strewn with the fallen. Suho and Gray lay crumpled near the dungeon wall, battered and broken. The strain of their battle had pushed their bonding skill to its absolute limit, leaving Gray unconscious and Suho barely clinging to life. Baru knelt beside them, his normally composed expression tinged with rare concern. Amu's gaze returned to Essel, voice cold and unyielding as steel. "So you refuse to answer," he said, disdain dripping from his words. "It matters not whether you are a mindless beast or a demon who chooses silence. To me, you are all the same." With that, he lifted his massive foot high, a terrifying promise of devastation. "You all must die," Amit's voice thundered across the dungeon, laden with merciless intent. Darkness radiated from his towering figure. Amidst the chaos, Suho lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bleeding. Yet even as pain racked his body, his resolve remained unbroken. With immense effort, he whispered hoarsely, "Claim reward. Status recovery." A soft green light flared behind Amit, enveloping Suho. The glow mended his wounds, easing the pain and replenishing his strength. Renewed vitality coursed through him as he pushed himself to his feet, gripping his shoulder for balance. A faint smirk appeared. "Good thing I saved my daily quest rewards," he muttered under his breath, relief flickering in his voice. His eyes locked on Amit, now steeled with determination. "If you're asking about the Great War of the Monarchs," Suho began, voice steady, "let me tell you, every last one of them fell to the Shadow Monarch." Essel's voice pierced the tense air, sharp and urgent. "Young monarch." Her tone carried worry and alarm. Amit's glowing eyes narrowed, a spark of surprise flashing across his face. He stepped forward, towering over the battlefield, curiosity mingling with menace. "Is that so?" he asked, a mix of disbelief and fascination in his tone. "While I languished in this cursed prison, the war of the monarchs ended." Suho's gaze remained unwavering, his voice firm. "That's the truth." Inside, his mind raced. This creature knew about the monarch's war. Could he be connected to one of them? His jaw tightened. He was powerful, S rank at least. Maybe stronger. Provoking him could mean death. Amit's eyes glimmered dangerously as he closed the distance. His voice dropped to a low, menacing growl. "So, the Shadow Monarch triumphed. That means he killed them all, even Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body." A sinister red aura seeped from Amit, spreading like fog throughout the dungeon. His shadow expanded, engulfing Suho as he loomed over him. "Are you certain?" Amit demanded, eyes burning with intensity. "Are you truly telling me the truth? Did the Shadow Monarch kill Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body?" Suho's fists clenched. The monarch of the Iron Body. Could this creature be tied to him? His mind raced, worry gnawing at him. If Amit discovered who his father was, the destruction unleashed could be catastrophic. Amit had no patience for Suho's hesitation. Without warning, his massive foot came crashing down like a meteor. "Young monarch, look out!" Essel shouted, panic cutting through the air. The impact shattered the ground, sending tremors through the dungeon. Cracks raced up the walls, dust and debris filling the air. Suho barely evaded the strike, flipping backward just in time, heart pounding and exhaling sharply. "What the hell, man?" Suho shouted in frustration. "I thought we were talking." Amit's glowing eyes narrowed. His voice rumbled like grinding stones. "You are taking too long. Only liars hesitate." His towering form closed in, threat unmistakable. "Speak the truth now, or I will crush you where you stand." Suho swallowed hard, the weight of the moment pressing down. "He's not bluffing. One wrong word and I'm dead." Amit's voice boomed again, colder than before. "Answer me. Did Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body, fall to the Shadow Monarch or not?" Suho did not falter. "Yes," he said firmly. "The Shadow Monarch killed every one of the monarchs." Suho braced himself, expecting an explosion of rage. But instead, Amit's face twisted into a grin. Then a booming laugh erupted from him, deep and thunderous, shaking the dungeon walls. "So that's it," Amit said between laughs, a note of relief in his tone. "That's why he never returned for me." He spread his arms wide, shadowing the room with his massive figure. The great Tarnak, the mighty monarch of the Iron Body. He really met his end. The tension of the room had shifted into an eerie unease at Amit's bizarre reaction. "I suppose I owe the Shadow Monarch a toast," Amit mused. Suho, gathering courage, asked the question on his mind. "Wait, weren't you kin to the Iron Monarch?" Amit's laughter cut off instantly. His expression darkened, eyes narrowing with venom. He hissed, voice dripping with contempt. "Do not dare accuse me of such filth." His massive hands clenched, crackling with violent energy. "Kin? How dare you insult me with such blasphemy?" "You have gone too far," he snarled, "and now you will die for it." Before Suho could react, Amit lunged, his fist aimed directly at him, carrying an unstoppable force. Suho crossed his arms defensively, aware that it might not be enough. Then something extraordinary happened. From the shadows of the dungeon, chains shot forth, thick, radiant, pulsating with otherworldly energy. They moved with impossible speed, wrapping around Amit like vipers striking prey. His fist froze inches from Suho's face, suspended by the chain's unyielding grip. Suho stumbled back, breath caught in disbelief. "Where did these come from?" he whispered. Amit struggled, his rage turning to grim realization. Each attempt to break free only tightened the chains further. "These damn chains," Amit growled. "Again! They come to haunt me. Have I overstepped once more?" But the chains were relentless, pulling him back toward the void that had once imprisoned him. The room echoed with grinding metal as the chain's unyielding purpose became clear. Amit's defiance was futile. "Not again," he snarled, muscles straining against the chains. Yet the unrelenting force dragged him backward, a reminder that even his power had limits. Amit stumbled, his enormous frame straining against the merciless chains that bound him. Every step backward felt like an eternity, and his frustrated roars echoed through the dungeon. Yet the chains held firm, dragging him relentlessly back toward the domain he had tried to escape. With a deafening roar, Amit cursed the bindings, the memory of Tarnak, and the mysterious spellcaster who had sentenced him to this eternal torment. Despite his struggles, the chains did not loosen. Shadows surged around him, swallowing his massive form until he vanished completely, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust behind. Suho remained frozen in place, breathing shallow and his expression locked in disbelief. His wide eyes and slack jaw revealed his inability to comprehend what had just taken place. Questions raced through his mind. Where had the chains come from, and why had they suddenly ensnared such a powerful creature? Essel hurried to his side, her face pale with worry. She reached out and asked if the young monarch was all right, her voice trembling with concern. Suho nodded briefly but concealed the turmoil inside. He responded tersely that he was fine, though his thoughts told a different story. Relief washed over him, not because he understood what had happened, but simply because Amit was gone. He reminded Essel that now they had confirmed the creature's existence, they needed to proceed with caution. Their immediate priority, he said, was to assist Gray and the injured members of the Azura Guild. Just as he finished speaking, Suho's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in shock and his lips parted as the system's interface flickered uncontrollably. The urgent quest text distorted in a way he had never seen before, causing alarm to prick at him as he tried to make sense of the unexpected glitch. Noticing Suho's unease, Essel stepped closer, her concern deepening. She asked again what was wrong, her voice tight with worry. Suho focused on the flickering screen and pointed it out to her, frustration evident in his features. The emergency quest had changed on its own. He read the new prompt aloud, disbelief evident in his tone. Free the heir of the iron body, Ammit, from the pyramid. The words echoed in his mind like a distant tolling bell. Ammit, the heir of the iron body. Suho's thoughts raced as he struggled to grasp the reality of this revelation. He wondered to himself if what he was seeing was real. The scene shifted to inside a chamber. Scattered across the cold stone floor were the mangled remains of the Scavenger Guild members. Blood pooled in deep crimson patches, staining the ground, and the acrid stench of death made every breath a struggle. As Suho and Essel stepped inside, their eyes were immediately drawn to the carnage. Suho's expression hardened as he grasped the grim reality before him. The Scavenger Guild members had been slaughtered mercilessly. He realized with a sinking feeling that Ammit must have been the one responsible. At the center of the chamber loomed a massive figure, bound tightly by a web of glowing chains. The faintly pulsing light cast long, distorted shadows across the walls. Ammit's piercing gaze met Suho's, a mixture of disdain and intrigue reflecting in his eyes. As he shifted, the chains creaked ominously, and a low, dark amusement resonated from him. Ammit's mind registered disbelief that Suho had come searching for him. He noted the human's audacity and wondered whether it would be his undoing. Despite the danger, Suho approached calmly, his face unreadable, determined to finish what had been left unresolved. The conversation that had been cut short before now lingered in his thoughts. Ammit scoffed, his laughter low and menacing, echoing like distant thunder across the chamber. He dismissed the idea of conversation, stating that Tarnak had only taught him the art of killing. Any grievances Suho had, Ammit implied, should be directed at Tarnak's grave. Suho, observing the beast's blunt and almost childlike honesty beneath its terrifying presence, pressed on carefully. He questioned Ammit's lack of regard for the monarch of the iron body, noting the apparent resentment in his tone. Ammit's eyes flickered with surprise, the chains rattling with the movement. He revealed that talking was the only pastime left to him and reluctantly decided to indulge Suho's questions. Ammit explained that he had been created by Tarnak, the monarch of the iron body, and an unnamed spellcaster. Forged into the being he had become, he had then been abandoned, entombed in the cursed prison like a broken tool. The weight of his words was heavy, and Suho could feel the raw pain and fury radiating from him. His voice grew colder as he recounted the torment he had endured. Tarnak and the spellcaster had transformed him into a monster and left him chained amidst a tomb of rotting corpses. Suho, pondering the depth of Ammit's suffering, asked why he had not broken the chains. Ammit's glare sharpened, and he leaned forward, straining against the chains. He explained that the bindings were not ordinary. They were woven with powerful magic. No matter how many times he destroyed them, the chains would reform if he moved too far from his prison. Centuries of attempts had failed, leaving him trapped and unable to explore the tomb, his rage and frustration echoing in every word. Suho studied the chains carefully. Something about their design did not add up. If they were truly unbreakable, why were they enchanted to reform only at a distance? There had to be a purpose behind the spell. Turning back to Ammit, Suho asked whether the monsters in the tomb had been present when he was imprisoned. Ammit's expression darkened further as he confirmed that they had always been there, his tone dripping with bitterness. Suho pieced together the puzzle, realizing that Ammit was not the dungeon's master. Essel, standing nearby, shared his confusion. Suho pressed further, confirming his suspicions. Ammit's acknowledgement triggered a wave of realization in Suho. The chains were designed with a purpose beyond mere imprisonment. After a moment of contemplation, Suho stepped forward boldly. He proposed that if he could break the chains, Amit should be willing to hear him out. Amit's eyes widened, a flicker of hope crossing his otherwise wary expression. He questioned Suho's seriousness, his voice heavy with disbelief. Yet he promised that if the spellcaster's work were undone, he would grant any request made of him. Amit's aura suddenly erupted like a storm, filling the chamber with an oppressive force that made the walls tremble. The chains groaned under the strain, as if they too feared his wrath. His eyes gleamed with a feral light, and his guttural roar shook the very ground. Threats of immense destruction hung in the air, warning that any deception would cost Suho dearly. The swirling green and crimson energy around Amit pulsed violently, enveloping his massive form in chaotic fury. The room grew oppressively hot, the electricity in the air thickening the tension. Essel froze, her face pale and eyes wide, overwhelmed by Amit's terrifying presence. Suho, however, raised a hand to calm her and focused solely on Amit, maintaining his unwavering gaze. Every muscle in his body was tense, yet his voice remained steady as he urged the creature to hear him out before making threats. Amit's low growl resonated through the chamber, yet he hesitated, curiosity taking root in his mind. Suho leaned forward, a sly glint in his eyes, and revealed his plan to collapse the entire dungeon. Amit's fury shifted to intrigue as he considered the young monarch's bold strategy. Suho explained that the chains had been enchanted to prevent him from reaching the dungeon master. But once the master was defeated and the dungeon collapsed, the chains would lose their purpose and break. Amit's eyes darkened as he processed this logic, hope slowly replacing the fury that had consumed him for centuries. A low rumble escaped his chest, building into a guttural laugh that filled the chamber. The Shadow Monarch's heir, Amit realized, had devised a plan that might actually succeed. Meanwhile, in the lower levels of the dungeon, Baru buzzed around angrily, flapping his wings and lamenting Suho's apparent abandonment. He exaggerated his misery, calling out about being left with an oversized lizard. Amit, growing annoyed, snapped at the insect, dismissing its whining as insignificant. Baru bristled, indignation flashing across his tiny frame, but Amit remained unimpressed, dismissing the threats with a grunt. Amit moved to the edge of his chain's reach, pressing his massive hand against the cold dungeon floor as he watched the shadows where Suho had vanished. Though still bound, he allowed himself a rare moment of belief in Suho's plan. For the first time in centuries, vulnerability crossed his face. He reflected bitterly on Tarnak's teachings, which had valued raw power above all else. Yet looking at Suho, Amit admitted to himself that there was strength beyond brute force, and if anyone could break these chains, it was that young man. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Suho's fist collided with the jaw of a towering beast. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, and the creature's head snapped backward before crumbling into dust under the sheer force of his strike. Without hesitation, Suho pivoted, delivering a final, devastating blow to the remaining creatures that swarmed him. Dust and dissipating energy filled the air as the last of the monsters fell. Standing amidst the wreckage, Suho's chest rose and fell with controlled breaths. The battlefield had gone silent, the only sound the faint crackle of fading magic. He cast a glance toward Essel, who had been fighting fiercely at his side. Both were weary, their bodies marked by the relentless combat. Together they pressed forward, advancing toward the dungeon's core. There, an ominous figure loomed upon a throne constructed from the bones of countless fallen foes. A malevolent aura seeped from the seated figure, suffocating the air around them. Suho's gaze sharpened as he read the crimson letters floating above the throne. The name of the dungeon's warden, Shika. "Just one more," Suho murmured under his breath, his voice steady and low. His muscles tensed, every nerve coiled, ready for the decisive strike. Suho, his thoughts drifting into the past within Amit's chamber, watched as Amit struggled against the enchanted bindings that had restrained him for what felt like an eternity. Suho, observing the futile efforts, conjured a shadow portal within Amit's reach. Hope flared in Amit's eyes as he lunged, but the cursed chains recoiled with ruthless force, dragging him back into the prison. Suho watched calmly analyzing the chain's magic. As expected, he muttered, the chains were more troublesome than anticipated. Even the shadow portal could not bypass their enchantment. Amit gritted his teeth, his massive hands gripping the chains as frustration welled up. Every attempt to move beyond the prison tightened their grip. It was as if he were trapped in an unending nightmare. Suho crossed his arms, studying the chains with precision. A formidable spell indeed, he acknowledged silently. But testing its limits was necessary to understand its design fully. Turning to Essel and the others, Suho explained their plan. First, he and Essel would confront the dungeon's boss, destabilizing the core and initiating the dungeon's collapse. Once the dungeon began to crumble, the next objective was to target the pillars anchoring the chains, severing them to finally free Amit. With the strategy set, Suho's tone carried calm finality. Once the dungeon collapsed, the team would regroup with Baru and retreat into the shadow dungeon before the structure disintegrated entirely. Amit's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering. He questioned the plan's reliability. Suho's expression hardened, his voice steady and resolute. Contingencies existed for any deviation, he assured. Amit's response was a sardonic chuckle, echoing through the stone corridors. The chains rattled ominously as he muttered that whatever awaited outside could not be worse than another 1,000 years rotting in the cursed crypt. In the present, at the dungeon's core, a swirling wind rushed through the ancient corridors, lifting sand into restless whirlwinds. At its center stood Sheikah, the tomb's guardian, framed by an ominous crimson glow. Dark energy pulsed within an orb he held, tendrils of red lightning flickering across its surface. With a flick of his wrist, the orb exploded midair, spawning a horde of sand-born monstrosities. The creatures surged forward like a living avalanche, their twisted forms barreling towards Suho with feral hunger. Suho's grip on his blade tightened, and with unwavering determination, he lunged into the wave of monsters. His sword became a blur, slicing through the sand beasts with surgical precision. Each strike disintegrated the creatures into dust, the swirling storm concealing him within its chaos. Breaking through the haze, Suho emerged, cleaving the final monster in half with a single decisive strike. Just as he allowed himself a breath, the sand beneath his feet twisted violently, coiling like serpents and gripping him tightly. His eyes flicked toward Sheikah, who remained atop the throne of bones, one hand extended. At his subtle gesture, the sand responded, binding Suho like a marionette. Floating crimson letters above Sheikah's head reminded Suho of the threat before him, an A-rank dungeon guardian. He murmured under his breath that this would not be easy. From the corner of his eye, Suho saw Essel seizing an opening. With determination, she hurled her spear at Sheikah, her aim precise and powerful. But Sheikah remained indifferent. With a mere flick of his hand, the spear veered off course, striking the ground harmlessly, while Suho's focus remained unbroken. He realized this battle was not just about strength. Sheikah controlled the dungeon itself, and the sand constricting him tightened further, threatening to pull him into the storm's depths. Clenching his teeth, Suho summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling it into a single explosive burst. The sand shattered away from his legs, dispersing like smoke in the wind. Gasping for breath amidst the howling dungeon storm, Suho shouted over the chaos, his voice cutting through the wind like steel. He called for Essel, signaling that now was the time to activate the bond skill. Essel hesitated for just a heartbeat, her eyes widening at the command, but understanding quickly overtook her surprise. Determination flashed across her features as she summoned the depths of her power. Her hair transformed into a dazzling white, glowing like moonlight against the dungeon's oppressive darkness, while a dark crimson aura pulsed around her body, crackling with raw energy. She gathered this power into a blazing red sphere, her focus absolute. Memories of past failures flitted across her mind, but she pushed them aside, jaw set with grim resolve. This time, she told herself, she would not falter. She thrust the energy forward towards Suho, and the orb surged into him like a lightning strike, electrifying every nerve in his body. Essel's aura dimmed instantly, her mana completely drained. She crumpled to the ground, whispering faintly, her voice barely audible, expressing hope that her effort would be enough. Suho felt the torrent of power surge through him, invigorating his body and sharpening his senses. With Essel's bond skill fueling him, he exploded into motion. His body became a blur, moving faster than the eye could follow as he hurtled toward Sheikah. The dungeon walls trembled beneath his feet, and the ground quaked in anticipation of the impending collision. Sheikah remained unmoved, his expression unreadable. As Suho closed the distance, the warden raised a hand, crimson energy flaring violently, preparing a devastating counterattack. Suho pressed forward, his resolve burning brighter than the oppressive aura surrounding Sheikah. A system notification flickered in his vision. Bond skill, Demon Blast, 67% charge. Suho's mind raced. This was his one chance, the moment to strike without hesitation. Clenching his fists, he felt the energy surge through him like molten fire. Letting out a primal roar that echoed through the crumbling tomb, he channeled all his strength into a single earth-shattering punch. The impact was cataclysmic. A massive shockwave tore through the dungeon, blasting shards of stone and bone in every direction. Sheikah's form disintegrated under the force, fracturing into countless fragments before vanishing entirely. Far deeper in the dungeon, Baru's antennae quivered as the ground trembled. Cracks raced up the walls, dust fell from the ceilings, and the oppressive atmosphere shifted as the dungeon itself groaned and began to collapse. Baru's voice rang urgently as he called out to Amit, warning that the young monarch had defeated the dungeon master. Amit's gaze followed the loosening stakes that had bound his chains, each clattering to the ground. A faint spark of hope flickered within him for the first time in centuries. He murmured barely above a whisper, questioning if he was truly free. Memories of his long imprisonment surged. Tarnak's twisted grin, the cruel spellcaster's experiments, the endless cycles of being broken and rebuilt. He remembered gouging out his own eyes in a desperate bid for freedom, yet now hope bloomed within him as the dungeon crumbled around him. With a deep, shuddering breath, Amit lifted his massive foot and stepped beyond the threshold of his prison, but freedom came with an immediate threat. From the shadows, a gleaming stake shot toward him like lightning, impaling his side with brutal precision. He staggered, roaring in pain as blood stained his fangs. Baru flapped his wings frantically, panicking at the sudden assault. Amit barely registered Baru's cries. Stakes continued to fly at him like a storm, sharp and relentless. His roar echoed through the tomb, filled with fury and disbelief. Tarnak, the spellcaster. He would rather see him dead than free, Amit realized, his voice thick with bitterness. Just as another stake spiraled toward him, Suho arrived, battered but undeterred. Acting instinctively, he positioned himself between Amit and the deadly projectiles. He spun mid-air, striking the stakes with precise blows, redirecting them into the shadow portal he conjured. Each impact sent waves of pain through his body, but he pressed on, unwavering. Amit watched Suho's relentless defense, confusion and awe flooding him. He questioned why Suho risked everything for him, but Suho did not answer. His actions spoke louder than words. A final stake zeroed in on Suho's heart. Exhausted, he could barely react. At that moment, Amit surged forward, smashing the stake into the shadow portal with a deafening clang. Blood flowed from his wounds, but his eyes burned with newfound fire. Amit's voice, though ragged, carried clarity and gratitude. And as he spoke to Suho, a deep respect formed between them. He no longer saw Suho as an opponent, but as a comrade, bound by shared struggle. Together, side by side, Suho and Amit faced the relentless barrage of enchanted stakes. Amit swung his colossal fists, hurling the projectiles into the shadow portal. Suho, despite his battered body, mirrored the effort, striking each incoming stake with precise, desperate determination. Later, deep within the shadow dungeon, Essel stirred, weak but conscious. Baru, unamused, chastised her dryly for taking so long to awaken. Essel's eyes widened as she saw Suho and Amit lying nearby, victorious and unharmed. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered in disbelief that the young monarch had indeed saved Amit. System notifications appeared above Suho's resting form. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited Amit, heir of the Iron Body, as a companion. Urgent quest, dimensional crack, completed. You have leveled up. Quest rewards acquired. The scene shift to a chairman's office. Woo Jin-chul sat quietly in a sleek black suit, sipping his tea with careful deliberation. The soft glow from his tablet illuminated his face, revealing eyes sharp and calculating as they lingered on a profile. Sung Jin-Woo image frozen on the screen. A mix of admiration and unease flickered across his expression. He murmured softly to himself, reflecting on the changes since Hunter Sung Jin-Woo had vanished. The appearance of new Hunter Gates had resumed, but thanks to Jin-Woo's legacy, he had been able to establish the Hunter Association quickly, averting another catastrophe like the Great Cataclysm. Setting the tablet aside, Woo Jin-chul leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly and deliberately. His thoughts turned to recent developments, a frown creasing his brow. Something about Stardust didn't fit with what he remembered from the previous timeline. His fingers tapped against the armrest as he contemplated the name, lingering uneasily in the air, and its distribution by Lee Min of the Grim Reaper Guild. The puzzle pieces didn't align. With their guild master absent, was Lee Min acting alone? Before he could ponder further, his phone vibrated sharply against the desk, shattering his concentration. His eyes narrowed as he read the incoming caller ID. Mr. Jin-Ho. Curiosity piqued, he answered, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of interest. The voice on the other end trembled with urgency and desperation, the speaker's panic unmistakable. The man explained that he needed the Hunter Association's help concerning his nephew. Woo Jin-chul's posture straightened instantly, alarm flashing in his eyes as the word sank in. He repeated cautiously, clarifying the identity of the nephew. The man confirmed, his voice thick with worry, that Sung Suho had awakened as a hunter, but was trapped inside a gate. A cold wave washed over Woo Jin-chul as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. His face paled, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The Shadow Monarch's heir, he realized, was in imminent danger. His mind raced, connecting the dots faster than words could form. Sung Suho was trapped, and time was running out. The scene shifts to the desolate outskirts of the Pyramid Field dungeon, where a convoy of military trucks stands like silent sentinels against a backdrop of ruin. Inside one truck, the surviving members of the Azura Guild lie sprawled across the metal floor, breathing shallow and ragged as if they had just run through a relentless sandstorm. Among them, Xing stirs. His mind is foggy, his body exhausted, and the fragments of memory he can gather are jagged and confusing. A sharp, insistent voice slices through his haze. It is Sung Suho, telling Xing to wake. Suho's presence is calm, almost casually patient, as if he were waiting at a deserted bus stop. Xing's memories flash in disjointed snatches. The storm, the dungeon, the raw terror. And the more he remembers, the worse the headache becomes. Standing over him, Suho announces that the dungeons have been cleared, and then, almost offhand, asks to borrow Xing's phone to make an urgent call. For a few long seconds, Xing's brain lags. When the words finally register, they hit him like a freight train, eyes scanning the truck's grimy window. Where the pyramid once dominated the horizon, there is now an empty wasteland. The monstrous structure has vanished entirely, leaving only barren, cracked earth behind. The scene shifts to Egypt International Airport. Suho and the remaining Azura Guild members gather near the departure gates. They are exhausted but relieved, exchanging quiet words and firm handshakes as they prepare to part ways. Xing extends a hand to Suho, eyes full of gratitude, and promises he will not forget what Suho did for them. He asks them to stay in touch even after Suho returns to Korea. Suho scratches the back of his head and offers a sheepish smile, thanking them for helping arrange his flight home and for reconnecting him with his uncle. A flash of memory comes back. His uncle's panicked, almost heart-stopping voice when he learned Suho had been in Egypt, fighting something that made an S-rank monster seem tame. Suho prepares to board for Korea with unease gnawing at him. The incident has already been quietly reported to a contact inside the Hunter Association, and a summons to their headquarters now looms like an approaching storm. Xing narrows his eyes, suspicion flickering across his face as if he were piecing together a late-night conspiracy. He remarks that it is strange an S-rank demon would simply walk away and allow the dungeon to collapse. Suho forces a laugh and plays it off as luck, but his clenched fist betrays the tension beneath. The story shifts to a few hours ago, inside the shadow dungeon. Imet stands. Heavy chains clank at his sides, but his presence remains massive and unmistakable. From a distance, Suho and his companions study Amit and feel the gravity of the situation. Essel exhales and wonders if the chains truly cannot be broken. Suho asks whether Amit is stuck there because of the chains, and whether Amit will honor the promise now that Suho did not fully unseal him. Amit laughs deeply, amused. Amit reminds Suho that the deal was simply to get him out of the tomb, and Suho did exactly that. The chains, Amit says, are now more for show. He can move in this realm better than he could in his dusty prison. Suho blinks, surprised by Amit's sudden, almost casual attitude. The once terrifying overlord's tone is closer to a creature enjoying a long, overdue respite than a chained destroyer. Before Suho can reply, Amit's enormous hand shoots out and grips the back of Suho's jacket, like someone scooping up a misbehaving child. Suho's protest is cut short as Amit launches them both into the air with a powerful leap. Essel's panicked voice cries out, calling for him to stop and asking where he is taking the young monarch. After a tense flight through the dark expanse, Amit lands atop a towering structure within the shadow dungeon and releases Suho. Amit stretches his arms wide and inhales deeply, savoring the atmosphere of his new domain. He remarks that it is faint, but that he can sense the essence of nature again, a feeling he has long missed. Amit turns to Suho. His eyes gleam not with malice, but with a reluctant respect. He reiterates his promise to follow the young monarch. Suho meets Amit's gaze and, for the first time, allows a rare smile to appear. He nods firmly in agreement. With that silent agreement hanging between them, Suho and Amit prepare to begin. Whatever is about to start. Now back in the present, at airport, Sung Suho gave Xing a casual wave before stepping through the boarding gate. The automated door slid shut with a soft hiss, leaving Xing standing there watching him go. Xing's eyes lingered on Suho's retreating figure as his mind churned over what he had seen. This guy doesn't just summon monsters, Xing thought, watching him leave. I'll have the guild dig into this, he decided, making scouting Suho his top priority. As Suho walked down the terminal, his thoughts drifted forward and backward at once. The shadow dungeon, the urgent quest, meeting Amit. None of it felt isolated. Each piece fit like fragments of a larger puzzle. Everything he had done seemed to point to this moment. Amit was no longer simply an enemy to defeat, but an ally to gain. As Suho continued down the terminal, Baru emerged smoothly from the shadow. It's been a while since I've flown on one of these metal birds, Baru remarked, voice light. Suho chuckled and shook his head. He glanced up at the departure board and summoned his status window, a faint translucent screen floating before him. Reading the numbers, he murmured with a hint of pride, 7 levels in one shot. Guess that, boss, and the urgent quest paid off, he added, eyes sparking. Curiosity creased his face as he turned to Baru and asked where his new stats would place him among hunters. Baru scrutinized the data with focused intensity. After a thoughtful pause, he gave a firm nod. You've definitely reached A rank. Suho's expression hardened, a quiet determination settling over him like armor. A rank, he repeated. That's good enough. The preparations were complete, and the time to act had come. A storm of purpose darkened his gaze as he thought of his targets. Lee Min-sung and the Aterim Apostle wouldn't see what was coming next. Meanwhile, in Korea, the Human Hero Guild's headquarters buzzed with activity. The new building, modern and sleek, stood as proof of the guild's rapid rise and growing influence in the hunter world. Inside one of the offices, a group of hunters traded excited chatter, their voices bright with disbelief and pride. One hunter remarked that they had come a long way, from a C-rank guild to clearing B-rank gates in Incheon. A hunter produced a small, gleaming vial of stardust and held it up like a talisman. He told the group that the stardust was the real reason for their success, noting that, with that supply, a mostly C-rank team could make B-rank gates look easy. Someone else added that the black market had made the stardust far more accessible and cheaper. Leaning against the wall, Kim Sung-Soo, a B-rank hunter with spiky hair, crossed his arms and watched them. Kim admitted something about the stardust felt off to him. A few hunters rolled their eyes and told Kim he didn't understand because he was B-rank. Kim didn't react, and instead opened a soda, taking a deliberate sip. Then someone mentioned the Hunter Association was talking about banning the stardust. The room, once noisy and light, fell suddenly silent. Tension thickened the air. "Why would they ban something that helps us close more gates?" one hunter demanded. Another muttered bitterly that the association didn't care about small guilds like theirs. Before anyone could press the matter further, three unfamiliar figures entered. Every head turned as the room's easy atmosphere chilled into something much colder. At the front of the trio stood a boy who looked too calm and too young for the threat he carried. The boy spoke in a quiet, cutting voice and asked if this was the Human Hero Guild. Kim took a cautious step forward, instincts on edge, and demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. The boy did not hesitate. He claimed rights to the ancient gate and ordered its surrender. He repeated his demand to hand over the gate. Without warning, a heavy pressure exploded outward from the boy, pressing down on the room like an invisible weight. A strange glow flared across the eyes of Kim's guildmates. Their pupils constricted, and a sinister yellow cross appeared within them. Their voices empty and synchronized as they intoned, "Apostle, we obey." Kim's soda can slipped from his hand and hit the floor. Panic tightened his chest as he staggered backward. The boy's attention fixed on Kim. He tilted his head and smirked, amused that Kim had not consumed the stardust. "Perfect," the boy purred. "A pure one among the flock," he said, plainly delighted. He raised a finger and commanded the others to see and hear nothing until he said otherwise. Instantly, the room fell into absolute, eerie silence. The controlled hunters froze with vacant expressions. Kim forced himself to remain standing, voice trembling as he demanded answers about who the boy was and why they obeyed him. The apostle, calm and almost bored, replied that he had hoped for a proper conversation but found the others dull. He explained with a silky tone that creations existed to serve the Creator's will. Kim flinched and asked what the apostle meant, incredulous at the talk of creators and free will. The apostle shook his head sadly and accused them of clinging to the illusion of free will. Then, stepping closer, he declared he was there to correct that delusion. Kim's instincts screamed. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and called the apostle insane. For a moment, the apostle's smirk faded, and a coldness fell over the room as his presence intensified. The lights above flickered under the crushing energy that now suffocated the space. The apostle reached for a blade on the wall. A yellow glow pulsed in his palm and seeped into the weapon. He whispered, "Amplify," and the sword came alive with a crackling, malevolent energy. Kim had no time to hesitate. He lunged and swung in a precise, desperate arc at the apostle's throat. The apostle moved like a phantom, effortless and untouchable, and countered with deadly speed. A brutal, decisive cut followed. Kim was severed cleanly in two. His body crumpled to the floor as blood sprayed, and the broken half of his sword spun into a controlled hunter's skull with a sickening thunk. The room plunged into stunned silence. Death had spoken, and the apostle stood amid the carnage. With a lazy wave, the apostle gave a single order: "The others may see and hear again." The controlled hunters obeyed. Their expressions remained hollow as they dragged the bodies away like lifeless dolls. Footsteps pounded in the hall as more guild members rushed in, alarmed by the disturbance. The apostle spared them no glance and issued an erasing command. "Forget everything." The newcomers' faces went slack. Confusion clouded their eyes, and then they turned away, their memories wiped clean. Without another word, the apostle strode toward the dungeon entrance, his thoughts dark and restless. He wondered aloud what free will even meant, thinking that creations existed to fulfill their purpose. He brooded over the world's insolence. Its people had defied purpose and even destroyed their creator. Near the dungeon's threshold, his gaze caught a massive creature bound by glowing chains. It roared, thrashing against its restraints. The apostle smiled and approached the beast, lifting a glowing yellow crystal in his open hand. With a soft, almost tender voice, he told the creature it had wandered long between dimensions, and that its rage would be useful. He pressed the crystal into the monster's eye without hesitation. The beast screamed as a sickly yellow energy surged through its body, twisting and mutating it into a more nightmarish form. The apostle watched with a slow, satisfied smirk as the creature transformed. "Go forth," he whispered, commanding it to unleash destruction in the name of the Creator's will. Meanwhile, outside the airport bustled with travelers moving through the automatic doors, luggage in hand, oblivious to the danger now unleashed. Taxis lined the curb, and horns blared as vehicles crawled through the congested drop-off lanes. Near a discreet surveillance van parked by the entrance, 3 hunters from the Hunter Association kept watch, their eyes sharp as they scanned the crowd. Then, without warning, a faint red glow pulsed in the distance. It throbbed like a heartbeat, and one of the hunters stiffened. "This isn't normal," he muttered, taking a cautious step forward. The second hunter, his expression darkening. "The energy pouring out of that gate. If we don't handle the inside quickly, we're looking at a full-scale dungeon break," he warned. The third hunter, who carried himself like the leader, studied the swirling crimson light with a steady, unwavering stare. "It's crackling," he said, urgency threading his voice. Before they could act, something changed. Their eyes flickered, and an unnatural yellow hue crept across their irises. One of them turned slowly, posture suddenly rigid. The Aterim apostle stepped forward, silent and severe. The first hunter spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. "There is no threat here. We'll inform the association that everything is under control, Apostle," he added mechanically. The apostle's gaze shifted to the gate, where chaotic energy writhed like a living thing. The strained dungeon finally shattered. From the rift, monstrous entities poured out, grotesque forms twisted with primal fury. The apostle sank into memory, visions of a time long past. Creations, he thought, beings forged to carry out the will of their makers. If their masters willed war, they led battles in their name. If they craved treasure, they stripped it from the undeserving. A shadow passed over his face as he sank deeper into recollection. A memory hardened his expression. One day the Creator spoke, saying a kin had fallen in another realm and ordering them to seize dominion over the world left without a master. The moment replayed vividly, his reverence tangled with disdain as the memory echoed in him. And so, we obeyed. The grand army of the divine mobilized. Countless faithful gathered to fuel the crusade. But passage between dimensions demanded an unfathomable toll. With each step, the void narrowed, and fewer could continue. Those left behind were swallowed by the abyss between worlds, lost forever. For ages they advanced, sacrificing all that was necessary until finally they arrived at the Forsaken World's threshold. What awaited them was not an empty domain to conquer, but the embodiment of terror itself. Darkness. An abyss so absolute, it eclipsed hope and turned victory into fantasy. Entire battalions were erased in an instant, swallowed by the void. From that abyss, an army then emerged. That legion was forged of shadow, led by generals whose power dwarfed even the greatest of the divine. The apostle's fingers curled as he relived the nightmare. The darkness had been annihilation incarnate. The battle that followed was unlike any they had fought. Every fallen warrior's essence was devoured and reshaped into a ghastly shadow. The divine army, once unshakable, found itself facing an enemy that grew stronger with every loss. The more they resisted, the more the darkness fed on despair, its power swelling with each passing moment. Their campaign for a world abandoned by its master had become a war bleeding into other realms. The divine forces staggered beneath mounting casualties. Even the apostles felt doubt creep into their minds. Defeat, a notion they had never entertained, became undeniable, and bitterness sharpened within him. It was then that Teal, the Creator's chosen envoy, stepped forward, his aura radiating unwavering certainty. "This is not a loss," Teal declared, cutting through the despair. "This is an opportunity." The apostle listened as Teal explained. The passage between dimensions had exacted a great cost, and the darkness could not easily return because the mana expense was immense. More importantly, Teal revealed that many life forms in that world were devoid of mana. A murmur passed through the ranks. If true, that changed everything. Teal continued, "The mist burns are among the weakest of our kind, physically frail, mentally fractured, but their faith is absolute. Once ignited by divine fire, they become conduits of belief, spreading it like an unstoppable plague. Among beings lacking mana, their influence would be unchallenged. A bold plan took shape. Rather than wage open war, they would infiltrate, convert, and consume from within. Faith would spread, and, as believers multiplied, collective devotion would manifest a divine foothold. The miracle they needed. It was a risky strategy, but one they accepted without hesitation. Acting quickly, Teal split his divine essence into 5 fragments, each assigned a purpose. The weakest fragment took the embers of the mist burns, a sliver of power small enough to slip past the abyss' watchful gaze and cross into the forsaken world undetected. The plan unfolded exactly as intended. The fragment infiltrated the world and began spreading its influence among the inhabitants. But then an unforeseen complication arose. Not all life forms were without mana. Some had awakened mana, a revelation that threatened to upend their entire scheme. The fragment uncovered a truth that contradicted their assumptions. The world's sudden connection to mana was not natural, but the result of an event called the cataclysm. That moment in history had reshaped the world's foundation and infused it with the energy the divine had not expected. As the Iterum apostle stands amid the restless flow of the airport, his thoughts lingering on the revelations that haunt him, he remembers how the first fragment, upon facing the anomaly, chose to wait for reinforcements rather than act recklessly. When that fragment merged with the second, and then with him, their strength solidified and their purpose sharpened, he reflects inwardly. Yet doubt creeps in. A change so sudden, so precisely timed, cannot be mere coincidence. It must have been orchestrated. With an unreadable expression, he scans the bustling crowd around him. Still, one variable remains. Humans who have transcended their natural state. Hunters who wield mana as a weapon. He must understand them, their limits, and the true extent of their power. To measure the pinnacle of their kind, he resolves, he must witness an S-rank hunter in combat. As if the world conspired to answer, a thunderous explosion shudders through the airport. The impact rattles foundations, glass shatters, and debris sprays into the air. Panic spreads like wildfire. Alarms wail while travelers scream and scramble for safety. Through dust and falling plaster, monstrous figures pour out. Hulking, grotesque creatures armed with crude, jagged implements. Their roars reverberate as they sweep the terrified crowds, charging forward with merciless intent. A desperate voice cries out, "Dungeon break! Someone call the Hunter Association!" Fear erupts into hysteria as people surge in all directions like prey fleeing a predator. The apostle watches composed. If the creatures wreak enough havoc, a hunter of notable strength will appear, he reasons, perhaps even an S-rank. On cue, a hunter bolts into the fray, weapon drawn and eyes blazing with resolve. The apostle's golden gaze locks on the combatant, dissecting every movement with cold precision. Were these hunters stationed here, or is this chance, he wonders, studying their coordination and the seamless use of mana. Their teamwork and timing are too precise for mere coincidence. His suspicion sharpens. A realization crosses his face. All of them are users of stardust. Intrigue flickers in his expression as he steps forward while the battle roars around him. Stardust, the apostle muses, is an amplifier born from the distilled faith of the Mistburns. Ordinarily, it is a minor artifact, a flicker in a grand design. Hunters closest to him, already tainted by prolonged exposure to his will, the hunter sheaths his weapon, bows slightly and replies in mechanical obedience, "Yes, apostle, as you command." Fast forward, the monsters continued their brutal rampage, unchecked and merciless. A goblin, dagger-jagged and gleaming with malice, darted toward a defenseless woman. She had barely time to scream before the blade plunged into her back, sending her crashing to the ground. The creature cackled as it continued to stab, each thrust splattering fresh crimson across the floor. The Iterum apostle stood motionless as blood spattered at his feet. Gasping through pain, the woman stretched a trembling hand toward him, a final silent plea for salvation. Her wide, terrified eyes met his, and he only stared back, cold and unmoved. To him, creations existed solely to fulfill the will of their creator. Life had one purpose: obedience. As her fingers went slack and fell, the apostle's face slipped into unreadable thought, shadowed by an inward storm. He wondered why humans possessed such insatiable desire. What force drove these fragile beings to strive beyond simple existence? He watched the slaughter around him, the dying screams, the metallic scent of blood, the wreckage, and he considered a troubling possibility. Could these insignificant creatures harbor some higher purpose, some unknown strength beyond survival? Elsewhere in the chaos, a lone man ran frantically through blood-streaked lanes, breath ragged and panic-ridden. His wild gaze caught sight of a figure moving against the flow of fleeing survivors. The approaching figure was Sung Suho, moving with an unsettling calm beneath a black mask that hid the lower half of his face. With a quiet scoff, Suho adjusted the mask and muttered with irritation, "A dungeon break, huh? What a warm welcome." Nearby, a desperate scream rose as a man slipped and fell hard to the ground, raising trembling hands in a futile defense. A towering beast loomed over him, club raised to deliver the fatal blow. A powerful kick smashed into the monster's face, sending it flying backward. Its crude weapon clattered to the ground. The rescuer landed smoothly, stance steady and composed. "Get up," Suho ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "I'll handle these. You run." From his vantage point, the apostle observed the scene with sharpened interest, studying each movement. The masked warrior moved with seamless precision, efficient, calculated, and lethal. His strikes were measured, never reckless. Each swing of his blade carried the weight of mastery. The battlefield seemed to bend around him, the tide of battle shifting to his will. The apostle's gaze narrowed. This hunter was different. There was a certainty and power in his movements that transcended the ordinary. Recognition flickered in his mind. That black mask. Lee Min-sung had described a man who wore a black mask. The one who had annihilated the Hyena Guild. Intrigue crept into the apostle's impassive stare. The saboteur, he thought. So this is the man who opposes us. Fascinating. Fast forward as chaos swallowed the airport as goblins rampaged unchecked, delighting in the terror of their prey. Screams filled the air as civilians scrambled for cover, only to be cut down by the savage creatures. The terminal, once a place of bustle and movement, had become a battlefield soaked in blood and despair. Then amid the carnage, a shadowed figure moved. Too fast for the goblins to notice, flickering between them like a wraith. In an instant, bodies dropped where they stood. Precise slashes and crushing blows ended lives before the monsters could react. Sung Suho's movements were seamless. Each strike delivered lethal efficiency with no wasted motion. Suho exhaled and adjusted the hood that shadowed his face, his mind already assessing the situation. A gate of this magnitude, one capable of spawning such a disastrous outbreak, should have been detected long before it reached this point. The Hunter Association would never let a dungeon break of this scale spiral this far, especially in such a densely populated area. Something was wrong. His sharp gaze flicked to the slaughtered goblins at his feet. Whatever caused this was not natural, but speculation could wait. First came the civilians. Get them to safety, Suho decided. Everything else could follow. From a vantage wrapped in chaos, the Iterum Apostle watched with cold attention, rapidly cataloging what he saw. No traces of stardust, he noted. That alone set the masked man apart from most of the powerful humans he had observed. While the Apostle's thoughts churned, Suho shifted his focus to the fallen goblins at his feet. The shadows beneath the corpses stirred unnaturally. Moments later, 3 figures rose where the goblins had fallen, twisted goblin forms shrouded in inky darkness, their eyes glowing as they acknowledged Suho with silent obedience. Suho spared them only a brief glance before standing. He ordered the shadow goblins to assist the civilians and to make sure anyone who could not escape on their own was carried to safety. Hidden in the wreckage, the Apostle's confidence faltered for the first time. His breath hitched as realization set in. Power over darkness. A memory clawed to the surface. The same ominous force. The same dreadful presence that once sent whole armies into panic. The power of the Shadow Monarch. Recollections of an unstoppable shadow army flooded his mind. The apostle's throat tightened at the memory. He had seen that tide of blackened warriors before, and it left ruin in its wake. As the shadow goblins cut down the remaining monsters with effortless precision, the apostle's unease deepened. A human wielding the authority of shadows, the implications were terrifying. If this masked man truly held a link to the Shadow Monarch's power, everything fit. The Hyena Guild's annihilation, the Stardust Factory's destruction, the string of sabotages. Each act of disruption could be his doing. Just then, Suho's gaze snapped to something in the distance. His expression sharpened and became unreadable. The apostle felt a shudder run through him. The hunter had seen him. Instantly, his heartbeat surged, and he willed himself to fade into the background. Discovery at this moment would doom their mission? Not here. Not now, he thought. He must leave before the hunter learned the truth. Before the apostle could move, a deafening crash shook the terminal. A massive truck hurtled through the air, spinning wildly before slamming into the building. The impact sent shockwaves through the airport. A fiery explosion erupted, shattering windows and flinging glass and debris everywhere. Flames and smoke swallowed the area in a blinding inferno. Reacting instantly, Suho lunged forward without hesitation. He positioned himself between the blast and a nearby boy, taking the full force of flames and flying glass across his back. Shards and heat struck him, but his body remained unshaken, an unyielding shield amid the chaos. As smoke and ash cleared, a deep guttural roar suddenly split the air and stole his focus. From the gaping hole where the truck had crashed, a massive, bull-like boss monster emerged, its glowing yellow eyes burning with hostile intent. Towering over the wreckage, the creature radiated a menacing aura that made the air itself feel heavy. Suho's muscles tensed. He suspected this might be the dungeon boss. A shadow rippled at his feet and Baru materialized, regal and imposing. Baru addressed him as the young monarch and reported sensing Iterim's energy within the beast. Suho's brows drew together. If Iterim's energy was present, this dungeon break was connected to Iterim. Baru's antennae twitched as he detected another faint trace of the same energy, this time from behind them. Baru turned his gaze and studied the apostle. After a heartbeat, he relaxed and commented that the figure appeared to be just a child. The beast stamped its colossal hooves and let out an earth-shaking bellow, then lunged with startling speed. Its fist barreled toward Suho, but Suho did not flinch. Instead, he tightened his stance, prepared to meet the attack head-on. He resolved to give everything he had and immediately allocated all new stat points gained upon reaching level 35 into strength. His strength stat jumped, and his muscles tightened with newfound power. The monster's fist collided with Suho's, producing a deafening crack and a violent shockwave that sent debris flying. Neither Suho nor the beast yielded. Both pushed with relentless force, refusing to give ground. The fight was a raw test of power. Two titans locked in a brutal contest where each blow shifted the battlefield. Suho steadied himself and prepared for the next exchange. Every movement purposeful and charged with the weight of what this battle revealed. In the dim shadow of the ruined terminal, the apostle watched from the darkness. As the fight continued, the apostle studied Suho more closely and detected a trace of dark authority in him. A small current of darkness that felt potent, though it was only a sliver compared to the abyssal powers the apostle knew. He allowed himself a slow, calculating smile as a plan formed. Fate had presented an opportunity today. If the apostle removed Suho now, he reasoned, he could erase whatever distant danger the boy might one day become. As he prepared to move, the tense hush was shattered by a new voice cutting cleanly through the chaos, apologizing for being late as a figure strode into the broken airport with an air of effortless confidence. Flames ignited and danced on the newcomer's outstretched palm, drawing every gaze as they fed on his mana and painted his features in flickering light. He announced his intent to finish things quickly, and the firelight emphasized the certainty in his posture and the authority he radiated. The newcomer's presence carried a charisma that made even nearby goblins freeze in stunned silence. Mortal fear and awe spread across the ruined concourse. Above the goblins, small orbs of flame materialized and hovered like vengeful stars, a display of power that even the apostle regarded with a momentary twitch of curiosity, his attention shifting from Suho to this new hunter. Suho, still engaged in the fight, instinctively took a step back and tried to locate the source of the burning projectiles. He muttered to himself, puzzled about where the fireballs had come from. The question was answered moments later as the newcomer walked forward, utterly unaffected by the battlefield's chaos. The hunter's eyes burned with a crimson intensity. With a single deliberate motion, the man, Hunter Choi, an S-rank user of fire, let loose his attack. The hovering fireballs descended in a merciless storm. The goblins had no time to respond. Each projectile struck home with ruthless precision, and those unlucky enough to be hit were consumed in roaring flame. Within seconds, their bodies dissolved into ash, heat warping the air and leaving nothing but the acrid stench of smoke in their wake. Suho stood frozen, eyes wide and breath shallow, stunned by the instantaneous annihilation before him and barely able to process the speed and scope of the hunter's display. He had encountered powerful foes before, but seeing so many enemies erased at once left him momentarily speechless. His attention snapped to Choi as he tried to reassess the newcomer. The crimson glow of Choi's gaze, his commanding presence, and his absolute control over fire made Suho suspect the man's true identity. Perhaps Choi was indeed the famed S-rank hunter, whose name people whispered with awe. Choi's focus shifted from the now cleared field to a massive bull-like monster that had somehow survived the initial barrage. He commented to himself that the beast was tougher than he had expected, and without hesitation, he shaped his flames into whip-like coils that rewove themselves into a bow of living fire. An arrow of pure concentrated flame took shape on the string, radiating such intensity that even the apostle instinctively stepped back at the sight. Choi took careful aim, his gaze fixed on the bull monster, and he drew the flaming bowstring taut as the beast charged with a roar that shook the ground. The arrow screamed through the air, a streak of heat and light. On impact, the projectile detonated in a cataclysmic blaze. Blinding fire swallowed the creature, and the shock wave hurled its bulk through layers of rubble until it vanished beyond the horizon. Silence followed. Only smoke, drifting embers, and the distant glow of dying flames remained where the monster had stood. Choi let the bow disintegrate into ash and embers as he lowered his arm, showing a quiet, almost amused satisfaction at the result. And the civilians who had watched the fight began to comprehend the full scale of what had occurred. Whispered amazement rippled through the crowd until it swelled into cheers. Someone called out recognition, insisting that it really was Hunter Choi who had stepped in, voices trembling with a mixture of relief and reverence as they declared him invincible. Choi acknowledged the praise with a modest lift of his hand and offered a brief reassurance that everyone was safe. Yet as applause washed over him, Choi's expression shifted. The warmth in his demeanor receded into a calm, searching intensity as he scanned the wreckage. He was sure he had seen a child fighting before he arrived. The sight had been brief but unmistakable, and now the child was nowhere to be found. His eyes fell to a torn jacket half buried among debris. A quiet question formed in his mind. Had the hunter who'd been fighting simply slipped away without taking credit? Or was there another explanation for the sudden disappearance? Hidden behind a collapsed pillar, Sung Suho crouched in shadow, his breathing measured and nearly silent. Suho thought that he should feel grateful Choi had arrived when he did, even as his mind raced with the risk of exposure. He reminded himself that he could not afford to reveal his identity. It was far too early. A chill ran down his spine as his thoughts turned darker. The Iterum he remembered always worked from the shadows, pulling strings from behind the scenes. Attacking civilians in broad daylight did not feel random to him. His fists tightened as he suspected they were planning something far larger. As dust settled over the city, the sky shifted from a bitter orange to a brooding midnight blue. The sun's last embers faded and the moon rose. In a dim back room of an abandoned building, the apostle stood motionless by a cracked, grimy window. He watched the world outside with a mind that replayed the day's events like a cold machine, parsing each moment with calculating clarity. Without warning, the air beside him rippled as if reality were fraying at the edges. The distortion widened into a swirling obsidian vortex whose perimeter pulsed with unnatural energy. The portal bulged and opened into a deep void. From the dark center, a pulsating red sphere emerged. A low, resonant voice then spoke, announcing that it had been some time, and addressing the apostle as second fragment. The apostle remained seated and did not turn. The entity identified itself as the third fragment, and its words carried a finality as it promised to summarize what lay ahead before it claimed the vessel. The apostle's tone held no real emotion, only a quiet acceptance as he explained that there were beings among humans who wielded magical power and called themselves hunters. He noted that those ranked S among hunters were especially dangerous and must be handled with care. The apostle warned in a lowered and conspiratorial voice that there was one among them who represented a variable they could not ignore. Before he could complete the thought, the third fragment interrupted with blunt detachment, saying that enough had been said. The third fragment declared it would witness everything itself once it took control of the apostle's body. It told the apostle that his role was finished and that he would be absorbed into the entity as planned. A subtle tension passed through the apostle's features, but outwardly he remained composed. The third fragment's voice took on a teasing edge as it asked whether the apostle was hesitating. The apostle exhaled slowly and shook his head almost imperceptibly, then stated that he would leave everything to the fragment. As the red sphere began the consuming process, an unwanted thought surfaced in the apostle's mind, a flicker of reluctance, which he immediately crushed and dismissed. He steeled his expression and reaffirmed that their actions were the Creator's will and that they served only that higher purpose. The merging began in earnest. Crimson energy expanded and swallowed the apostle's golden radiance. The room filled with blinding, ominous light that spilled through every crack and seam. Outside, the night itself seemed to recoil as the violent energy pulsed outward, illuminating the streets like a burning beacon. Walls trembled under the force of the transformation, while the apostle's body twisted and reshaped, his essence unraveling and reforming. The red glow deepened and warped the air until, abruptly, the process completed. When the light finally faded, a new figure stood where the apostle had been. The body had matured, taking on a fully grown form that carried an overwhelming sense of command. He flexed his fingers and tested the strength of his new body with a slow, satisfied smirk. A flicker of memory sparked in him. A single image from earlier, the boy who had wielded darkness like a weapon. He labeled the boy a variable and found him fascinating. He chuckled quietly, a sound that was deep and foreboding as he mused that someone else existed who commanded darkness. The thought shifted his mood. He judged the second fragment's recommendation to kill the boy as a mistake. Instead of destruction, he reasoned that the boy should be brought to their side. If the boy could fully harness his dark authority, perhaps even command the dead, he would be far more valuable as an ally than as another corpse. The scene shifts to Suho's apartment. Suho sank into his couch, exhausted beyond measure by the day's events at the airport. Fatigue pulled at his eyelids, and for a fleeting moment he allowed himself to drift. Like a hesitant shadow, Baru emerged from the darkness. Baru's usual sharp gaze softened with concern as he looked over Suho's slumped form. Without opening his eyes, Suho exhaled sharply, and with a weary edge, replied inwardly that he had essentially endured an hour-long interrogation by his uncle. The memory of that scolding made Suho's jaw clench. Staring at the ceiling, Suho's expression softened as he wondered if his parents worried about him like his uncle did. A small, fond smile touched his lips at the thought of them. Though still weighed down by exhaustion, Suho felt a renewed flicker of determination. With sudden energy, he pushed himself upright and tossed a damp towel from his neck, deciding that rest would have to wait. He told Baru that they were going to the Shadow Dungeon. It was time to train. Baru blinked in surprise and counseled that even those who commanded shadows needed at least a short break. Suho smirked and rolled his shoulders, explaining that he had one more thing to do. He had not yet completed his daily quest. He admitted that he could not afford to miss the rewards. Priorities, he said matter-of-factly. Fast forward to the Shadow Dungeon, as Suho set foot inside. His confident expression crumpled. His breath hitched, and his body went rigid in disbelief. The color drained from his face the moment he read the system notice. His daily quest had expired. Panic settled like ice as he realized the goblins he had planned to use for training were gone, every single one of them. He spun toward his companions, looking for an explanation. Essel, Gray, and Emmett stood before him. Their silence spoke volumes and confirmed his worst fears. Suho demanded, barely keeping calm, what had happened to the goblins. Essel fidgeted like a guilty student and avoided his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Emmett stepped forward, displaying no shame. He stated matter-of-factly that he had eradicated the goblins himself. Suho's jaw tightened as the realization settled in. He asked, incredulous, whether Emmett was telling him that every last goblin had been killed. Emmett confirmed with an unfazed grin that indeed every one of them was gone and that not a single human had been harmed, as he had promised. For a long beat, Suho simply stared at him, stunned by the consequences. Then he slammed a palm to his forehead with a stinging smack and vented his frustration at Emmet's actions. He explained that Emmet had wiped out all of Suho's training targets overnight and that this would drastically slow his growth. Emmet only chuckled and asked Suho whether he had ever limited himself to goblins if he truly sought strength. He declared that he would personally oversee Suho's training instead. Emmet's chuckle darkened. He argued that his own strength had not come from birthright, but from relentless training, and he promised to forge Suho into something greater. A familiar chime sounded, and the system window materialized before him with new information. The notification declared that he had unlocked a hidden quest titled Preparation to Become Stronger. Suho scanned the quest text and muttered to himself that he seemed to have little choice but to accept. Resigned, he accepted the quest while Emmet's ominous laughter filled the room playfully, as if savoring what was to come. Suho opened his quest log and skimmed the requirements, trying to wrap his head around them. The list read 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. He squinted at the screen and deadpanned to himself that the regimen resembled a famously intense training routine. Then a second notification appeared, adding a new condition that made him freeze. The new condition demanded that he complete all tasks while carrying Emmet. Suho's head snapped up and his expression turned to disbelief as he asked silently if Emmet was insane. Emmet promised he would make himself lighter. Immediately, a mist-like aura enveloped Emmet, and his body began to compress and shrink. Suho, Essel, and Gray watched in stunned silence as the transformation completed. The now smaller Emmet stepped forward and placed his diminutive hand on Suho's shoulder, his grip firm despite his size. He declared that this should suffice and told Suho that they could begin. Suho, questioning his life choices for the 100th time, lowered himself into the push-up position and muttered that they should get this over with. Suddenly, the system chimed again, and a new notification flashed. The bond skill was currently locked due to the power gap between player and Emmet. The bond skill required level 80 to unlock. Suho felt his stomach drop and groaned inwardly, lamenting the new obstacle. Emmet wasted no time and hopped onto Suho's back. The moment Emmet settled on him, Suho's arms buckled and his body trembled under an oppressive weight. A deep crack echoed across the floorboards as Suho struggled to support the burden. Essel and Gray stood frozen in shock, watching the scene unfold. Emmet answered with a hearty laugh. Emmet admitted with amusement that while he could shrink his size, his weight remained unchanged. Sung Suho's face contorted in pain as he gritted out that Emmet was crushing him, his whole body trembling under the strain. Sweat poured down Suho's forehead like a broken faucet. Suho clenched his teeth, barely holding himself together as he deadpanned that he was definitely about to break. Emmet leaned closer, amusement plain in his expression, and confirmed that the pressure was intentional. He explained that to grow stronger, one must first be broken down. Emmet's laughter rang out again, completely unbothered, and he cheerfully ordered the young monarch to give him 99 more push-ups. Miles away on the outskirts of Paiju's field-type dungeon, a different kind of suffering unfolded inside a derelict structure. The air within the ruined building was thick with muffled screams. A mistborn creature convulsed violently, its twisted form writhing in agony beneath dim, flickering lights. Shadowed stains streaked the walls, and the scene resembled a crude, makeshift laboratory. Standing amid the chaos, Lee Min-sung watched the tortured creature with sharp, unblinking eyes and exhaled slowly. The approaching footsteps barely registered to him. He did not bother to turn and simply remarked coolly that the other had finally shown up. With barely restrained irritation in his tone, asked how much longer he was supposed to keep doing this. A low, guttural voice interjected that the humans should feel honored to be part of what was happening. The voice belonged to Murmu, the overseer of the Stardust Factory, who stepped forward from the shadows. His tone shifted then to reverent awe as he praised the Chosen One for delivering them from a miserable existence and granting them purpose. At Murmu's words, something inside Lee snapped. In a single fluid motion, whirled his blade through the dim light. The sword sliced through the demon's writhing tentacles with a sharp schlick, severing them cleanly. The amputated limbs struck the floor with grotesque squelches, and dark ichor oozed onto the already stained tiles. Lee's voice dropped, and each word carried venom as he demanded how Murmu dared judge him or his life. Murmu remained unnervingly calm, meeting Lee's glare without flinching and simply watching. Irritated, Lee sheathed his sword with a hard click and growled that he had had enough. He demanded to know where the kid was. Murmu's lips curled into a knowing smirk as he said that the apostle was preoccupied. Lee's eyes narrowed dangerously at the revelation. Lowering his voice into a quiet threat, Lee warned that Lim Tae-gu would return to Korea soon and that Murmu should tell his apostle to honor his promise. Murmu did not reply immediately. Instead, he produced a small glass vial from the folds of his robes. The vial contained concentrated stardust. Murmu held the vial up and tilted his head with a hint of amusement as he asked rhetorically whether Lee had already been given that gift and why he refused to use it. Murmu spoke wistfully of the Chosen One's arrival after the Shadow Monarch had shattered the demon realm, recalling how he had been left to rot in a dimensional rift and barely clinging to life until the Chosen One saved him. He boasted that thanks to the Chosen One's gift, the berserk poison, stardust, they had spread across the realm and annihilated traitorous households. Lee's face hardened further as he listened, clearly unimpressed by Murmu's praise. Sensing an opening, Murmu pressed his advantage and insisted that by following the Apostle Lee would gain immeasurable strength and could crush Lim Tae-gu without effort. He asked whether that was not what Lee desired. Lee's response was swift and razor-sharp. He told Murmu not to act as if he understood S-ranks. Without another word, Lee ground the smoldering remains of his cigarette beneath his boot and turned for the exit. He muttered coldly that Murmu should keep his cultist garbage to himself and that he would never touch such a thing. Murmu taunted him as he left, calling the human foolish and predicting that he would always be a loser. Lee did not react outwardly, but the tension in his clenched jaw betrayed him as he made his way outside toward his car. He drove with grim resolve and told himself he only had to endure the situation until the kid eliminated Lim Tae-gu. After that, he planned to hand everyone over to the Hunter Association and let them deal with the fallout. He reminded himself that he had once been untouchable and vowed to restore things to how they should be. With those thoughts, he started the engine and disappeared into the night. Unbeknownst to Lee Min-sung, a silent observer lurked in the darkness, carefully watching his every move. The observer, a hunter, pressed a finger to his earpiece and reported in a measured tone that Lee Min-sung had just exited Paiju's field dungeon. The hunter added his suspicion that Paiju's field area was likely where Stardust production was taking place. On the other end of the line, the chairman's face darkened as he heard the news and acknowledged the report. The chairman ordered Hunter Miho to keep tracking Lee. After the call ended, Chairman Lee turned toward Choi, who stood nearby flipping through a stack of reports. Choi spoke without looking up, a trace of satisfaction in his voice, noting that they were finally closing in on Lee Min-sung's activities. Expression remained severe as he recounted troubling details from the airport dungeon incident. All staff assigned to monitor the surrounding gates reported simultaneous memory loss. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully and added that every single one of those staff members had ingested stardust. Choi adjusted his glasses and sharpened his tone, reporting that hunters across multiple regions had been acting erratically, and that stardust was the common denominator. The chairman exhaled slowly and declared that the Hunter Association would issue a full ban on stardust. Regarding Lee Min-sung, the chairman said coldly that they would bring him down. He added that they would also dismantle whoever was pulling the strings behind Lee. Choi straightened with renewed determination and assured the chairman that his hunters stood ready. The chairman's gaze drifted to a framed photograph on his desk, a photo of him and Jin-Woo, and his thoughts grew heavy. He recalled that the CEO had assured him Sung Suho had returned safely. The chairman considered that if Suho was a growth-type hunter like his father, the system could become an obstacle, and he vowed to do everything in his power to support him. The scene shifts to the shadow dungeon. Inside, Sung Suho's entire body trembled under unbearable strain. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his muscles screamed in protest. Sweat and blood dripped onto the cold stone as he pushed through the 99th repetition. Lowering himself for the final push, blinding pain tore through his arms as his overworked muscles threatened to give out. A sickening rip echoed through the training hall as his flesh split, crimson spraying across the floor. Still, Suho forced himself upward by sheer will. The instant his chest rose on the 100th push-up, his body collapsed with a heavy thud and went motionless against the floor. Emmett climbed off Suho's back and stretched casually, asking with dry amusement whether the young monarch was finished already. He added that the set Suho had just completed was merely the push-ups for the day. Essel and Gray stared at Suho's battered form, horror reflected in their faces. Essel's voice cracked as she reported that his arms and bones looked completely shattered. Even Baru, normally unflappable, bared his fangs and snapped that the reckless beast had gone too far. Baru clenched his fists and demanded to know what Emmett had done to the fragile young monarch. He declared the training over. Suho stirred. His bloodied hand twitched and then lifted slightly. In a voice weak but unbroken, he requested his status window. Without hesitation, Suho navigated the system store and purchased a set of healing potions. The others watched in stunned silence as he uncorked a vial and drank. A faint, tired grin tugged at his lips as he murmured that he needed to grow stronger. His gaze sharpened with renewed resolve. He reminded himself that this strength was necessary before facing Lee Min-sung. Emmett watched Suho rise with something like approval, amusement deepening in his expression. Still trembling, Suho forced himself upright and checked the tasks left. 3 remained. He asked, hoarse and determined, whether 3 tasks were truly all that remained. Essel and Baru remained frozen, pale as they watched the brutal training continue. Emmett shifted his form and shrank just enough to settle himself atop Suho's abdomen. Though Emmett's size reduced, his weight did not. The crushing pressure remained the same. Suho began a series of crunches with Emmett pressing down like an immovable boulder. Each rep was pure agony. Blood streaked his face and his muscles screamed, but he refused to falter. Suho endured and repeated rep after rep until the final crunch finished. Immediately, he summoned the system again and swallowed another healing potion in one swift gulp. Emmett smirked and announced the next exercise, sit-ups, with himself remaining seated on Suho. Recognizing raw strength would not be enough this time, Suho activated his bond skill with Gray, and while his body still trembled violently, the additional reinforcement let him keep going. Through sheer defiance, he powered through the set until the final rep. There was no time to rest. Potion bottles littered the ground as he drained another elixir to brace for the final ordeal. Emmett climbed onto his shoulders again, crossing his arms smugly as the last challenge loomed. A 10-kilometer run. With a final, deep inhale, Suho launched himself forward. Sweat drenched him and streamed down his face. His lungs burned and his muscles begged for mercy. Pain blurred his vision and tears mixed with sweat on his chin, but he kept running. Stopping would mean admitting weakness. He refused to be weak. As his legs burned and exhaustion gnawed at him, Emmett watched in silence and thought that the young monarch refused to surrender. He considered that if Suho continued like this, he might one day surpass Tarnak, perhaps even the other monarchs. When Suho finally crossed the finish line, he collapsed, breath ragged and voice hoarse as he groaned about his back, and asked for a potion, maybe 2. Beside him, Gray, no longer strengthened by the bond, dropped with a heavy thud. Both lay motionless as if their souls had been wrung dry by the ordeal. A heavy silence settled until the familiar chime of the system echoed through the dungeon. A translucent screen materialized above Suho with the message that daily quest rewards were available. Hearing it, Essel, Baru, and Emmet approached, their faces holding a mix of admiration and worry. Baru, unusually approving, acknowledged that the young monarch's training for the day was complete. Suho, still sprawled on the shattered floor, barely lifted his head to glance at the floating text. Though his voice was weak, it held satisfaction as he admitted the session had been absolute hell. He noted that the pain had improved his endurance and strength. The system confirmed his gains. His strength had risen from 78 to 79, and his endurance improved from 40% to 60%. He raised a trembling hand and motioned toward Emmet, declaring he would be counting on him again tomorrow. Emmet nodded with an approving smirk and promised to continue. When Suho finally returned home, his limbs felt like lead. He collapsed onto his bed, and sleep took him almost instantly. Baru watched for a moment, battered form, and murmuring that he had done well. Baru's hard expression softened briefly with a rare show of pride. He then left the room. Settling on the couch, Baru grabbed the remote and relaxed, ready to enjoy a rare moment of peace. The television flickered to life. The report announced breaking news. The Hunter Association had enacted new regulations for field-type dungeons in response to the catastrophic airport dungeon incident. The reporter explained the high value of field-type dungeons, which yield rare resources, the magical essence of slain monsters, and how control over them often rested with private guilds that profited heavily. Because of the recent catastrophe, the Hunter Association planned to enforce strict new controls. Prominent guilds, including the Grim Reapers Guild, which managed several high-ranked field dungeons, would face immediate scrutiny. The scene shifted to dim-lit office, where Lee Min-sung sat in an opulent leather chair as his keen eyes scanned the document in front of him. After reading the final line, he set the papers down with a sharp snap and turned his attention to the Hunter Association officials gathered before him. Asked what the document was supposed to mean, one association representative to explain that the Grim Reapers Guild had gained control over an excessive number of field-type dungeons. He warned that, if left unchecked, those dungeons could become extremely unstable and cause widespread destruction in their current state. Another official spoke more firmly, relaying an urgent directive from upper management. They required the immediate clearance of the B-rank field dungeon, Paiju Field. The official reminded Lee that Paiju Field fell under the jurisdiction of his guild. At the mention of Paiju Field, Lee's expression darkened, though he kept his composure. The association member pressed on and noted pointedly that Lee had not participated in active hunter duties for over 6 months. He warned that if Lee refused to join the raid, his hunter license would be subject to review. A storm of anger and suspicion brewed in Lee's eyes as he processed the implications and suspected Chairman Woo of orchestrating the move to target Paiju Field. He reasoned bitterly that the order felt like sabotage aimed at the largest Stardust production site. As he considered how to refuse without arousing suspicion, a calm yet authoritative voice declared that they would comply with the Hunter Association's request. Lim Taegu, S-rank hunter and guildmaster of the Grim Reapers, had entered the room. The association officials exchanged relieved glances as they thanked Lim for his cooperation. Lee clenched his jaw so tightly the pain was nearly physical. He realized Lim's return from abroad had not been for any altruistic reason, but to interfere with his plans. As the officials began to file out, one turned to issue a final directive. Additional hunters would be sent to assist with the Paiju Field raid, and Lee was to assemble his team accordingly. Once the door closed behind them, an uneasy silence settled in the room. Lee exhaled sharply and ran a hand through his hair, letting frustration spill through his voice as he demanded whether Lim had lost his mind and how much a field-type dungeon was worth. Lim remained unfazed, leaning casually against the table with his arms crossed. He warned Lee that the Hunter Association's motive likely went beyond clearing Paiju Field. Lim suggested they had probably uncovered what Lee had been doing behind closed doors, and Lee stiffened at the implication. Lim stepped forward and fixed Lee with an unrelenting stare, reminding him that he had warned Lee not to underestimate the association. He accused Lee of using guild members for his schemes while he was away. The atmosphere grew heavier as Lim's presence darkened the room and his words cut deeper. Lim's voice carried quiet menace when he said that Lee still treated him as nothing more than a driver and that cleaning up Lee's messes was not his lot. Lee's patience snapped. His rage rose, his expression twisting with a mixture of fear and fury. At that moment, the sharp ring of a phone shattered the tension, and Lim glanced down at a screen. Lim placed the phone on the table, standing straighter, and reported that a recruiter had contacted him about a new S-rank hunter surfacing in Korea. He said he would head to the Hunter Association to investigate the matter personally. Pausing at the door, Lim offered Lee a quiet warning that Lee still had a chance to fix his problems and not to waste it. Lim exited, his footsteps echoing down the hallway, leaving Lee slumped and white-knuckled. Lee's mind churned, bitterness and resentment boiling, as he muttered that these people lucked into power and acted untouchable. He asked when the alien brat would grow up and when the fragment would reappear. A malevolent gleam sparked in his eyes as he confessed the wish that the alien would kill Lim Taegu for him. He tightened his grip on the armrest and whispered to himself that the target had to die, for his sake. A new vibration from his phone interrupted the scheming, and Lee leaned forward to read the message. Whatever he read shifted his expression into a wicked grin, and a low chuckle swelled into a manic laugh that filled the dim room. His phone screen displayed Apostle. He murmured, "He's up to something interesting." The narrative cut to the Hunter Association headquarters, where a restless crowd had gathered outside. Inside, excitement and tension buzzed through the corridors as the newly revealed S-rank hunter stepped into the center of attention. The Apostle, newly recognized as an S-rank, stood motionless, his icy demeanor commanding every eye in the room. The Apostle's piercing gaze swept across the throng of reporters until it fixed on a particular figure in the crowd. A man in the room recognized the Apostle and approached slowly, his steps deliberate and silencing the surrounding noise. The man, Choi, offered a composed nod and reported his congratulations to the new S-rank hunter, addressing him by the name Park Doo-jin. Choi's sharp eyes studied the Apostle, and he remarked that the face seemed familiar, admitting a vague sense that he had seen him somewhere before. Park Doo-jin's gaze cooled, and he responded coldly that they had never met, though he acknowledged that he knew exactly who Choi was. Choi's brow furrowed at the clarity and he apologized, then swiftly shifted back to business. He proposed that Park Doo-jin consider signing a contract with the Hunters Guild. Park Doo-jin remained unreadable and declined politely, saying he had already chosen a guild. As he spoke, he slowly raised a finger and pointed across the room. At that instant, the heavy doors of the Hunter Association swung open and Lim Taegu entered, his posture commanding immediate attention. The crowd's murmur swelled as they recognized the guildmaster of the Grim Reapers. Lim's eyes rapidly found Park Doo-jin, and his brow creased with confusion. Park Doo-jin declared that he had already made his decision. He would be joining the Grim Reaper Guild. 1 week later, the scene cuts to the Paiju field-type dungeon. A group of hunters has gathered at the raid site. Among them stands Baek Miho, an observant A-rank hunter from the White Tiger Guild. Miho walks over and Lee Min-sung greets her with a polished, charismatic smile. He thanks her for joining the operation and quips that the dungeon appears to be keeping them busier than expected. Miho returns the smile. She insists it was only natural to offer assistance when required. But beneath that calm exterior, her thoughts are sharp. She recognizes the charm for what it is. A carefully crafted mask. He's skilled at hiding the rot beneath it, she thinks. Today, everything in this dungeon will be exposed, Miho vows inwardly. She will be the one to pull that mask away. As she refocuses on the train, a new presence behind her makes her pause. She turns slightly and sees Park Doo-jin, the recently awakened S-rank hunter, the newest member of the Grim Reaper Guild. Miho studies him. His aura is composed and quietly powerful. An unexpected factor she didn't count on. If things go wrong, he could tilt the balance either way, a threat or a boon. She files that uncertainty away. The viewpoint shifts to a nearby crew of excavation workers being readied for the mission. They are handed pickaxes and briefed on the objectives. Among those workers, Suho stands silent, gripping his pickaxe with an unreadable expression as he prepares for the grueling work ahead. The scene shifts to a few days ago, the Grim Reaper Guild's office building. Inside, Lee Min-sung lounges in an opulent chair, stirring a drink and wearing a smug grin. Across from him sits the apostle, calm, composed, and unreadable. Min-sung muses, half mocking. The apostle has changed since they last met. The apostle barely reacts. He lifts a porcelain teacup, takes a slow sip, and answers in a measured, impassive tone. His current form was chosen for survival. Now that his strength has returned, appearance no longer matters. Min-sung leans forward with a smirk and presses, the name Park Do-jin, becoming a hunter. What is the apostle's goal? The apostle replies plainly, a name is a tool. Adopting Park Do-jin lets him move freely in this world. Becoming a hunter lets him operate without restraint. Min-sung's smile is cold. He admits that the apostle's airport display has drawn the Hunter Association's attention, and the association is now watching Min-sung closely. They are investigating his activities, alleging civilian casualties and property damage. If they dig into what's happening at the Paiju field facility, both he and the apostle could be ruined. The apostle's gaze is steady and quiet. His voice drops to a whisper but carries firm resolve. That is precisely why he joined the Grim Reaper Guild. During the raid, he promises, he will convert every hunter in the party into followers, so there will be no trace left to implicate them. Min-sung folds his arms and gives a low chuckle. He calls the apostle's plan bold and then asks a pointed question. He wonders aloud whether the apostle is truly ready to face Lim Tae-gu, an established S-rank hunter, right now. The apostle's expression darkens as memories of his previous encounter with Lim resurface. He pauses and lets an unspoken conclusion hang in the air. If faced now, the outcome is uncertain. Min-sung's smirk widens. Like a predator smelling a weakness, he silently resolves to keep the apostle's promise, even if both of them are lost in the process. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association headquarters. The chairman sits behind a sleek desk. He reminds himself that the Paiju field raid will begin soon, and this operation is their best chance to gather undeniable evidence against Lee Min-sung. He breathes in and studies the documents on his desk. The White Tiger Guild's cooperation, the presence of A-rank Baek Miho, contingency plans including extra S-rank reinforcements like Choi Jong. Still, a single name gnaws at him. Park Do-jin, the new S-rank recruit with the Grim Reaper Guild. He mutters that the timing is suspicious. Park Do-jin's arrival just as the raid is being set feels too convenient to be mere coincidence. Chairman Woo leans back, a thin smile on his lips, and sifts through the paperwork. His eyes fall on a particular signature of approval. Suho, assigned to the excavation team. The sight of the signature tightens something in him. Coincidence, he wonders. Or fate. Doubt tugs at him. He had authorized the assignment, and now he questions whether it was the right move. His hand clenches. If Suho has a plan tied to this operation, he realizes, there may be no way to avoid it. The choice he made now binds him. Resolved, he tells himself that if Suho's involvement is part of a larger scheme, then Chairman Woo will have to play his part too. He will help Suho if it becomes necessary. The chaos of battle consumed Paiju Field. Thick smoke rolling across the cavern as flames erupted from the maw of a monstrous behemoth. The fire-breathing giant stood above the hunters, its guttural roar causing the cavern walls to tremble. Each breath it released sent waves of intense heat surging forward, threatening those in its path. At the formation's front, the team's tank braced himself, shield glowing as it absorbed the brunt of the attack. Sweat dripped down his forehead, yet he stood firm, signaling for the strike team to act quickly. Before he was overwhelmed by fire, a tap on his shoulder caused a brief distraction. He barely registered it as the monster unleashed a devastating blast. Suddenly, the creature fell silent. A thunderous blow forced it down, its body slumping as blood spilled onto the stone. A moment of stunned silence echoed as everyone turned to the center of the battlefield. Her eyes scanned the area, locking onto danger. A red-scaled, salamander-like beast lunged, claws slashing at her with deadly aim. She evaded easily, ducking and leaping onto its back. Utilizing its momentum, Miho kicked herself off, twisting in the air and landing against the dungeon wall. With explosive force, she sprang from the wall, flying forward. The salamander saw only a blur before her fist struck its head, a catastrophic impact. The ground fractured, cracks spreading across the stone. Dust and debris flew, and, as the dust settled, Miho stood among the fallen monsters. Thoughts raced in her mind, especially about Lee Min-sung. He had not joined the fight. Frustration distracting her just long enough for danger to approach unseen. Before she could react, a monster lunged. Gleaming teeth and slashing claws closed in, leaving her no time to respond. Yet in a blink, a figure appeared beside her. With effortless motion, the monster was abruptly felled by a single decisive chop. Miho registered the action and heard a calm voice addressing her. Hunter Miho looked up, meeting the golden-eyed gaze of the apostle. Everything about him spoke of authority and quiet composure. He had disabled one of the deadliest monsters with minimal effort, and notably, was not wearing standard combat gear. Moving with unhurried confidence, he redirected his focus to the rest of the creatures. The apostle's combat was swift and efficient. One by one, monsters collapsed, lifeless before they even understood what had happened. Miho stared in awe, recognizing the difference in power between herself and an S-rank hunter. As the last monster fell, slow clapping resounded across the battlefield. Lee Min-sung entered, a smirk playing on his lips. He expressed surprise at the swift conclusion of the fight, while Miho voiced her suspicions. For a dungeon of this scale, the number of monsters seemed oddly low. Min-sung explained, feigning amusement, that the Grim Reaper Guild actively culled monsters in their territories to prevent threats to the outside world. Miho regarded his explanation with doubt. Her gaze drifted to a corpse nearby, mistrust growing as she considered the possibility of more behind Min-sung's words. Large guilds rarely maintained dungeons so rigorously unless a deeper reason existed. Sensing her unease, Min-sung adopted a cheerful tone, instructing the team that the boss room lay ahead. While his words were light, his expression betrayed something far darker. Internally, he gloated, knowing no one would find evidence of his dealings. Factory remnants were cleared, demons had retreated deep within Paiju Field, and all proof was erased. As the team pressed onward, the apostle followed quietly, watching Miho's troubled expression. He mused to himself that nothing would be found here. Yet even survival might not guarantee peace for those who experienced what was coming. Deep inside a secret chamber of Paiju Field, Murmu, a demon, presided over a chilling laboratory bathed in an unnatural light. Two other demons stood near him, their forms radiating menace. Murmu's frustrations grew. The apostle's presence in the dungeon left the demons idly waiting, unable to continue their own dark work. Murmu clicked his tongue, lamenting how their resources were squandered on passivity when they could be transforming victims into stardust. Suddenly, a heavy silence befell the room. A figure appeared in the doorway. Suho entered, his black attire and authoritative demeanor commanding attention. He asked Baru, his loyal shadow soldier, to confirm the presence of demons. Baru assured him there was no doubt. Demonic energy lingered unmistakably. Without hesitation, Suho shattered the locked door with a single push, revealing the horrific scene inside. Murmu turned to confront the intruder, but his defiance was short-lived. Suho struck with blinding speed. Murmu was sent flying, crashing into the wall so hard that the stone cracked on impact. Suho followed up immediately, embedding Murmu deeper with a second blow, leaving the demon battered and barely recognizable. The other demons were stunned, realizing their powerful ally had been instantly reduced to a mangled heap. Baru praised Suho's growth, impressed by the strength behind each attack. He remarked that Suho's recent training was evident in the decisive blows. However, Suho's attention quickly shifted to the inert hostages. He noted that their minds were no longer their own, confirming suspicions about the place. It was being used as a stardust factory for nefarious purposes. A grotesque sound interrupted the moment. Murmu's remains began to reconstitute, bones snapping back, flesh twisting. His distorted laughter rang out as he taunted Suho, identifying him as the obstacle to the apostle's plans. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy engulfed the demon. Murmu's body expanded and transformed, tendrils sprouting, tall and monstrous. Meanwhile, tunnels echoed with the sounds of pickaxes. Miners toiled away in search of mana crystals, their labor marked by fatigue. One miner expressed his weariness and confusion over the abundance of crystals, suspecting the guild had additional motives for maintaining such resource-rich depths. Another miner speculated about new collection methods and mentioned that an E-rank member had joined the crew, a rare sight in a B-rank dungeon. Skepticism and concern arose over the decision, but the second miner defended the rookie's dedication, noting the effort shown at such a young age. In light-hearted banter, the first miner accused his companion of assigning the newcomer to the safest entrance while he himself was tasked with the most dangerous locations. The second miner feigned innocence, then pointed out how the rookie was managing a cart far heavier than usual and suggested helping him once they finished. The miners found camaraderie in their shared struggles, choosing compassion over competition as they pressed on. Throughout the vast darkness, carts overloaded with mana crystals lined the tunnels, which wound deeper into the labyrinth, untouched by any light. Inside the darkened depths of the dungeon, Suho stood unmoving, eyes locked on the demon Murmu. Without a word, he assessed his opponent, weighing the danger ahead. Baru quietly warned the young monarch about the demon's powerful magic. Suho, unshaken, acknowledged Baru's concern. His own senses, honed far beyond ordinary hunters, let him gauge the depth of Murmu's strength. The demon's aura rivaled that of an A-rank hunter, akin to Randolph, whom Suho had previously battled in the pyramid field. Knowing this, Suho tightened his stance, his confidence born from experience. He understood now why the Hunter Association had called on the Grim Reaper Guild to clear such a dangerous dungeon. He remembered his true reason for joining the excavation team, exposing the truth behind the Stardust Factory. Suho's blue eyes burned with resolve. If scrutiny on Lee Min-sung intensified, learning about Aterim's apostle would soon become nearly impossible. Without hesitation, Suho demanded to know the apostle's location. Murmu regarded him with cold, mocking amusement, interpreting Suho's pursuit as an echo of the apostle's hunt for the mysterious man in the black mask. Without warning, Murmu lashed out. Dark tendrils whipped from the demon and coiled around Suho's ankle. A sneer spread across Murmu's face as he taunted Suho, promising he would soon meet the apostle. With a surge, the demon's tentacles writhed and twisted towards Suho, prepared to drag him under. Murmu announced his plan to break Suho's body and spirit, threatening a coma from which he'd never awaken. Despite the ominous threats, Suho remained still and calm, face barely betraying irritation. Suho's only response was a low remark, mocking the demon's concept of absolute strength. For a moment, his mind flickered to memories of grueling training under the giant Amet. That training, finished alone in 5 days, had pushed Suho past all limits. He recalled collapsing from exhaustion, tears of relief in his eyes as Gray, Beru, and Essel watched. In the aftermath, Amet praised Suho's accomplishment, declaring him the strongest human he had ever met. Those harsh days had transformed every daily quest improvement into real power. Suho remembered the system notification marking his newly acquired strength boost skill, a 20% increase he immediately felt. Back in the present, the sharp sound of tearing flesh, Murmu's tentacles, once coiling with confidence, now lay shredded on the ground, oozing dark blood. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief. His vaunted grip had been utterly destroyed. Voice ragged with fury, unable to comprehend Suho's strength. Suho did not answer. Instead, he calmly brushed away the last remnants of the demon's severed limbs, his blue eyes cold and unwavering. His strength, towering at 120, radiated in silent warning. In an instant, Suho moved. Lightning quick, he closed the distance between himself and one of Murmu's demon subordinates, felling the creature with a single crushing blow that sent it sprawling unconscious. The second subordinate barely had time to react before Suho pivoted and landed another devastating strike. Both demons lay defeated before they hit the ground. Murmu scarcely processed the scene before Suho confronted him again, stepping forward with a commanding presence. Suho's tone was unwavering as he repeated his demand. "Where is the Iterum apostle?" His gaze was piercing, unyielding. Shaken but defiant, Murmu could not bring himself to submit. With a roar, he unleashed a heavy punch. Suho did not flinch. In one motion, he intercepted the attack. His fingers curled around Murmu's skull, exerting a grip that was unbreakable. Without pause, Suho tightened his hold and, in a display of overwhelming power, tore the demon's head clean from his body. The severed head, features frozen in shock, remained clutched in Suho's grip. Suho was not finished. Drawing his blade, he unleashed a flurry of merciless slashes, reducing Murmu's corpse to ribbons. Blood splattered the stones around him, painting the chamber in deep crimson. Even in death, Murmu's consciousness lingered for a final, fleeting moment. He trembled with unease at the terrifying sensation emanating from Suho, a presence that chilled his fading mind. Suho's expression remained void of mercy as he regarded the severed head. Quietly, he declared that he would get his answers, no matter what. With that, he tossed the head toward Beru. Casually, he told his shadow beast it was time for a snack. As Murmu's head spun through the air, the demon's last thoughts surfaced. He knew he would never witness the apostle's masterpiece. Before another thought could surface, Beru snapped his jaws shut, devouring the head in a bone-crunching bite. Meanwhile, far away in the shadow dungeon, Essel felt a strange lightness whisper through her form. Confused by the sensation, Essel flexed her fingers, silently remarking on how her body felt lighter. Back in the dungeon, Beru wiped his mouth clean and turned to Suho, ready to relay what little he could discern from Murmu's memories. According to Beru, Murmu's thoughts framed the apostle as a radiant, almost revered figure. No additional useful information could be gleaned. Suho sighed in frustration, another dead end. His thoughts shifted to Lee Min-sung, recognizing the need to confront him next for answers about the Stardust operation. But before anything else, Suho surveyed the chamber, shifting his focus to the hostages. There was a more urgent task, evacuating the captives from the dungeon safely. Elsewhere in the dungeon, the Iterum Apostle stood among a group of hunters, his gaze narrowing as he sensed the demon presence abruptly vanish. Not due to action from the Hunters Association. The raid party reached the massive doors guarding Paiju Field's boss room. At the entrance, Lee Min-sung faced the assembled hunters, issuing a measured briefing. Miho, feeling uneasy, expressed concern about the lack of evidence tying the field to Stardust production. Her suspicions grew as she tapped her weapon, pondering whether they'd missed something hidden on the surface. Lee Min-sung noticed her doubt and offered only a narrow smirk, his true thoughts concealed. Silently, he communicated telepathically with the Iterum Apostle, agreeing to abandon the plan to brainwash the hunters for the sake of a clean exit. The Apostle, however, bristled with irritation. That solution would not suffice. Miho, determined, pressed to clear the boss, confident their answers might wait beyond the door. The hunters prepared to breach the chamber together, unaware of the power struggle unfolding behind them. A confrontation brewed as Lee Min-sung reacted to the Apostle's intentions, anger hardening his features when he realized the scale of the betrayal. The Iterum Apostle, cold and composed, moved first, summoning a sliver of concentrated stardust and firing it into Lee Min-sung's neck. Agony shot through Lee Min-sung as foreign energy hijacked his body. He fought to resist, furious and unwilling to submit. But the invasion was immediate and overwhelming. The Apostle leaned close, voice low and chilling, discounting any notion that Min-sung was more than a sacrificial tool. He mocked Min-sung for believing he would ever be anything but expendable. With his words, reality began to dissolve around Lee Min-sung. The world fell away, leaving an endless void and a lone pulsing golden light. Panic surged as he confronted his helplessness. When his eyes finally locked onto the light, a cross-shaped pattern branded his vision as a command echoed relentlessly within his mind. He would obey the Supreme One's will. No matter how hard he struggled, Lee Min-sung's body ceased to respond. Mind and soul trapped, he watched as his movements fell under the Apostle's control. The scene snapped back to the dungeon. Lee Min-sung now stood motionless, his once fierce eyes replaced by an unnatural golden glow and the unmistakable cross pattern of enslavement. The Apostle closed the distance, placing a possessive hand on Min-sung's shoulder, admiring the result with a satisfied smirk. All traces of Lee Min-sung's individual will faded, leaving a hollow shell for the Apostle's ambitions. The Apostle's gaze shifted to Miho ahead, smiling coolly to himself as he set his sights on his next target. Outside the dungeon, a sleek black car sat idling near Paiju Field. Inside, Choi Jong-in watched a small, blue flame shaped like a bird flicker above his palm. He explained to his companion, Lim Tae-gyu, that the flame was a failsafe. If it died, the two would know trouble had erupted inside and should intervene. Choi noted the flame's utility, being able to bypass the dungeon's disruption of communication devices. His tone grew sardonic as he remarked that, with luck, the S-rank hunters would not be needed for cleanup. Lim Tae-gyu, the composed guildmaster of the Fiend Guild, remained tense and silent, prompting Choi to ask if Lim was worried. Lim's reply cut sharp, accusing Choi of trying to provoke him. Choi chuckled, acting innocent, but Lim was not amused. With a scoff, Lim referenced recent rivalry, noting Choi's disappointment that Park Dojin joined the Grim Reaper Guild instead of Choi's own. Choi responded with measured calm, insisting his guild had more than enough exceptional talent. Despite the words, an edge crept into his voice. Lim, frustrated by the situation, mentioned that Lee Min-sung had been distributing a dangerous stimulant. As a guildmaster, Lim knew he could not ignore such a crisis, warning Choi to keep his promise to stay out of the way if matters could be resolved without escalation. Choi agreed, claiming to prefer avoiding unnecessary conflict. Back in the dungeon, battle erupted inside the boss chamber. A massive salamander-like monster reared up, gathering fiery energy for an attack. The raid party prepared for impact, the tank bracing himself with shield raised as a torrent of fire engulfed him. The heat was overwhelming, but the frontline hunter held his ground. Through the flames, Lee Min-sung surged forward, cutting a path toward the monster. His movements, once brimming with confidence and willpower, now carried an eerie emptiness. Miho marked a disturbing change in Lee Min-sung's demeanor. She watched the Iterum Apostle, a supposed S rank, continue to observe from the sideline, rather than joining the fray. Miho wondered what held him back. Her thoughts then returned to Lee Min-sung. His tactics, intensity, and aggression bore no resemblance to his normal fighting style. He seemed like an entirely different person since entering the boss room. Miho steeled herself and pressed on, resolving to uncover the truth through battle. While the apostle stood silently among the hunters, a faint smirk appearing as he confirmed his thoughts. Stardust alone could not affect hunters above B rank, but its concentrated form, the star fragment, was another matter. In a sudden blur, Lee Min-sung launched into the fray. His sword slashed with brutal precision, each strike faster and deadlier than the last. Miho momentarily hesitated, struck by the overwhelming ferocity he displayed. The salamander beast reeled, suffering deep wounds as it roared in fury and fixed its burning gaze on its attacker. The boss retaliated, whipping a massive tail through the air toward Lee Min-sung. The blow was swift and deadly, but Lee raised his sword in time. The impact sent a shockwave shaking the cavern as Lee skidded backward, feet carving trenches into the ground. His arms burned with the effort, but he held firm. From the shadows, the apostle's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Even empowered by the star fragment, the apostle noted that an A-rank hunter still struggled against an S-rank creature. Radiant energy pulsed from the apostle, encasing him in a golden glow as he murmured with ominous intent. It was time to invoke one of the 5 abilities of the TL, a fragment of the main Stardust body. He whispered the blessing of amplification, a gift that would heighten the wielder's unique traits beyond natural limits. Responding instantly, a luminous blue aura enveloped Lee Min-sung. His sword, once dulled by battle, pulsed with raw energy, as if alive. The apostle observed with keen interest, noting the magic power amplification Lee now wielded, and how his weapon enhanced the force behind every strike. Lee Min-sung's presence grew overwhelming, his eyes glowing gold with lethal focus. With a powerful, fluid swing, he unleashed a massive surge of energy. The blade carved through the salamander's thick hide as if it were paper, rupturing the dungeon's ceiling and sending shockwaves rippling throughout the chamber. Debris exploded in all directions, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon with a deafening blast. Outside Paiju Field, Choi and Lim Tae-gyu watched the distant blast as flames and smoke rose, the ground trembling beneath them. The explosion marked the chaos unfolding within. Inside, Lee Min-sung stood cold and composed among the wreckage. His expression revealed no triumph or fatigue, only a chilling detachment. The apostle observed with a subtle smirk, silently calculating. Despite the amplification surge, he knew an A-rank's enhanced power could only last briefly. Most of it had already begun to fade from Min-sung's body. A quiet but scornful scoff escaped him. Disappointingly, Lee Min-sung lacked the capacity to wield true S-rank power. His words struck deep, tightening Min-sung's grip on his sword and igniting fierce inner turmoil, though he said nothing. Miho, shaken by the destruction, struggled to process what she had seen. The power Min-sung displayed surpassed the limit of an A-rank hunter. Something was clearly wrong. Her suspicions deepened as she looked toward the apostle. Stardust was supposed to be ineffective at this level, so what was happening? Then, without warning, Lee Min-sung struck. His sword pierced the apostle's back with ruthless precision. A gasp of pain escaped the apostle as shockwaves rippled through the chamber. He staggered, breath ragged and voice weak with disbelief. But before the apostle finished, Lee Min-sung laughed darkly. He mocked the apostle's control, his eyes turning pitch black, a menacing grin spreading across his face. The power forced upon him, Min-sung declared, he would now wield for himself. With brutal strength, he freed his blade from the apostle's body. The apostle fell to his knees, blood pooling below. The other hunters, once comrades, stood frozen, fear and uncertainty clouding their faces. Miho broke the silence, furious. She confronted Min-sung, demanding to know what he was doing attacking a fellow hunter, and questioned if the drug coursing through him had broken his mind. Min-sung did not answer immediately but laughed wildly. His fingers clawed at his forehead, struggling to maintain control as his yellow eyes flickered between gold and black. An internal war raging. A whisper echoed in his mind. The arrival of S-rank hunters outside changed everything. His survival depended on escaping. As the remaining hunters moved to block him, Min-sung's cold voice warned them to move or die. In a blur of deadly speed, he cut through anyone in his path and vanished through the hole in the ceiling, leaving chaos behind. Miho rallied the remaining hunters to send an urgent signal to the S-rank reinforcements. But unease gripped her as the apostle, despite his grievous wound, rose to his feet, blood staining his robe. A crooked smile played across his lips as he calmly staunched the bleeding. The apostle mused on the strength of will required to resist the Mistborn's divinity, acknowledging quietly that such resistance was possible. His dark amusement grew as he made no attempt to answer Miho's unspoken question about his survival. His silence alone struck fear, a chilling end to the encounter. Outside the dungeon, Lee Min-sung darted through the dense forest, his breast ragged, mind swirling with frustration. Though endowed with newfound power at an S-rank level, he was on the run, hunted relentlessly. His muscles ached and his thoughts raced. Every faction, from the extraterrestrials to the Hunter Association and even the Grim Reaper Guild, seemed against him. Trust was a distant memory. He aimed to find refuge in a nearby city, but his plans were abruptly interrupted when a blade whistled through the air, embedding inches from his feet. A clear sign he was not alone. A voice broke the tense silence, authoritative and steady. Lee Min-sung turned, tensing as Suho emerged from the shadows. His presence was suffocating, gaze cold and calculating. Without hesitation, Suho demanded answers about the Stardust and the Interim's apostle, his voice leaving no room for argument. Lee Min-sung's mind raced. Suho's knowledge, especially about the apostle, was beyond common understanding. His gaze dropped to Suho's Vulcan gauntlets. Could this mysterious masked figure, rumored to dismantle Brocky's Stardust supply, really be him? Time was scarce. The hunters pursuing Min-sung would soon arrive. With resolve, Min-sung lunged, sword slicing the air with lethal confidence. Judging by Suho's aura, he believed victory was assured. But Suho stood firm. Just as the blade approached, Suho shifted with nearly supernatural grace and caught the sword barehanded, a metallic screech filling the air. Min-sung's disbelief crashed like a tidal wave. How had Suho stopped his attack with just his hand? Before comprehension fully settled, Suho twisted and delivered a lightning-fast kick to Min-sung's jaw. The strike sent him flying, blood spraying, body crashing to the ground. His mind reeled. How could someone with weaker magic overpower him so thoroughly? From the shadows, Beru observed with amusement, noting that hunters calculated strength by magic power alone. True strength, Beru mused, was something else entirely. Suho's sharpened body and honed might, forged by rigorous training with Amit, elevated him far beyond ordinary limits. As the fight continued, Min-sung's confidence crumbled beneath Suho's relentless assault. His once proud sword now felt like dead weight. A stark realization settled in. He could not win this battle. The scene shifted to the Paiju Field dungeon, heavy with the scent of blood and dust from a brutal battle. Miho stood amidst the wreckage, clutching her injured arm, struggling to steady her breath. Her eyes locked onto the apostle before her, a mix of disbelief and dread on her face. It was Hunter Park. She whispered his name, shocked. "You should be dead." The attack had pierced his heart, yet there he stood. The apostle raised a pulsating stardust crystal, radiating a chilling energy. Miho didn't know his intent. Before he could act, a sharp voice cut through the dungeon's tension. Hunter Choi and Hunter Lim Taegu appeared at the broken ceiling's edge. Relief washed over Miho as she saw them, exhausted but resolute. The two S-rank hunters surveyed the devastation, Miho battered and bruised, and the lone apostle standing amid it all. He hid his hostility behind a neutral demeanor. Hunter Choi swiftly descended to Miho's side, concern deepening as he took in her injuries. He asked what had happened. Miho revealed it was Lee Min-sung's doing, an A-rank hunter whose overwhelming mana and unnatural power hinted at having consumed something beyond normal limits. Suspicious, they listened as Miho disclosed Lee Min-sung had attacked Hunter Park Dojin as well. Choi studied the apostle, noting Park Dojin appeared uninjured despite the fatal strike from Min-sung. The apostle claimed an exceptional healing ability, though he downplayed it. Choi found the apostle's recovery skill impressive, but Miho demanded they stop wasting time. Lee Min-sung was still loose and would vanish if not stopped soon. Choi agreed and prepared to move, but noticed Lim Taegu was missing. The apostle's eyes glowed faintly as he sensed something wrong. His link with Min-sung was intact, yet Min-sung resisted control. The apostle contemplated the unpredictable nature of human will, knowing desire and emotion complicated his plans. He planned to discard Min-sung if necessary, willing to sacrifice him and find another puppet to control. Suddenly, the apostle's consciousness connected to Min-sung's perspective. To his alarm, Min-sung was fighting fiercely. The apostle identified the attacker, Suho, the masked S-rank hunter, striking with lethal precision. The apostle's unease deepened. Was Suho targeting Min-sung, or was it coincidence? His frustration morphed into a chilling thrill, a twisted grin spreading across his face. The battle was no longer predictable, and for the first time, he found the chaos exhilarating. This was the moment that sent a shiver of anticipation through him. Suho continued his relentless assault, each strike cutting through the air with controlled precision. His attacks pushed Lee Min-sung steadily backward, denying him any chance to counter. Min-sung's breathing grew ragged as sweat collected along his brow. The pressure mounted with every exchange, and desperation finally broke through his focus. With no warning, Min-sung called out for Suho to stop. The abrupt plea made Suho's instincts flare, yet his body hesitated just enough to interrupt his rhythm. He lowered his blade slightly, regarding Min-sung with a narrowed stare. Min-sung straightened, steadying himself as he proposed a bargain. If he answered Suho's questions, he wanted to be allowed to walk away. Suho remained cautious. He demanded clarification about Min-sung's involvement with the Aterim apostle. The crimson glow in Min-sung's eyes deepened as he admitted that the alien had betrayed him. The admission made Suho and Beru exchange brief uneasy glances. Suho then pressed him on why he helped distribute stardust if betrayal was involved. Min-sung revealed that the apostle had promised to kill someone for him, a promise rooted in Min-sung's desire for revenge. After the great cataclysm, everything he had built had collapsed, and another hunter's sudden rise had fueled his resentment. To preserve the life he once held, he believed someone had to be removed. His bitterness sharpened as he compared Suho's restraint to a character he once despised. Someone who held on to hope without conviction. The lingering power of the apostle twisted Min-sung's aura, and the corruption pulsing through him darkened his tone further. He claimed that Suho's power was nothing more than luck, and warned that Suho would one day face a defining choice. Before Min Song could finish the ominous statement, his body jerked violently. His voice died in his throat as his limbs locked in place, and a look of terror seized his face. His consciousness was pulled into a void where the apostle awaited him. Within the darkness, the apostle emerged, towering over Minseong with cold amusement. He reprimanded Minseong for overstepping and immobilized him effortlessly. The apostle mocked Minseong for his usefulness, declaring that he had gained more from him than expected. Then, with chilling finality, he declared that he would borrow Minseong's body one last time. Minseong's final scream was swallowed as the apostle's spectral hands struck together, fracturing the void. In the real world, Minseong's body erupted in golden light. A violent surge of power exploded outward, shaking the forest and distorting the surrounding air. Suho shielded his eyes as the blast sent debris flying. Baru identified the overwhelming aura as Itaram's power, far stronger than what they encountered in Braki. Minseong's body convulsed as golden chains of energy coiled around him, embedding themselves into his flesh. His sword fused into his arm, and radiant wings unfurled from his back, glowing with divine intensity. The transformation twisted his form beyond anything human, creating a vessel fully overtaken by the apostle. Suho could only stare as reality warped around the transformed figure. What remained standing before him was no longer Lee Min-song. A voice emerged from the new form, deep, amused, and unmistakably inhuman. The apostle recognized that Suho's efforts at the Stardust Factory and his pursuit of Min-song had been a ploy to draw him out. He revealed that he had been eager to meet Suho as well, referring to him as the Black Mask. Golden wings spread wide as the apostle raised the radiant blade, aiming it towards Suho. He addressed him directly, acknowledging the long-awaited confrontation. Suho steadied himself, realizing he was standing before the envoy of the god of the otherworld, the same force responsible for keeping his father away. His resolve hardened as he declared that the world would not be taken without resistance. Before the clash could begin, a powerful voice shattered the tension, ordering both combatants to stop. The command cut through the battlefield like a strike of thunder, freezing them where they stood. A suffocating pressure descended. Both Suho and the apostle turned toward the source, eyes widening in unison as a lone figure strode forward. Lim Taegu's arrival folded the battlefield into silence. Lim's presence demanded caution. His gaze flicked between them, and his voice cut through the air. His hand hovered over his bow, fingers ready to loose an arrow at any provocation. Suho remained frozen, still processing the sudden intervention and the presence of an S-rank hunter here. The apostle gave a soft, almost playful chuckle. It seemed this was not the place for a proper conversation, he said, and suggested continuing the discussion somewhere higher in the region. At the peak, he proposed to the Black Mask. Lim's expression hardened at the attempted retreat. "Where do you think you're going, Lee Min-song?" he growled. His patience snapped and he released the arrow. At the last instant, the apostle merely turned his head. The projectile whistled past and hurtled towards Suho. Instinct kicked in. Suho bent backward and narrowly avoided the shot as a gust from the near miss ruffled his hair. The apostle beat his radiant wings and rose into the sky in a blur. Lim's first arrow struck ground with enough force to rattle the area. He immediately conjured multiple arrows, his skill on full display. "I said, don't move," he warned, and unleashed a deadly barrage. The apostle moved through the storm of arrows with inhuman grace, twisting midair as though gravity answered to him. Suho relied on pure reflexes, weaving and dodging each projectile with razor-sharp footwork. As Suho widened the distance, slipping through the assault, he muttered in frustration. Lim Taegu was here to stop Lee Min-song too. From the shadows, Baru emerged. His insectile eyes glittered with a strange amusement as he asked whether Suho planned to retaliate. Suho's reply was measured. Judging by Lim's reaction, Lim Taegu was not aligned with the Apostle of Itaram. Additionally, Suho noted, Lim had not yet revealed his full strength. Lim's irritation grew. His arrows were being evaded as if by instinct. He refocused on his target. Bringing Min-song down was the priority. Mana crackled around him and his aura flared as he poured more power into the next shot. "It was naive to think I could capture you unharmed, Min-song," he muttered. The apostle stiffened, sensing the wave of energy. Just as Lim prepared to fire his devastating shot, something flickered behind him. An almost imperceptible presence. His instincts screamed. For an S-rank hunter, detecting intrusions was second nature. Yet he had sensed nothing until that last heartbeat. Spinning with arrow still set, Lim saw it. A goblin, trembling and wide-eyed, peeking from the foliage. Not just any goblin, Suho's shadow goblin, frozen beneath the lethal tip of Lim's bow. The absurdity stunned Lim. For a moment, seasoned instincts faltered. Then realization hit. Suho and the apostle were gone. Lim's jaw clenched. He slowly lowered his bow and dismissed the power in his charged arrow. The wreckage of the fight lay before him. Torn earth, shredded trees, the scars of clashing forces. Frustration tightened his features. Damn it. I can't believe I fell for that, he snarled, eyes dark with resentment. Elsewhere inside a quiet office, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. A firm hand picked it up. On the other end, a deep, steady voice spoke. It was the president of the Hunters Association. He calmly acknowledged the news that Lim Min-sung had escaped. Lim Tae-gu stood with a grim expression, accompanied by Choi and Miho, the tension of the situation weighing heavily on them. Tae-gu exhaled slowly, frustration clear, and took full responsibility for the failure. He explained that Min-sung's behavior had been erratic, likely from some substance affecting his mind. He added that there had been another hunter present, a man wearing a black mask. Choi's eyes widened with alarm, asking if the masked hunter was built like a brawler. Tae-gu nodded, taken aback by Choi's sudden focus. Choi recalled seeing the black masked hunter leading black magic beasts during the airport dungeon break. A tense silence fell as the chairman considered the possibility. He murmured about Jin-Woo's shadow army, the black magic beasts, and wondered if they might belong to Sung Jin-Woo, the long-missing hunter. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that if Jin-Woo had returned, he would have swiftly ended the crisis. That meant someone else was orchestrating the events. Meanwhile, on the top of mountain, chosen for the confrontation with the apostle, Suho arrived, and the wind howled sharply through the desolate mountaintop. His sharp gaze swept the scene before locking onto apostle ahead. The apostle waited at the mountain summit with a casual arrogance that belied the danger he radiated. The apostle's golden eyes glittered with amusement. "You helped me escape earlier." "Why?" he asked. Suho's reply was cold and measured. "When things turn against you, you'll drop Lee Min-sung without a second thought." The apostle's smirk widened into something darker. Freed from a human host, his true power pulsed through the air like static. He tilted his head, curiosity sharpening his tone. "I've heard whispers. Demons speak of one who commands darkness, the Shadow Monarch. What is your connection to him?" Suho's gaze snapped to steel. He refused to explain. "You talk too much," he said. "I don't answer questions. I'll take the answers from you." From the shadows came a familiar chitter, Beru's warning. With the apostle now fully occupying Lee Min-sung's body, his power was unpredictable even to Beru. Suho gave a slight nod. "Don't worry," he answered. "I came prepared." Without warning, the shadows shuddered. A pulse of raw energy rolled out from beneath Suho and cracked the earth at his feet. Suho spoke one word, an unbreakable command. "Arise." Darkness poured up from Suho's shadow, and figures formed. Battle-scarred monsters called from the depths of his conquests. The venomous Swamp King, Kasaka, reared its fangs. A titanic desert centipede writhed with armored segments. A towering high troll loomed, and the tomb warden Sheikah stood like living stone. Suho reached into his inventory and produced the shadow dungeon key, clutching it tight. "This is what I've been saving," he murmured. The shadows swelled, and then two more silhouettes stepped forward. Essel and Gray. The final pieces were in place. "No holding back," Suho declared. "We're going all out." The apostle's grin widened with ecstatic hunger. "Oh, this will be fun," he said, voice crackling with excitement. A translucent system window flashed before Suho. He read the objective: defeat Lee Min-sung, the vessel possessed by the Iterum Apostle, and claim his memories. Another fight, another life to take. He tightened his grip and set his eyes on the apostle. Something shifted in the apostle as well. Fragments of memory surfaced. Images of Jin-Woo, the original shadow monarch. The echo of an overwhelming presence. For the first time he felt the true weight of darkness, and a small, wicked curiosity stirred. Could this boy hold an answer himself? Kasaka lunged with lethal speed, fangs dripping venom. The apostle watched, then sliced once. His blade swept clean through the serpent, bisecting it with surgical ease. Blood hit the ground, and the apostle barely glanced at the corpse. Then Suho closed the distance faster than the apostle expected. A fist launched with crushing force. Metal rang as the apostle raised his sword to block. Suho followed with a rapid flurry, precise, relentless strikes that shook the earth beneath him. The apostle parried expertly. His amusement gave way to calculation as Suho pressed the attack. Suddenly the apostle found a fleeting opening and swung in a merciless arc meant to end it. Suho twisted backward with inhuman agility. The blade missed by a hair. The apostle's cut did cleave the massive shadow centipede behind Suho in two, and he moved to press the advantage. But another presence closed in. Essel flashed forward, spear in both hands, aiming for the apostle's back. At the last heartbeat he shifted, the thrust whistled past. His hand struck like a viper, seizing Essel mid-thrust. She dangled helpless, weapon trapped. Suho exploded forward as a coiled spring, slamming a devastating kick into the apostle's face and freeing Essel. The blow only rocked the apostle slightly. His golden eyes sharpened, a cold, controlled fury simmering in them. He spoke as if scolding, "Why are you not making proper use of the black soldiers in the main fight?" Suho's expression hardened. If the apostle wanted a show, he would deliver. He darkened his aura and the ground split. Two colossal shadow hands surged up and locked around the apostle. Sand and shadow from Sheikah reinforced the grip, turning the battlefield into a prison meant to bind even the strongest foe. Still, the apostle remained unnervingly composed, his gaze fixed on Suho. Suho pulled every ounce of power inward, coiling like a striking beast. The air warped, the ground trembled, and he unleashed a fist meant to shatter mountains. When it connected, the impact detonated with the force of a warhammer. A deafening shockwave ripped across the summit, splitting the earth and sending sand and debris roaring outward. The battlefield convulsed under the blow. The sand prison holding the apostle shattered instantly, exploding outward in a wave that struck Suho and sent him skidding across the ground. He dug his heels into the dirt, barely managing to keep himself from falling. Before he could recover, two golden eyes pierced through the settling dust. The apostle vanished. In the space of a heartbeat, he reappeared before Suho. Suho crossed his arms instinctively, just in time. The blow crashed against him like a hammer, rattling his entire body. Then the apostle disappeared again. He materialized behind Essel and the shadow high troll. His sword flashed once. Essel staggered back with a cry, a deep cut tearing across her shoulder as her spear splintered apart. The troll fared no better, its enormous form riddled with gaping wounds before it collapsed into inky fragments. Suho stared horrified. He cut through them. That easily. His Vulcan gauntlets, crafted to endure overwhelming force, were fracturing. The apostle surveyed the field with a cool, disappointed expression. When he finally spoke, his words carried a quiet disdain. These soldiers of darkness moved like a seasoned army, he mused. But compared to the being who once commanded true shadows, Suho's strength was hollow. His verdict fell like a hammer. You're far too weak. The words struck harder than any blow. Ever since the apostle fully overtook Lee Min-sung's body, the difference in strength had grown frighteningly clear. S rank! But he had no time to finish the thought. The apostle advanced, fury twisting his previously neutral expression. His voice dropped to a cold murmur as he declared that darkness was a lonely existence, because nothing else stood beside it. His sword fell again. Suho barely raised the gauntlets. Steel clashed repeatedly as the apostle unleashed a merciless barrage, each strike heavier than the last. The apostle's words kept cutting through the battle. Suho's thoughts flickered. Was father lonely? That brief moment of hesitation proved fatal. A loud crack tore through the battlefield. Suho's eyes widened in horror as his Vulcan gauntlet split apart. The cracks spread rapidly and shattered. Fragments of the gauntlet scattered across the ground. A system window blinked before him. Item: Vulcan's horn has been destroyed. In that instant, the apostle struck. The blade pierced through Suho's torso. His breath hitched as white-hot agony flooded through him. Blood spilled down his abdomen, pooling beneath his boots. Essel screamed his name, but she was too injured to move, forced to watch helplessly. The apostle's voice dropped to a chilling whisper as he leaned close. Suho, he said, did not understand the power he carried. Therefore, the apostle would take it from him, strip him of the authority of darkness, break him, and rebuild him into something that understood true power. He twisted the blade deeper. Pain exploded through Suho's nerves. His trembling hands gripped the sword, but the apostle's strength was immovable. The apostle's thoughts darkened further. Only after taking everything from the young monarch, he believed, would he finally grasp what it meant to be darkness itself. Suho's breath came in shallow gasps, blood dripping from his lips. His vision blurred as his body weakened, barely holding together. Through the haze of agony, one thought surfaced. He had only scratched the surface of the power inside him. He had yet to truly unleash it. A memory flickered through Suho's mind. Lee Min-sung's mocking voice, equal parts taunt and prophecy. You're nothing but a hopeful extra with no real purpose. You don't even know what you want. One day you'll be forced to make a real choice. The words landed like a stone. Another memory surfaced. Baru, cool and amused, munching popcorn as he offered a suggestion. Young monarch, why not use shadow-transformed weapons? Baru had asked. Back then, Suho had brushed it off. Vulcan's horn has more raw power, he'd said. Managing my bond skill and the authority of the ruler is hard enough. Adding shadow transformation will complicate things. Baru only smirked. You can handle it, I guarantee it. Suho wondered if he had held himself back all along. When had he begun accepting limits so easily? He remembered a younger self, a pencil in hand, sketching and abandoning a drawing after a single mistake. I'll try again later. Later never came. He hadn't made art since awakening. The thing he once loved had faded under the weight of ambition. Lee Min-sung's voice echoed again. You don't even know what you want. Suho let the words cut. He realized he had been chasing power because he felt powerless and trying to walk his father's exact path. His father did not need a copy. He needed his own path. A small, determined smile touched Suho's lips. He moved. Using the last reserves of his will, he raised a trembling hand. Through cracked lips, he forced two ragged syllables. Arise. The apostle's golden eyes narrowed. A calculated frown crossed his face as he observed the shadows. The shadows are immortal, aren't they? He muttered. No matter how often they fell, they kept rising. Something shifted beneath Suho's feet. The void of his shadow quivered, then bled out shapes. Monstrous silhouettes emerging from abyssal depths. The apostle sneered. Return after return, they won't stop me. But then his expression faltered. These shadows were different. They were merging. For the first time since waging war, the apostle's jaw tightened in genuine surprise. Suho's shadow soldiers no longer stood as separate constructs. They convulsed, fused, and coalesced into a single grotesque colossus. Many bodies becoming one nightmarish titan, its combined power crackling like a storm about to break. And then Suho did something unexpected. He severed his bond with Gray. Essel gasped. Suho's aura deepened and blackened. The change was not merely stronger. His eyes flared an eerie, luminous blue. Energy coiled and whispered around him, alive and hungry. The battlefield felt the change. Where he once commanded darkness, he now merged with it. This was awakening. Another memory drifted into Suho's mind. His hometown glittered with strings of gold lights and fresh snow. A younger Suho dashed ahead. I'm gonna be a cop like Dad, he declared, breath puffing in the cold. Behind him, Jin-Woo and Cha walked slowly, watching with quiet amusement. Suho spun back to grin at his father. Because you look so cool, Dad. Can I be one too? Cha smiled and set a gentle hand on his head. Her voice was soft and steady as she crouched to meet his eyes. When you were born, your father and I made a promise. We won't choose your dream for you. Whatever path you take, we'll stand by you. But always ask yourself if it's truly what you want. A rush of memories suddenly flooded Suho's mind, each one crashing over him like a powerful wave. He saw Senior Lim standing beside him again. The man's familiar expression, caught somewhere between curiosity and mild exasperation. He asked why Suho kept drawing that same image. Suho only smiled faintly, tilting his head with quiet amusement. He began to explain, pointing toward a tiny detail within the drawing, but Lim interrupted with a short smirk, already understanding. Most people get trapped when they repeat the same things, he murmured. But with you, it's the opposite. Suho blinked, momentarily surprised. Lim's voice lowered as he continued. The more you draw, the more it looks like you're breaking free. His finger stopped at one sketch, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Especially this one, he said. At this point, can you even call that an ant anymore? The moment fractured like glass. Suddenly, the warmth of memory vanished, replaced by the bloody reality of the battlefield stretched before him. The air reeked of iron. The ground trembled beneath the weight of conflict. Pain surged through Suho's body, yet his focus cut sharply through the chaos. His hand gripped an apostle's blade, driven deep into his palm. Blood ran down the weapon in dark streaks, but his hold did not falter. Around him, shadows stirred, twisting, alive, answering his very thoughts. His breathing steadied as he spoke inwardly, realizing the truth. The reason he had mastered shadow form change faster than his father was clear now. The system had synced perfectly with his instincts. A quiet resolve took hold within him. He no longer resisted what he was becoming. Sensing the transformation, the apostle stiffened. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an overwhelming power. Suho's energy burst outward, and the shadows erupted, devouring everything in their path. Darkness swept across the battlefield like a living tide, swallowing the light itself. The ground quaked beneath the weight of his awakening. Barrows stirred deep within the darkness, wings quivering. The commander's composed voice faltered. They're being drawn toward him. It's becoming hard to maintain form. He tore free of the mass and streaked toward Essel and Gray. Essel clasped him, voice urgent. Beru, what's happening to the young monarch? Beru's usual certainty waned. I don't know, he admitted, rare and worrying. He's shedding his former self, Barrow clicked, mandibles jittering as he watched Suho's mana warp the air. In the heat of pain and memory, he decided to carve his own line. The apostle watched in silence, his cold gaze fixed on Suho. His mind worked with ruthless calculation, parsing every movement. Had this potential been hidden inside Suho from the beginning? The thought unsettled him, an emotion he hardly recognized. He realized the situation was slipping out of his control. Suho had to be pushed to the brink and injected with the star fragment before this power grew any further. But before he could move, a sudden pulse of danger gripped him. A shadow spike screamed through the air, already at his throat. Reacting on instinct, he twisted away, wings flaring as he launched himself backward. Something was wrong. He had barely sensed the attack, yet it nearly killed him. His eyes narrowed on Suho in disbelief. Hunters were confined to the limits of their awakening. Growth beyond that boundary was impossible, unless could this be a reawakening. His thoughts stopped cold. Suho was no longer simply standing. He was looming. His presence swelled, pressing down on the battlefield like a tidal wave. Mana flared violently around him. His wounds sealed at unnatural speed as shadows crawled across his body, forming armor shaped from pure darkness. The transformation was no longer happening. It was complete. Suho lifted his gaze. The warmth once in his eyes had vanished, replaced with something cold, distant, and lethal. White light glowed in his irises, radiating silent intent. In that moment, a realization snapped into place. Shadow transformation wasn't just about forming weapons. It was the freedom to manipulate shape at will. The possibilities were limitless. Before that thought could fully settle, a massive shadow beast lunged upward with its jaw wide open, fangs dripping with killing intent. The apostle reacted in an instant. One clean swing tore the creature apart before it could land a bite. Its form shattered into drifting fragments. A second attacker struck immediately. A towering shadow troll, one of Suho's strongest summons, swung a colossal club downward. The battlefield trembled under its weight. The apostle intercepted the club mid-swing, halting the blow with unsettling ease. The troll strained against him, muscles bulging, but the apostle didn't budge. Annoyance crossed his face. He muttered with disdain that Suho's creatures were meaningless before him. With that, he moved. His sword flashed like silver lightning as he sliced through the summoned shadows. Torn apart and dissolved back into darkness. But then something shifted. An instinct, sharp as a blade, warned him. He looked up. Suho was approaching. Each step radiated a new force, something entirely different from the shadow power that consumed the battlefield. The air around him crackled. Power gathered along his arm, not darkness, but a deep, burning red, pulsing like molten blood. The aura twisted and surged, alive with destructive intent. Suho's expression remained calm, almost indifferent. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a finality that made the apostle's grip tighten. Suho stated that if this next attack failed, the battle would end there. Then, a flicker appeared in Suho's vision. A system message. Bond skill activated, demon strike. A sudden, violent change swept over Essel. Her dark hair flashed white as mana poured from her in a torrent, spilling into Suho without restraint. The moment her power merged with his, Suho moved. He launched himself from the fractured ground with a deafening boom. Fissures spidered outward as he flew forward, his body charged by an unprecedented fusion of shadow form, the ruler's authority, and the demon strike. Across the field, the apostle's instincts flared. He reacted before he could think and stepped backwards in a blur, eyes fixed on the oncoming assault. He could feel the lethal potency of that mana, and yet smiled, confident that such an obvious attack would miss him. He countered with cold precision. His sword flashed in a rapid series of slashes, arcs of light slicing the air like merciless waves. Suho barely had time to register the first strikes. Energy blades tore through him from multiple angles, shredding muscle and sending a spray of crimson into the night. Pain blurred Suho's vision. The apostle inhaled, savoring the scent of blood, and taunted him. "You can still use your authority," he mocked, even while missing a leg. Suho staggered, broken and battered. But amid the agony, a new clarity arrived in Suho's eyes. The apostle's confidence faltered. From the apostle's shadow, a figure detached itself like a wraith, Sheikah, appearing in a single, crucial instant. Mana boiled around her clenched fist, then detonated. The strike shattered the air itself. The apostle's mind blanked. He could not perceive the blow coming. The combined force of three devastating powers smashed into him and obliterated his defenses. He flew across the battlefield like a broken puppet and crashed into a distant rock formation. The terrain trembled. Dust and debris billowed into the sky. When the storm of rubble settled, Suho and Sheikah stood together amid the wreckage. The apostle lay at the base of the shattered stone, bloodied and broken. His pristine form was torn. He breathed unevenly, stunned by what had happened. He muttered in disbelief, "You transferred your skills to a soldier." His lips trembled as he struggled to understand the audacity of what he had witnessed. Even the darkness itself had never wielded authority in this way. Inside the damaged body he inhabited, something shifted. The apostle tried to seize control, to move his host, but Minsung's jaw would not obey. His mouth had been shattered. Noticing the limitation, the apostle flexed the remaining limbs. The body could still fight, but it was failing. He thought of restoring the vessel's strength by sacrificing its life force. He needed power. A voice cut through, familiar and defiant. Lee Minsung's voice. The suppressed consciousness was back. Minsung's voice, angry, bitter, echoed inside the shared mind. "What the hell is this? Did that brat do this to me?" The apostle remained silent, uneasy. Minsung scoffed, amused and venomous. "What's wrong?" The mighty S-rank humiliated by someone weaker. The apostle's patience thinned. "Lee Minsung," the apostle warned coldly. A tense exchange followed. Min Sung snapped back with a wicked grin and a dangerous calm. What's the worst that could happen to me? You think I'm afraid of dying? His fingers trembled. What fueled him was not fear, but rage at being looked down upon. Fed by that fury, Min Sung drove his hand into his own chest. Mana crackled wildly as shock waves racked his body. A guttural roar tore from him, a raw, almost animal howl filled with hatred. What I hate more than anything, he told the apostle, is being ignored. He turned his gaze to Suho, madness and purpose burning in his eyes. Come, you little brat. Suho did not hesitate. With each step forward, his presence grew heavier. Power coiled around him like a storm about to break. The battlefield held its breath as two wills, one human, one otherworldly, prepared to clash again. Lee Min-sung ripped the apostle's armor from his body. Apostle's armor clattered to the ground one after another, the sound swallowed by his deranged laughter. If he could not be the protagonist, he vowed, then he would play his part to the very end. Fragments of the broken armor spun through the air like dying embers, briefly blurring his vision. In that instant, Sung Suho was already beside him. A punch, wrapped in abyssal shadow and the ruler's absolute force, slammed into Min-sung's gut. The battlefield convulsed. Shockwaves tore through the earth, shattering stone and tearing the air like a violent storm. The blow ripped through Min-sung's frame, and he collapsed under the unleashed power. The ground beneath them split. For a breathless moment after that monstrous strike, only silence remained. Suho's fist stayed embedded in Min-sung's torso, knuckles slick with blood. Min-sung drew ragged, uneven breaths. His whole body trembled as strength drained away. The apostle's power that had once consumed him crumbled, peeling off in jagged shards. The armor that had made him seem invincible disintegrated. All that remained was a broken man. Min-sung's fingers twitched weakly as he reached for his shattered jaw, attempting to hold himself together. He tried to speak, to force out a final line, but only low, garbled sounds escaped. Each attempt sent fresh agony through his body. Vision blurred, limbs shook, yet his thoughts stayed sharp and furious. Not only was there a gaping wound in his stomach, he realized, but he could not even form his last words. A bitter laugh died in his throat. Though his body swayed, his mind refused to yield. A steady drip of blood splattered on the ruined ground. His body convulsed. Every nerve screamed as death pressed in. For so long he had convinced himself he was different, chosen, destined to reshape the world to his image. Now, as the end neared, he understood he was like everyone else, dying. A memory surfaced, unexpected and sharp. Lim Tigu. His body stiffened. For a moment, burning rage eclipsed his pain. Why the hell am I thinking about that idiot now? The thought flared. Tigu's smug face, the expression that had always looked down on him, flickered across his mind. Anger boiled beneath the surface, but his body no longer obeyed him. He was too weak to fight, too weak to lash out, too weak to change anything. Still, with the last of his strength, he forced his arm upward, trembling as he raised his hand. Even if his voice failed and his body collapsed, even if death clawed at him, there was one thing he would not surrender. With the final remnants of will, he thought, "Don't you dare look down on me." The thought clung like a dying ember before fading. His bloodied gaze slid toward Suho. The edges of his vision darkened like a falling curtain. Even as the world slipped away, he could still see those eyes fixed on him. Cold, steady, and worse, pitying. A final mockery twisted his ruined mouth. "Why are you looking at me like that, brat?" he tried to say, but the answer never came. His fingers twitched once more, and then stilled, limp against the blood-soaked dirt. His chest, which had risen and fallen in ragged defiance, gave one last shudder and then fell silent. A notification chimed inside Suho's mind. "You have gained experience points. Level up achieved." Another window slid into view. Urgent quest. Eliminate Lee Min-sung. Quest complete. Suho did not move. He remained still, staring at the lifeless figure beneath him, as if trying to comprehend something beyond understanding. Behind him, a cheer erupted. Baru, Essel, and Gray cried out in victory. Baru stepped forward, unable to hide his excitement. "You did it, young monarch," he declared, voice bright with enthusiasm. "The apostle of Iram has been defeated." Suho gave no answer. His gaze remained fixed on the body, expression unreadable and distant. There was no triumph in his face, no easy relief. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and heavy, with something he did not voice aloud. In the end, it was probably Lee Min-sung who laughed last, he murmured to himself. The words hung there, unshaken by the celebration. He had never truly known Min-sung. They had never shared a real conversation. Yet Suho felt something gnawing at him. Min-sung had clung to his desires until the end. Baru faltered as he watched Suho's expression change. This was different, weighty in a way nothing before had been. A thought struck Baru. This must be the first time. The young monarch has killed one of his own kind. Even someone as powerful as Suho could not ignore the gravity of the moment. Still kneeling, he let out a slow breath as his thoughts drifted, pulled towards something deeper that had been building since the start of the fight. "There's something I realize because of him," he said softly, almost to himself. Memories surfaced. His father, his mother, the choices that had brought him here, the path that lay ahead. He had set out to find his mother and stand beside his father. That had always been his purpose, hadn't it? Had he ever considered his own ambitions, his own goals? He thought back to the early days, to the tutorial and that first brutal fight against his father, recalling the overwhelming dominance he had felt then. In that moment, he had only wanted to be like him, to reach that level, to wield that power. He turned to his companions, hands pressing into the dirt as determination coiled through him. "I was so obsessed with surpassing him," he admitted, voice steady. His gaze wandered across the battlefield. The echoes of the fight were still vivid. The wound from that loss had fed his determination, but he had never asked why he wanted it so badly. Suho rose and reached the cliff's edge. He spoke, calm and resolved. "I used to see my father as untouchable, too far ahead to ever reach. I thought that was reason enough to keep pushing." His words drifted on the wind, heavy with the weight of long-buried realization. "But there's nothing wrong with having huge ambitions." He squared his shoulders. "If I'm going to grow stronger, I won't settle for anything less than being the strongest." His voice sharpened with certainty. Stronger than the apostles of Iram, stronger than the monarchs, stronger even than his father. Baru reacted first, a nervous chuckle escaping him as his usual confidence wavered. "Young monarch, I don't know about that, but I'll cheer for you," he said with humor and loyalty. Essel frowned in thoughtful curiosity. "Wouldn't surpassing Lord Jin-Woo be, well, nearly impossible?" she asked, not with scorn but genuine wonder. Suho sighed dramatically and crossed his arms. "Thanks for the encouragement," he muttered, sarcasm light in his tone. He wasn't surprised by their disbelief. Instead of arguing, he turned to the practical. "I should check my rewards," he thought. A soft blue glow sprang before his eyes as his system window opened. Notifications flooded his view. "You have gained experience points. You have leveled up. You have unlocked a class change quest." Suho's brow lifted. A class change quest, so at level 40, a class becomes available. He glanced at his status. Level 40. Class, none. Subclass, Wolfslayer. A small, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. "Looks like that empty class slot is finally getting filled," he murmured. He paused there, lost in possibilities, unaware that others continued to watch him closely. Far above the mountain, something lingered in the distant sky, a presence no ordinary being could sense. The apostle of Iram had not vanished after losing control of Lee Min-sung's body. He remained silent and watchful, hovering beyond the battlefield's reach, his massive wings melting into the night. From that height, he studied Sung Suho with quiet curiosity. Golden eyes tracked the young monarch as he absently combed gray hair and considered the unexpected potential hidden beneath the black mask. The amusement faded. The apostle's expression darkened into a sinister smirk as his gaze fixed on Suho with renewed intent. He resolved that someone like Suho must be claimed. Ancient power stirred within him. He reached inward and invoked one of his true form's rules, the scales of equivalent exchange. which let him convert what he possessed into something of equal worth. When he unleashed that authority, an invisible force spread outward like ripples across a pond, seeking anyone who had consumed stardust. The forbidden substance that cheated natural limits answered its price. Chaos followed immediately. Nearby hunters convulsed, veins bulging as an unseen force tore vital energy from them. One by one, they collapsed, writhing as their stolen strength drained away. Screams dwindled into gasps as flesh withered, and bodies crumpled like empty husks. All that stolen life flowed into the apostle. Mana surged through him, his frame trembling at the raw, intoxicating influx. He breathed slowly and savored the renewal. Fingers tingling with power, he condensed a fragment of pure stardust in his palm, and thinking quickly, fashioned a bow of living mana with the fragment as its arrowhead. The weapon throbbed, bending the air around it. From his vantage, the apostle aimed. His golden eyes locked onto Suho, who stood far below and did not yet sense the danger. On the mountaintop, Baru's gaze flickered with unease. A deep foreboding settled in his chest. He vowed to scour Lee Min-sung's memories for anything about the apostle of Iram. Suho glanced once more at Lee Min-sung's lifeless form, jaw tight. He nodded to Baru and wondered what had driven Min-sung to ruin, whether the cataclysm had poisoned his soul. Before Suho could finish the thought, agony erupted within him. His breath hitched and his vision swam. Embedded deep in his abdomen, a glowing mass of stardust pulsed like a parasite. Blood sprayed the rocky ground as his body spasmed. Baru froze in disbelief. Essel's eyes widened and she tightened her grip on her weapon. Stardust's light crawled through Suho's veins. Above, the apostle watched with smug satisfaction, feeling the resonance of the bond forming between Suho and the stardust fragment. A subtle, binding tether of influence had been forged. Suho dropped to his knees, hands digging into the dirt. Shadows around him surged and twisted, no longer obeying his will. Each breath came shallow and strained as a foreign presence clawed at his mind. System notifications blinked before him. Longevity active, immunity to disease, poison, and abnormal statuses granted. For an instant, relief flickered. The system then attempted to purge the invader. It classified the anomaly as a mist infection, a database affliction linked to an external force, and initiated countermeasures. Attempts to dispel the mist infection failed repeatedly. System alerts reported interference from otherworldly substances and internal instability. Every healing routine was blocked. The apostle smiled, believing the authority of darkness was finally within his grasp. He thought the monarch would fall under his control. Then something unexpected happened. Suho convulsed violently, but the foreign energy recoiled as if rejected by a far stronger power inside him. The system confirmed. Status effect analysis succeeded, effect dispelled, recovery in progress. Baru, Essel, and Gray rushed to Suho's side. He trembled, drenched in sweat, gasping as pain racked his body. Baru begged him to hold on while Essel searched for any aid. Gray stood rigid with tension. Suho's longevity ability continued to act, but his HP dropped dangerously fast. Desperate and barely able to move, he focused on the system window and made a reckless choice. With trembling fingers, he confirmed the class change quest. The system accepted. Class change quest, start imminent. The ground shuddered. A massive shadow dungeon gate erupted nearby, its swirling black mass devouring the surrounding light. A system notice declared that only the player could enter. Monarch descendants would be transported inside for safe progression. Baru's eyes widened in shock. Essel and Gray staggered back. Even the apostle above paused, startled by the sudden portal. As Suho's HP fell close to zero, a raw explosion of energy burst from him. A deafening shockwave ripped across the battlefield, hurling debris for miles. A chaotic black surge roared outward. Then everything fell silent. Suho's consciousness returned in complete darkness. No sky, no ground, no light. In the void, a soft blue flicker appeared, a delicate flame cutting at the oppressive black. It stabilized him and chased back the darkness. His breathing steadied. He was alive. He was fully healed and uninjured. As his vision adjusted, he realized he no longer stood on the mountain. He sat on a smooth floor inside an endless corridor of ancient, grand architecture stretching beyond sight. His throat tightened. He wondered if this place had been created by his father, like a tutorial dungeon made for him in the past. Back on the mountain, where moments earlier a brutal confrontation had raged, the battlefield had fallen into an eerie stillness. In a streak of golden radiance, the apostle of Itrum descended from above, touching down lightly on the scorched ground. His eyes swept across the battlefield with cold precision, eventually settling on the ruined body of Lee Min-sung. The corpse lay motionless, broken beyond recovery. Yet something was wrong. There were no signs of Suho, no shadow soldiers, no allies, and not even a faint mana trace to indicate where they had gone. The apostle studied the air and ground with increasing sharpness. The silence surrounding him revealed a conclusion. The disappearance had not been chaotic. It had been deliberate. A controlled extraction, a selective gate had opened, one that had pulled only specific individuals inside. The apostle's expression shifted from irritation to fascination, realizing that the black-masked figure who kept interfering was once again behind something unpredictable. The mystery surrounding these interferences only deepened his intrigue. Far away, deep within a newly formed class-change dungeon, Suho held himself perfectly balanced on one hand. His body hovered just above the cold stone floor, steady except for an occasional bead of sweat falling from his brow. He was not resting. He was evaluating every inch of his body. The wound he had sustained earlier had disappeared completely. His strength felt sharpened, his movements cleaner. With a controlled motion, he lowered himself and landed lightly on his feet, adjusting his shoulders as he prepared to move. Before he could continue examining himself, a sudden system projection appeared in front of him. A notification filled his vision, informing him that the conditions of the advancement quest did not allow the presence of any other monarch successors. In response, he attempted to summon the shadow dungeon through the key that had always served as his sanctuary. Yet the system immediately blocked the attempt, announcing that the shadow dungeon key had been disabled. Every supportive tool he relied on, bond skills, shadows, familiar abilities, had been sealed away. Ahead stretched a long corridor, illuminated by unstable blue lights. With no other path available, he advanced into its depths. The walls felt familiar beneath his fingertips. The layout matched the dungeon of his tutorial, the same labyrinth his father had once prepared to forge his growth. This place had shaped a different version of him, a version born from suffering, isolation, and relentless trials. Those memories resurfaced now like old scars, still sharp despite the passage of time. Yet this dungeon felt incomplete. There were no shadow knights, no monsters lurking in the distance, no weapons, and the horn once carried from Vulcan was shattered beyond use. Every advantage he held had been deliberately stripped away. This was not just a test of power, it was a test of who he was without it. The system offered no quest description or guidance. Its interface remained blank. Without objectives, tools, or allies, he pressed deeper into a corridor that warped the further he went. The edges of the walls flickered like a digital image breaking apart. Then his path changed. A single door appeared ahead, silent, sudden, and out of place after the endless hallway. When he pressed his hand against it, with anticipation rising beneath the surface of his calm expression, he pushed the door open. The chamber beyond stretched far into darkness. At the end of the room, a staircase climbed into an indistinguishable void. The air was heavy, as though the chamber itself imposed recognition upon anyone who entered. Sitting atop a raised platform at the far end was a lone figure. Its silhouette was rigid, unmoving. When Suho approached, the figure slowly rose from the throne-like seat and began descending the steps. As the shadows peeled away from its face, the truth became clear. The figure was Suho, yet not the Suho of the present. This was the Suho forged during the tutorial, the Suho who had survived unending bloodshed, the Suho who had faced Baru at full strength and endured. Every aspect of this past version radiated dominance, precision, and unshakable will. Lightning-like veins of unstable power surged across his arms and through the air. The aura expanded rapidly, overpowering the chamber's boundaries. Cracks ripped through the ground, the walls vibrated, and even the ceiling strained under the pressure. This was destruction incarnate. In the face of that overwhelming presence, Suho took a single step back as instinct braced his body. Then the past version of himself moved. The attack came without warning. The air ruptured. The chamber exploded. Suho had no time to respond. There was no resistance, no defense, no moment to react. The strike erased him. In an instant, nothing of his physical form remained. No bones, no fragments, not even dust. Only a violent smear of blood stained the floor, marking the spot where he had stood before being annihilated. Silence returned to the chamber, cold and absolute. In the far corner, 3 blue flames hovered as silent observers. One of them flickered violently, then sputtered out. Only 2 flames remained. A violent gasp escaped Suho as his body reformed within the respawn chamber, emerging from darkness like a figure pulled back from nothingness. His knees buckled the instant his feet struck the cold stone floor, and he collapsed forward with labored, uneven breaths. No wounds marked his skin, yet a hollow, soul-deep ache clung to him. Dizzy and unsteady, he grasped his head as the truth settled over him. This chamber was the place he returned to whenever he died inside the dungeon. His vision wavered, pupils trembling from the trauma of his previous death. Though his breathing gradually steadied, his thoughts continued to crash into one another. The realization of what he had just faced, an impossibly powerful version of himself, pressed down on him like a physical weight. But he refused to surrender to despair. The system had never placed obstacles without purpose. Every challenge existed to push him toward growth, not ruin. If one path had led to death, then another must exist. His gaze shifted toward the vast labyrinth ahead. Unlike the straightforward arenas he had experienced before, this dungeon sprawled into countless corridors and chambers. The supposed boss room he discovered earlier had been positioned too randomly. Its placement suggested that more rooms of similar nature were hidden throughout the maze. A spark of determination returned to his eyes. Without hesitation, Suho launched into a sprint. His footsteps echoed sharply across the stone passages, guided by the flickering glow of blue fire along the walls. Eventually, another towering gate appeared at the end of a long hall. He came to a halt, a faint grin forming as a renewed hope surged through him. Another chance awaited. Wiping sweat from his brow, he steadied his breathing and reached for the door. Just before his hand touched the metal, a chilling wave of instinct forced him to stop. The silence beyond the gate felt unnatural, thick enough to raise every warning signal in his mind. Still, retreat was not an option. Whatever lay beyond could not be worse than facing a superior version of himself again. Jaw set and heart pounding, he pulled the heavy doors open. The sight inside made him freeze. Instead of a battlefield, the chamber was littered with children's toys, all spread across the stone floor like remnants of a forgotten nursery. At the center of the room sat a small child, quietly arranging toy blocks as though the ominous environment did not exist. A suffocating silence followed. Slowly, the child turned his head. The boy's once innocent expression darkened, revealing an unsettling intensity far beyond his years. Recognition washed over Suho. The child was him, Suho from years long past, unmistakable despite his small frame. A cold unease spread through him as he staggered back. The dungeon had forced him to face himself once already, but now it conjured the image of his younger self. It seemed absurd, yet the resemblance was undeniable. Before he could process it further, the toys scattered across the floor began to rise. Dolls, wooden horses, and puzzle pieces floated into the air, as if lifted by invisible strings. A moment later, the child himself ascended, suspended weightlessly as a dense, pitch-black aura enveloped him. The oppressive pressure transformed the chamber. The air thickened, bending under a force that twisted the space itself. Suho attempted to move but discovered he could not. Panic surged as he strained against the unseen restraint. Then he recognized the sensation. It was ruler's authority. Still floating, the child lifted one hand, pointing a single finger toward Suho with a disturbingly calm gesture. A small shift of that finger caused the air around Suho to distort. His vision warped. The room twisted violently. Then, with a sharp crack, invisible force wrenched his neck to the side. Pain exploded across his spine as his body convulsed helplessly under the crushing power. Darkness closed in on the edges of his sight. Within a breath, his consciousness collapsed. In the respawn chamber, another flicker of ethereal blue flame sputtered and died. Only one remained. Suho's body rematerialized in the suffocating dark. His lungs seized as if still crushed, and he instinctively clutched his throat. The phantom memory of the snap pulsing through his nerves despite the injury being gone. His body shaking as panic clawed its way up from the depths of his mind. The moment of death replayed relentlessly. He had been killed instantly, overpowered by a child. No, not just any child, a younger version of himself. Facing a stronger adult version of himself was already impossible. But now even the child he once was wielded devastating power beyond his reach. He couldn't land a hit. He couldn't defend. Fear and frustration collided inside him like violent storms. He struggled to breathe, chest tightening. Then a cold realization struck him. His gaze shot upward to the wall opposite him. The final flame flickered there, frail, wavering, barely holding on. In the tutorial, he had 3 lives. 2 had already burned out. Only 1 remained. The sight twisted his stomach. If he died again, everything would end. But before despair could settle, his eyes widened. The chamber didn't hold just 1 flame. Hundreds of them burned along the walls, across the ceiling, scattered across every corner of the room. Each flame was a silent witness to failure. His breath caught, not from fear but confusion. Not all of the flames behaved normally. Some flickered erratically. A few glitched in and out of existence, vanishing before sparking back. The air around them shimmered, unstable, as though the very system that shaped the dungeon was beginning to unravel. A system window flashed before his eyes. System error detected. Anomalous interference from unknown external entity. An external entity. Something was interfering with the system itself. Before he could process it, a second notification appeared instantly. Eliminate the entity beyond the gate before allotted lives are lost. Then the next alert delivered the final blow. Dungeon escape disabled. Class change process must be completed before exit. His breath froze in his chest. There was no exit, no escape hatch, no reset. This wasn't a trial. It was a trap. He stood motionless as the cold crept up his spine. There was no running. The only path forward was through. His breath came in sharp, uneven bursts as he stared at the sea of flickering flames around him. Their ghostly glow rippled across the chamber walls, casting shifting shadows that seemed to move with every pulse of blue light. He tightened his fists, nails digging into his palms. What use were countless lives if he lacked the strength to survive even one encounter? He scanned the translucent messages still hovering before him, their text flashing with cold precision. System error. Dimensional contamination detected. Unauthorized elements have infiltrated the dungeon environment. So that was it. The dungeon wasn't simply brutal. It was corrupted, twisted by something unnatural. That contamination was likely the reason the trial had become unfair, unpredictable, and broken. But determination steadied him. He had to keep moving. He could not stop. Around him, the dungeon stretched into a twisted maze of curved halls and distorted passageways, a structure that defied logic. This was not a place designed to be solved. It was built to mislead, confuse, and break its intruder. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the warped layout. 2 boss rooms already revealed themselves. That meant more existed. The scale of the labyrinth was beyond anything he had imagined. But the more paths there were, the more chances he had to find something, anything he could use. Just as a spark of hope flickered within him, a chill swept down the corridor. Suho froze. A suffocating pressure brushed the back of his neck like an unseen hand. His muscles locked, instincts screaming. His eyes strained against the black, searching for the source of the oppressive pressure crushing the hall. Then, barely perceptible, something moved. A faint glint cut through the dark. Recognition hit like a cold stone. It was a toy. Then another. Dozens of them emerged from the gloom, hovering as if pulled by invisible strings. At the center of that eerie procession floated a small child, Suho's younger self, a warped miniature born of some nightmare. But his eyes glowed with something not innocent, cruel, and devastatingly powerful. Blood drained from Suho's face. Every muscle froze. He could barely breathe. Instinct scrambled for answers. Had the gate opened? Had the boss left its chamber? His thoughts tumbled into panic. Without thinking, Suho spun and bolted into the twisting maze of stone corridors, heart hammering. He didn't get far. A sharp pop erupted behind him. A searing pain ripped through his calf as something tore clean through muscle and flesh. The force threw him to the ground. He slammed his palms against the stone to steady himself. Teeth clenched against the agony. Blood poured from a ragged wound. His leg hung useless and shredded. He turned in time to see one of the floating toys vanish into smoke where it had been a moment before. It had exploded. Realization turned his stomach. A new presence pressed against Suho's back. Colder, heavier, stronger. His veins went ice cold as a massive shadow fell over him. A single measured footstep echoed through the corridor. He turned and immediately regretted it. His old self stood before him, the version shaped by the brutal tutorial, the one who had killed with a casual flick of the wrist. The tutorial version of him moved with inhuman speed. A single brutal sweep of his leg struck true. The world went black as Suho's head was severed clean from his shoulders. Then the respawn hit. He reappeared at the hands trembling with rage. He staggered to his feet and slammed his fist against the nearest stone, knuckles bruising from the impact. He scrubbed a hand down his face in slow frustration. Then something in Suho shifted. Understanding sparked behind his eyes and, with it, a stubborn grin. If he was respawning at the starting point, then the torches must truly represent his lives. That changed the calculus. If his objective was to beat a boss locked inside a room, then he didn't have to confront every roaming threat. He could find a different boss room, one he could actually win. The realization steadied him. His eyes narrowed, a cold ember of resolve flared. Before he could move, the floor trembled again. Starker Suho reappeared, silent, oppressive, and utterly merciless. Suho barely managed to react before his body burst apart under a strike too swift to follow. In a single heartbeat, he died again. And the deaths kept coming. Every respawn ended the same way. Another blow, another collapse into nothingness. Sometimes it was the child version of him, yet that minor movement was enough to tear him apart with unseen force. Other times, the tutorial version appeared without warning, ending him with one mechanical strike. Each death became more violent than the last. The cycle blurred together, a nightmare stitched from pain and helpless repetition. Yet Suho continued. With every return, he grit his teeth, pushed through the pain, and forced himself to move again. One thought kept him from collapsing entirely. As long as he revived, he still had a chance. If he persisted, if he kept searching, he might eventually find another boss room, one that didn't guarantee immediate death. But something changed. A quiet fear crept into his chest. What if there wasn't another room? A corrupted dungeon, broken code, a glitch locking him inside an endless loop. And then something clicked. A memory surfaced. Words he had once spoken with absolute conviction. If he aimed for strength, then he would become the strongest. He closed his eyes. The vow settled over him, heavy but steadying. He would not break. Drawing a slow, shaky breath, his fingers curled until his nails dug deep enough to draw blood. He lowered one blood-stained hand to the ground. Deliberately, he pressed his finger to the cold stone and began to draw, using his own blood as ink. Marks of direction. A crude map. If he couldn't defeat the enemies, then he would change the rules of the maze itself. He would chart every hall. Every death would become data. Every respawn another attempt. He would leave a mark. Outside the class change dungeon, chaos began to spread across South Korea. Breaking news alerts interrupted every major broadcast. The Hunters Association had declared an emergency ban on Stardust. The stimulant, once secretly used by many hunters, had been linked to severe memory degradation. Entire weeks or months of experience could vanish in an instant. Authorities moved quickly to trace supply lines and identify those responsible. The shock deepened within hours. Former Vice Guild Master of the Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung, was found dead on a mountain trail. Once admired for his strength, charisma, and tactical mind, Lee Min-sung was now at the center of a sprawling drug scandal. The headlines that followed painted him as the mastermind of a black market empire. and the circumstances of his death were mysterious enough to rock the public. The Reaper Guild issued a formal statement, pledging full cooperation with the Hunters Association's investigation. In a private meeting room, Lim Tu sat with his elbows on the polished table. The same question haunted him. If he had not let Lee Min-sung slip away, would any of this have happened? He muttered that the whole mess had started because of him, knuckles white as he clenched his fists. Across the table, the chairman tried to ease the blame, insisting Lim had done what he could at the time. Lim barely registered the consolation. His tone grew quiet and edged with steel as he insisted that something about Lee Min-sung's death did not add up. The corpse had been distorted, mutated in ways inconsistent with what anyone knew of the man. Lee had not possessed transformation abilities. He had shown no enhancement traits. The anomaly suggested something else had occurred. Choi, who had sat silently until then, finally leaned forward. He asked whether stardust itself might have unlocked something unnatural. Lim conceded he did not know for certain, but allowed that drugs had produced unexpected effects before. Then Lim dropped another detail. Someone else had been present when Lee Min-sung died, a masked man clad in black, who had fought Lee immediately before the fatal moment. Recognition passed through the room like a current. Choi reached into his inner coat pocket and produced a slightly crumpled photograph. He slid it across the table. The name beneath the grainy image read Sung Suho. Official records listed Suho as a low-tier hunter, but Choi suggested that label might be a cover, perhaps a false rancor. The implication reverberated around the table. At the far end, Park Dojan, the apostle who had remained motionless throughout the meeting, shifted. His presence, usually restrained, now felt palpably dangerous. He asked to see the photograph and, with slow, deliberate movements, studied Suho's face. He traced the features as if uncovering a hidden mask. Park's expression changed. The details in the image aligned with something he recognized. He no longer needed confirmation. The chairman watched him closely, mind racing. The black-masked hunter was not a random intruder. The man in the photograph was Suho. Suho had vanished from public view with no reports and no traces, just like Sung Jin-Woo had once disappeared into shadow. Two extraordinary hunters, both anomalies, both missing. The chairman gripped the table edge, anxiety tightening his jaw. He had no certainty where Suho was, only the hope that the boy remained alive. Park Dojan's fingers shifted to obscure the lower half of Suho's face on the photo. A slow, almost predatory smile began to spread across his lips. Recognition had settled into something more than professional interest. It was hunger. Park's smile said it plainly. The apostle had identified his prey. Far beneath the surface, inside the Shadow Class Change dungeon, Sung Suho sat in unsettling stillness. The icy stone wall pressed against his back, grounding him as he rested. His posture looked calm, but his mind moved relentlessly beneath that quiet exterior. Spread before him lay an expansive map he had drawn by hand, marked with precision, each line etched with the dark red ink of his own blood. The labyrinth that once felt impossible had become a puzzle, a riddle waiting to be solved. Suho sat among the blood-stained scrawlings, eyes narrowing as something finally clicked. His posture shifted, the slump of exhaustion replaced by the silent poise of a hunter. A faint, knowing smirk tugged at his lips. The storm inside him had settled. He was no longer trying to endure the game. He was learning how to win it. Somewhere within this looping nightmare, there had to be an exit, and he was determined to find it. Elsewhere in the shadow dungeon, Amit stood with his back to a jagged stone pillar, arms crossed, jaw tight with irritation. He warned the others that frantic searching would not bring Suho back. His voice was low, clipped, and sharpened with frustration. They still had no idea where the young monarch had vanished, and impatience would not help. Nearby, Baru darted through the shadows in a frenzy. His movements were erratic, his wings beating in uneven bursts. Fear and desperation coursed through every twitch. He snapped back at Amit, unable to contain the panic tightening in his chest. To him, the suggestion of calm felt unbearable. His voice cracked, revealing the fear beneath his armored loyalty. Every moment Suho remained missing felt suffocating. Isol, standing close by, lowered her gaze. Even she, always composed, could not hide the dread weighing on her heart. She reminded them that it had been 2 weeks since Suho entered the gate. Ahmet didn't respond immediately. At last he spoke, slower this time, acknowledging their fear. But he asked them something pointed. Were they truly seeing Suho for who he had become? He explained that unlike them, he had never met the original Shadow Monarch. He had not witnessed the legendary figure they all compared Suho to. Instead, he had seen Suho himself, training beyond his limits, bleeding through broken ribs, enduring trials no ordinary person could withstand. He had watched him break and rise again without complaint. Suho was not weak. He was not lost, and he was no longer a child. Amit's conviction filled the room, grounding the others. Baru's wings lowered. Ezel's tension eased. Doubt faded just enough to breathe. After a quiet moment, Ezel exhaled and allowed a small, fragile smile. She admitted Amit was right. Suho had always faced the impossible with his head held high. All they could do now was wait and believe he would return. Deep within the class-change dungeon, a violent surge of energy erupted around Sung Suho. His heartbeat thundered like war drums while he sprinted forward, eyes burning with fierce determination. His fists tightened until his knuckles turned bone white, battle heat flooding through every muscle. Ahead of him stood a twisted reflection of himself, the tutorial Suho. For a moment it looked unstoppable, but the tutorial version did not even flinch. He simply raised his hand. The instant their fists met, Suho's body caved in as if the world itself rejected him. His form shattered into fragments, scattering like splinters of glass before dissolving into nothing. The dungeon reset. Another attempt. Suho reappeared mid-motion. He charged again, hope and desperation coursing through him. But as he approached, the child raised one small hand. Reality shook. A colossal burst of invisible power surged outward, the ruler's authority unleashed in its purest form. Suho froze midair. His bones creaked under the crushing force, blood rising into his throat as his limbs twitched uncontrollably. Darkness crept into his vision, but his mind did not fade. Instead, it sharpened. With his last strength, he lifted his gaze toward the flickering system window only he could see. Whether a hallucination or a final gift from the system, the information remained clear. The infant Suho possessed no player level, yet his ruler's authority was maxed out. Raw, perfected power in a child's frame. Then came the other reflection, Striker Suho, level 99. A soul striker, a being built for destruction. Suho felt the truth settle like a weight on his chest. What am I even fighting? But the thought wasn't fear, it was clarity. Every death had carved something into him. Every failure forced him to analyze every detail. He wasn't just being killed, he was being reforged. The pain was sculpting him, and slowly it was stripping away his hesitation. Suho's breath hitched as his eyes flew open, life violently yanking him back again. Without hesitation or a sound, he forced himself to his feet, every muscle aching from phantom wounds. The dungeon stretched before him, a twisting abyss of corridors and death. But something had changed in his eyes. He wasn't merely searching for an exit anymore, he was hunting it. His boots pounded against the stone, carving a rhythm into the silence. Facing his two twisted selves repeatedly, a strange acceptance began to settle in him. He was starting to understand what made them dangerous, and what made him dangerous. Once, his own gut spilling on the floor would have broken him. Now it was just an inconvenience, a setback to overcome. Another time, he had nearly reached the infant form, his hand inches away before an invisible force snapped his spine like a twig. I got closer, he reminded himself, clenching his jaw. I'm not done. With every death, something inside Suho shifted. He wasn't regenerating, he was evolving. Every death wove another thread into a web of knowledge, every loss a step forward on a path paved with blood. And though the dungeon was designed to break him, he was changing anyway. His thoughts sharpened, burning with a new edge. He couldn't afford careless death. Not here, not ever. He was fighting not just to win, but to survive. If he had to crawl through death 1,000 times, so be it. Every death was more than suffering. It was a stepping stone, a scar etched into his soul, building unshakable resolve. Back at the respawn point, Suho crouched over the map, his fresh blood smearing the parchment as he adjusted notes with trembling fingers. Not from fear, but exhaustion. Something inside him was solidifying. Every failure was making him harder to break. His gaze locked on a blank space near the center, untouched, unmarked, an eerie silence. "That's the only area I haven't reached," he murmured with grim certainty. If there was no gate there, he realized, the only way out was by beating them. The dungeon's rhythm was accelerating, cornering him. The baby version of Suho appeared, levitating toys around him, expression still yet unnerving. He was guarding that path, refusing to let Suho pass. But Suho had burned too many bridges and shattered too many bones to retreat now. This unknown path was his only choice. With a burst of energy, he lunged forward, his invisible ruler's authority wrapping around him like armor. The power hummed in chaos, but under his command. He charged at the infant Suho, their invisible forces colliding with the sound of a silent thunderclap. Stone cracked beneath the psychic force of their clash. Suho twisted midair, skimming above the baby's head as the infant's eyes snapped open, startled and irritated. Suho tore off his jacket and flung it at the baby's face. Not a powerful strike, but a distraction. The baby was briefly blinded, giving Suho the moment he needed. He bolted down the corridor, adrenaline driving every heartbeat. He didn't look back. His eyes caught sight of a narrow, dimly lit hallway, veiled in shadows, the last unmarked path on the map. Recognition struck him like a jolt of electricity. His chest tightened, not with fear but a flicker of hope. Every step echoed with purpose, focusing all doubt into a desperate prayer. Let this time be different. Ahead, an ornate gate emerged, towering and weathered as if waiting for him. The third gate. Suho halted abruptly, eyes wide with disbelief, as time seemed to slow around him. The gate was real. A shaky but genuine smile tugged at his lips. He was right. There was another one. Someone or something beyond the two he'd faced before. But the rush of discovery was swiftly chilled by a heavy dread crawling down his spine. He felt it, a powerful, dreadful presence closing in. The air thickened, charged with a suffocating aura. Before he could turn, he knew. The soul striker was coming. The dungeon seemed to recoil. A deafening rumble echoed as the floor trembled beneath the approaching footsteps. Stone cracked, pillars groaned, each footfall a hammer blow against the world. There was no time. Driven by desperation, Suho lunged at the gate, his palms pressing against cold iron, fingers slick with blood and sweat as he grasped the handles. He had to get through. If those two guarded this path, this gate was what they sought to keep him from reaching. Behind him, the temperature dropped, not physically but spiritually. An overwhelming aura slammed into him like a tidal wave. It was not just power, it was absolute authority, born from sheer dominance. Then he felt it, sharper than anything. The soul striker had arrived. Suho turned his head slowly, almost unwillingly. There, the figure approached with lethal grace, the very walls bending under his aura. His eyes locked on Suho. The soul striker's suffocating presence pressed in like an invisible storm, every step eerily smooth and precise, void of rage but filled with deadly certainty. Then, without warning, the soul striker surged forward, a blur of raw speed and lethal intent. His hand cloaked in dark, otherworldly energy reached out like a scythe of fate. Desperation surged through Suho's mind. No time, no chance to dodge. But then a sudden thought sparked. The soul striker can't follow him through the gate, right? With a burst of adrenaline, Suho stumbled through just as the soul striker's hand brushed the air behind him. With a shout of sheer will, Suho slammed the gates shut. Silence fell. Suho stood hunched, chest heaving, sweat drenched, heart thundering. "I finally got away from those two," he whispered, breath barely audible. But comfort was fleeting. Unease crept back. Suho's mind flashed to the others, the infant version and the soul striker, distorted echoes of himself. This thought coiled around his chest like a serpent. There was another version inside this room, beyond that gate. It wouldn't exist unless something or someone was waiting. Could it be him from the early tutorial days, or the broken version crushed by pressure, A sharp cold ran down his spine as his instincts flared. Slowly he turned, tense and breath caught. Someone was there. A figure emerged from the room's far end, stepping into the faint glow from the dungeon's fractured walls. The footfalls were deliberate and filled with purpose. As the figure came fully into view, Suho's heart stuttered. It was himself, but not the innocent child or the soul striker. This one carried an oppressive aura, making the air tremble. His eyes gleamed piercing blue, radiating cold malice. His expression was stone-carved into a cruel smile, devoid of empathy or hesitation, just pure, distilled bloodlust. Suho stepped back in shock. This version showed no emotion, only a cold, vacant stare, chilling him to the core. As the figure stepped fully into the light, two twin blades glimmered in his hands, pulsing with dangerous energy. Suho pulled up the figure's stats. Sung Suho, level 32. Suho blinked, then smirked confidently as his own stats came into view. Level 40, superior in every category, especially strength. This is doable, he thought, ready for the challenge ahead. Without hesitation, Suho surged forward like a bullet, twisting his body into a fierce kick aimed at his clone's midsection. The strike landed with thunderous force, met by a precise block of twin blades. Sparks erupted as shock waves rippled through the chamber. The novel Suho slid back slightly, but remained firmly grounded. A gleam of excitement flickered in Suho's eyes. Finally, someone worthy to fight. He's tough, but my stats overpower his. This will end soon. Before he could press the attack, the novel Suho's expression shifted. The cold blue glow in his eyes pulsed dangerously. He shifted into full combat stance, steadying his breath, tightening his grip. Suho's senses sharpened. Abruptly, an explosion of energy burst from the doppelganger's body. A wave of raw force swept outward. A system message flashed. Skill activated. Iron body reinforcement. Physical defense and resistance surged. Suho clenched his jaw. Guess he's not going down easily. More skills activated. Grassland Gale. Giant's Armor. Suho's eyes narrowed sharply. Giant's Armor. That was a meat skill. His confusion deepened. How did his clone have these buffs? Before he could ponder further, the clone vanished in a blur, appearing on Suho's position in an instant. Blades flashed with terrifying speed, slicing through the air relentlessly. Suho relied on pure instinct and reflex to dodge, duck, and twist, barely avoiding the blows. The pressure mounted. Each strike hit harder than the last. It was like fighting a storm trapped in a man's body. The clone grew faster, stronger. Then the clone pulled back. Skill activated. Storm Slash. Suho's heart leapt. The clone had Storm Slash too. Without hesitation, Suho triggered the same skill. Their blades collided mid-air in a deafening explosion. The shockwave cracked the ground and blasted wind outward. The chamber trembled as the two equal forces crashed. For a moment, we were evenly matched, he thought. Teeth gritted, he readied for another strike. Luckily, he still had his backup weapon in case the original broke. Suddenly, a sharp sting flared across his side. He staggered, eyes darting to a shallow but deliberate wound near his ribs. I dodged everything. How did he hit me? Then an intrusive, vivid image flashed in his mind. Broken crimson, streaked armor. Deep cuts. He didn't remember it that way. Was it memory or something else? Shaken, panic crept in. The sensation worsened like a mental assault. The next blow came fast. Suho reacted late, parrying but feeling the blade clip his hand. Another vision, this time riding on Miho's back, wind rushing past. That's not my memory. Suho stumbled back, chest heaving, weapon clenched tightly. Sweat covered his brow. A chilling realization sank in. The more he was wounded, the more these foreign memories appeared. They weren't his. Pain flared in his body, but his mind teetered on chaos. But his eyes, though clouded with doubt, locked onto the doppelganger. This wasn't just a physical battle, it was a mental assault. His opponent aimed to break him completely. The pressure escalated. The novel Suho's expression darkened. His eyes glowed faintly. Finally he spoke, a voice cutting through the chaos. Awaken. The ground quaked, and shadows twisted unnaturally beneath the clone's feet, spreading like ink spilled in water. From the darkness, a figure materialized, fully armored, a shadow knight. Without hesitation, the knight lunged, sword raised, aiming to strike Suho down. Suho pivoted hard, clashing blades against the shadow. Sparks flew as metal rang. The rhythm of the fight shattered into chaos. Even when Suho tried to retreat or reposition, the Shadow Knight pursued relentlessly. Every strike landed with monstrous force, forcing Suho to parry and block relentlessly. His jaw clenched tightly as sweat began to beat on his forehead. The knight's twisted grin only intensified the pressure. A system alert blinked in his peripheral vision. Enemy identified, K-Knight class Shadow. The other Suho leapt into the air, blades gleaming with deadly precision. The Vulcan blade descended like a lightning bolt. Suho barely sidestepped, feeling the heat as the strike tore through the floor inches away. Every second was a fight for survival. Kei resumed his assault in sync with the other Suho's advance. Suho moved on instinct, dodging, rolling, parrying in quick bursts. The clashing steel echoed through the chamber. Kei's access to shadow summoning meant his shadow storage was unlocked at level 32. Suho's thoughts raced. This was almost his own growth path being replicated. The memories he glimpsed during battle were not hallucinations. They were fragments, shadows of a different version of himself, from another timeline, another world. He gritted his teeth, pushing Kei back. In that world, his path was laid out perfectly. Trials came in sequence and he overcame them as the system intended. There was another Baru, another Essel, Gray, and even a Meat. But Kei struck suddenly with greater force, knocking Suho's weapon from his hands. It skittered across the stone, out of reach. The Shadow Knight's grin widened as it charged again, blade flashing with deadly intent aimed at Suho's chest. But Suho caught the blade bare-handed, the weapon slicing deep into his palm. Blood spilled immediately, yet Suho didn't flinch. His eyes locked on the knight, burning with fury. He growled in frustration, asking why these impossible trials were always thrown at him. His grip tightened on the knight's wrist, blood running down his arms, voice rising with anger and exhaustion as he demanded why he was always pushed to the brink. The other Suho moved silently behind him, swords raised for a fatal strike. Suho stood unmoving. The other Suho sprinted forward, sword arcing for a killing blow, but something strange rippled through the air. The knight faltered, eyes darting to Suho's injured hand. A shadowy aura surged. The dark essence of the knight began fusing with Suho's wound. Armor formed, jagged obsidian layers flickering with ethereal energy. The Shadow Knight was being absorbed. When the other Suho's blade struck, it hit the new shadow gauntlet instead of flesh. The impact sent a forceful wave that shook the chamber, walls groaning and dust raining down. Suho looked up, voice cutting through the chaos as his irises gleamed savage blue with bloodlust. He declared that cursing fate changes nothing and giving up achieves nothing. The other Suho's icy composure cracked, eyes widening briefly. But Suho didn't relent. He launched a crushing punch with the shadow gauntlet, colliding with the opponent's blades and driving him back. Suho continued with relentless strikes, forcing the other Suho on the defensive. His mind focused sharply. He no longer cared if the system was flawed or broken. The other Suho twisted to counterattack, but Suho adapted. He realized the system didn't raise him like a tool. He was the one forging himself. The opposing Suho slashed with devastating force, cracking the ground. Suho flipped into a reverse handstand just in time, narrowly escaping the blow. Still upside down, he channeled shadow energy from his arm to his leg, morphing the obsidian armor into a weaponized blade on his shin. The other Suho hesitated, disbelief showing in his eyes. Suho resolved that this fight was his, on his terms. With a roar that echoed through the chamber, he spun midair and slammed his shadowed leg down like a hammer, connecting solidly with the other Suho's torso. The opponent was sent flying, crashing hard. Suho pressed the advantage, no longer retreating or holding back, dictating the flow of battle. He dashed forward like shadow and lightning, closing the distance to drive a piercing fist deep into the other Suho's gut. A crack echoed as blood burst from the opponent's mouth, who dropped his sword in the struggle. Suho clenched his fist once more, veins bulging with fury and determination. He unleashed a brutal second strike that hurled the other Suho against a wall, with such force it shattered stone and sent debris flying. Dust swallowed the chamber. When it cleared, the other Suho lay sprawled in rubble, unmoving, defeated. Suho stood amidst the destruction, breathing heavily but steady. The shadow coating his arm faded slowly, tendrils of darkness dissipating like smoke. Then the system interface appeared, announcing, "You have defeated the being beyond the gate." A chime sounded, followed by an achievement unlock. One who triumphs through adversity. The title was granted with a stat increase proportional to health lost. Suho looked blankly at the dissipating form of the defeated Suho, like ash scattered by the wind. He exhaled quietly, finally at peace. His gaze fell to his hand. Though most of the shadow had vanished, a faint pulse of shadow lingered. Suddenly, notifications shimmered on screen, analyzing player decisions, resilience, and achievements. Despite hundreds of deaths, mental fortitude was maintained. More messages appeared rapidly. Finally, the system offered a choice of evolution based on his performance. 3 glowing orbs appeared, each pulsing with distinct energy. Suho stepped forward, heart pounding with anticipation. This time, the path he chose would be his alone. The first orb revealed itself as the successor of Shadows, a predetermined and unwavering path with strength. The second orb flickered to life as Soul Striker, an enigmatic class rooted in his history. It promised growth based on past experience, but demanded a brutal reset. The third orb glowed without a name, only a prompt. A recommended class based on player traits, evolving into a hidden class after a personal quest. Shadow skills would be lost. No guarantees, no clarity, only a leap into the unknown. Suho's chest rose and fell with controlled breaths as fury stirred beneath. The first orb chained him. The second reset him. The third stripped him of everything and plunged him into the unknown. His eyes darkened with raw emotion and trembling hands. Not from fear, but the weight of countless deaths, torment and betrayal by the system. He growled, rage thick in his voice, refusing to be the system's puppet any longer. With sudden defiance, Suho swept his hands through the air and chose all 3 classes simultaneously. The energies clashed violently, twisting and resisting fusion. But Suho didn't stop. He roared, declaring he wouldn't choose. He would take them all. With unrelenting will, he slammed his palm on the merging orbs, triggering a blinding explosion of energy that filled the boss room with brilliant light, tearing through every crevice. The orbs fused into a single core of power. The system chimed, initiating class override. All conditions met. Class transformation complete. The scene shifted deep within the shadow dungeon. Baru trembled. His breathing was uneven, broken by sobs as panic consumed him, chest aching as fear and sorrow gripped him tightly. Nearby, Essel stood silently. Quietly, she approached and knelt beside Baru, resting a gentle hand on his shoulder, a fragile comfort. "He's not gone," she whispered, more to herself than Baru. "He's still fighting." But even she was uncertain. 3 weeks had passed. No word, no whisper, not a trace. The absence of their young monarch felt like a suffocating weight. Baru slowly turned to Amit, dried tear streaks marking his cheeks. "Crocodile," he rasped, "tell me honestly. Do you think he's still alive?" Amit hesitated, clawed fingers brushing his scaly jaw. For once, his usual confidence wavered, replaced by grim uncertainty. "This kind of disappearance, it's unnatural," he admitted quietly. "I can't tell where he is, or if something went terribly wrong." Behind them, a low rumble rolled through the room. Gray growled warningly. He turned sharply, eyes fixed ahead, as space warped and folded inward. A swirling, radiant portal burst open, flooding the chamber with blinding light. Everyone whipped around as a figure stepped out, calm, radiant, and composed. Suho emerged like a mythic specter returned. His eyes relaxed, a gentle grin played on his lips. He casually waved one hand, voice light and teasing. He greeted cheerfully. Stunned silence fell. Baru, Isil, Gray, even Amit, all stood frozen, mouths slightly open, struggling to believe what their eyes confirmed. Baru and Essel burst out together. Their voices shook with a mixture of anguish and relief. "Young monarch, where have you been?" Do you know what we've been through? Before Zuho could respond, the scene shifted once again. Far away in the Hunter Association headquarters, tension filled the air. In a quiet meeting room, Jin-Ho stood hunched over a polished table, dark eyes weighed down with fatigue and worry. His fists tightened, breaking the silence with a strained voice. There's still nothing, is there? Across from him, the chairman sighed heavily, avoiding eye contact. Not a single trace. No reports, no sightings, not a rumor. It's as if Suho vanished from the earth. The chairman's lips pressed tight before he spoke. Some believe Zuho was behind Li Meng's death. The words hit hard. Jin-Ho exploded in fury, slamming his hands on the table. That's nonsense. Suho would never do that. Not in this life, not in any. The chairman remained calm but concerned. I don't believe it either. But something's off. I think it's connected to the invader. The apostle of Iram he warned us about. A crushing silence followed. The weight of the situation pulled at them both. Jin-Ho muttered, "Last time in that other world, I stood back and watched him fight alone. I won't make that mistake again. This time I'll stand with him, no matter the cost." Suddenly the chairman's phone vibrated with a red alert. His face drained of color as he read the emergency message. Another one already. Something's not right. The scene shifts to the city in chaos. A jagged dungeon rift tore open above the skyline. From it poured hulking, ferocious green beasts, stamping down with uncontrollable fury. Cars crushed, buildings shattered, civilians panicked as screams echoed through the streets. Hunters swarmed to defend, spells and steel clashing against claws and fangs. A young hunter braced behind his shield as a beast charged. The barrier shattered instantly, hurling him into the street. The creature grabbed him, crushing bones mercilessly as more high-rank hunters arrived to contain the destruction. Faces grim, one shouted above the chaos. "A dungeon break this massive, right here. Where are the guilds? Isn't this their zone?" No one had answers. Only the savage roars and crumbling steel filled the air. High above on a rooftop, the apostle lounged, watching the chaos like a puppeteer. The city's destruction was merely the opening act. "If I'm to strike at the Hunter Association's core," he mused coldly, "I need more than noise. I need impact, a legacy they can't forget." With a cruel smirk, he muttered, "Humans forget the first brave fool who dies, but they remember the one who steals the limelight, the loudest, the fiercest." Below, hunters rallied behind a veteran B rank named Wang Zhang. He struck with precise slashes, cutting through monsters who screamed in pain, their fury doubling as they staggered. From the rooftop, the apostle's mocking voice filled the air as yellow energy sparked around him, controlling a monster whose strength surged unnaturally. The beast's tail smashed into the battlefield with devastating force, throwing hunters off their feet. Huang Jiahyang barely registered before the blow struck, ribs caving, blood spraying as he was slammed against concrete and buried under rubble. His body twitched under relentless strikes, bones snapping, hope shattered. Nearby, a trembling D-rank hunter clutched his sword, overwhelmed with fear as monsters closed in. He raised his arms to shield himself, bracing for death. But death didn't come. A thunderclap of violet light tore through the battlefield. A blur shot past, moving faster than the eye could see. With a sharp twist, the figure slammed his heel into a monster's face, cracking its skull and sending it crashing. Suho moved like a living weapon, swift, lethal, dismantling the monsters one by one. By the fourth fallen beast, silence blanketed the area. The surviving hunter stood stunned. Suho landed softly amidst the carnage, the dark folds of his coat fluttering behind him. His face was concealed behind his signature shadowed mask, flickering with dark energy. Even in the silence, his presence was suffocating, an aura thick with killing intent and unnatural power. The dank hunter's heart skipped a beat. That mask, could it be the one who had soloed an entire raid team? Yet he was only a D rank. It made no sense, but the shattered bodies around them proved it. Suho raised one hand, dark mana spiraling around his arm like mist coils. His eyes shimmered a sinister violet beneath the mask. He murmured to himself, hoping to test his new class in real combat. He swept his gaze over the battlefield littered with fallen monsters and issued a command. Arise. A pulse of unholy energy rippled through the air. Shadows beneath the slain beasts churned and twisted, figures clawing free from darkness. Not fully alive, yet not dead. The entire horde reacted as the monster's shadows slithered across the ground toward Suho, forming an eerie procession at his feet. With deliberate motion, Suho lifted his other hand, commanding the shadows to disperse into the city like a phantom legion sent to conquer. The D-rank hunter stumbled back, overwhelmed and speechless. Before he could process, the shadows shifted toward fallen hunters, but instead of consuming them, the darkness clothed them. The shadows wrapped around their limbs, forming sleek black armor. Weapons shimmered into existence. Blades, shields, bows. The stunned Dank looked down to see his gear replaced. His rusted weapon was gone, replaced by a curved obsidian blade pulsing with dark light. He whispered in awe and confusion, questioning why he wore black tier equipment. Baru's astonished voice pierced the silence. He locked eyes onto the shadow-forged gear and asked if Suho could now grant shadow gear to others. Suho turned calmly, the battlefield noise fading as he explained that what Baru saw was not an enhancement or transformation. These were real items, recognized by the system. A sharp digital tone rang. A blue hologram appeared, displaying the stats of the Shadow Naga Warrior's polearm, a common grade registered item. The hunter inspected it in disbelief. Energy surged through him, making his muscles more responsive, his movements faster. He wondered if his body was being strengthened too. Baru's expression deepened with reverence, recognizing that this was true combat gear forged from Suho's Shadow Army, an achievement even the first Shadow Monarch never accomplished. He whispered, acknowledging this as the power of the new undefined class, the irregular white shadow, unbound by past rules. Suho remained silent, thoughts flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the armored figures. Then, deciding there was no more need for concealment, he touched the edge of his mask and muttered to himself. With no hesitation, Suho pulled off his shadowed mask. The D-rank hunter before him froze, mouth agape, as Suho's true face was revealed. Suho turned to the battered hunter beside him. His violet eyes gleamed with purpose as he glanced toward the distant stampeding beast. He asked if those with the will to fight would stand with him. High above, the apostle rose, his wild grin fading into unease. His hands clenched as he recognized Suho's technique, something unrecorded and dangerous. He locked his gaze on Suho like a predator sizing up a rival. The apostle smirked, wondering if Suho's defiance was his way of rejecting the darkness and the burden borne by the monarch before him. Back on the ground, Suho and the remaining hunters, though bloody and battered, regrouped behind him, drawing strength from his presence. The earth trembled as the next monstrous wave charged, relentless. Suho stepped forward, eyes glowing brighter with sinister violet light, fury and determination radiating from him. The air froze as a system message appeared. Player Sung Suho. Class, irregular white shadow. Title, one who conquered adversity. Another message followed. New skill acquired. Shadow creation, level 1. Class exclusive, no mana cost. The skill allowed molding shadows into tangible constructs from imagination, creating permanent items that couldn't be converted to soldiers. The scene shifted to India, where the Azra Guild lay in ruins. An explosion tore through the main hall, reducing the grand structure to rubble and shattered stained glass. Fires crackled amid debris, and smoke choked the air. Underneath the wreckage, a bloodied hunter, barely conscious and gravely wounded beyond potion healing, whispered apologies to Suho for failing to repay what he had received. Around him, guild members lay still, like statues amid the devastation. From the carnage, a muscular giant named Thomas Andre emerged, rage blazing in his eyes. His gaze scanned the destruction silently before he growled about the culprit hiding in Korea. Without further words, he strode through smoke with his assistant, vowing that anyone who touched what was his would pay dearly. High above the sky, beyond satellite reach, endless clouds gathered. Suddenly, light cracked the heavens as a radiant portal shimmered into existence, swirling with celestial energy. Within the blinding gate stood a radiant figure, her features blurred in divine mist. It's Cha Hyen, Suho's mother. Beside her towered an enormous dragon, its shadow blotting out the stars as it coiled like smoke across the sky. The vision lingered, then faded into darkness. The episode ends here. That wraps up Season 1 of the Solo Leveling Ragnarok series Chapter 1 to 47. Thank you so much for watching. I truly appreciate your support. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. Thanks again, and I'll see you in the next video.